mods. Anyways, we're going to pick up where we left off with Factorio. So I'm going to need to go load game because it's messing up with some of my stuff in my other save. So the big things I want to accomplish today, there's a couple of things. The first is to get the stuff I need to pursue Aquillo. Which actually, now I think about it, I can go here, and go and add you on the list. And you can go that far. So this is when we can go to the next planet. So that's the big thing, is I want to get these all set up for Aquillo. Rual doesn't like mods. Look, it's not personal. I don't have more I'm going to be adding to that. Yeah, so that's what we need to unlock technology-wise to do Aquillo. We actually already have those queued up. The other things I want to do is I'm going to have to work on the stuff we've got going on here so far as taking the territory. That's fine. That's actually going relatively well. I don't know why I have you there. That's going relatively well. But the other thing I want to do is go to some of these other planets that you see it's all this mall stuff. Like that. Like we did here, where I branched this out to have a little bit of spaghetti for these things that really need a higher throughput. Are you not going into anything? So I'm just making blue circuits and leaving them sitting here. Come on, man. But yeah, so basically, what I want to do is kind of go through some of these other planets and be able to expand some of this stuff to start kind of shutting down parts of these malls to not be as dependent. Oh, I see it. I was about to be like, did I really just make a conveyor belt that doesn't go anywhere? Yeah. But yeah, so then the idea would be like going here, so we have the red and green circuit boards. Those really don't need to be on that line anymore. We've got those here. We got it here. So then what we could do is potentially these would get shut down. But you get the idea. Not necessarily try to replace the entirety of them all, but some of the things that we're going to be making lots of over time, I'd want to get moved out. Now, Volcanus I don't think is that big of an issue right now. And Fulgora actually kind of really works very well with the bot mall in the first place, because you get so much random junk to feed in. But it's Gleba. Gleba, I've got this big mall over here, and that's a pain point. And so I do want to start trying to clear this out so that we can at least get stuff like gears and circuit boards to not be nearly as bad, because I think we're going to get choked on the ability to launch the rocket in a timely manner very quickly, unless we're importing everything. So I want to get that. But the first step of fixing that problem is I need to go over here because I got the thing for blowing up the cliffs, right? Yeah, so you are, so you require calcite. We're going to want to go ahead and make the explosives for destroying cliffs. And we're going to go make those here on Volcanus, because one, it's probably where we're going to use them the most. And all that stuff. So, for that, that's grenades, barrels, explosives, and all that. Which the most complicated part of that whole thing is going to be the explosives. And the explosives are coal, sulfuric acid, and water. So I've got my coal here. I've got sulfuric acid here somewhere. Yeah, I've got sulfuric... Oh, right, we just literally pumped sulfuric acid out of the ground. It's right there. So I got coal, we got the sulfuric acid, and then you just need water. Water is actually the hardest part of that whole thing. I do have water here. I do have to kind of keep an eye on it. It's one of those things that can get you in trouble. But honestly, in this particular case... I'm going to just literally shove it over here somewhere. I've got... Because it's coal, sulfuric acid, and what? And water? Yeah, so literally what we could do, then come right here. Put you around there. And tell you to make explosives. Hold up. Yeah, so it's coal, sulfur, and water. And they would end up wanting to use that to, make the dynamite. Which is barrels and all that, and then the grenades are coal and iron plate. Alright. So I could temporarily have this just produce that over there, because I don't have my iron plate anywhere around here. Oh, right, but then I need the well, the calcite goes by where my iron is. Yeah, because then we can move it up here. Yeah, so I'll probably make the explosives over here for right now. And move the other stuff over. You need to be farther away than that. So step one is just make the explosives. Your chem lab. Yeah, no, it's just getting there. It's like, you know, like what's going on here? Why does this not look right? Oh, it's sulfur. 1 second. I'm being dumb. It's sulfur. Do I have sulfur here anywhere? I don't think we do. Alright, well, let's go look at sulfur. Sulfur is petroleum water. That's really easy. We've got petroleum right there. I've got water right here. Okay, so that'll give me sulfur. And then the next thing we want is to make the explosives, which would be another chem lab. And that's the sulfur, coal, and all that. So you'll make the explosives. That'll pass the sulfur over. And then we can go up here. And not think through my positioning of that at all. It's fine. And then you need water. So you go here. Switch your underground. Switch your underground. Do this. Boom. Hook up a power pole on this end. And that gets me explosives. And then with the explosives, to get this, I need barrels, calcite, grenades. So it's the calcite, or sorry, the barrel and the grenades I don't have nearby. There you go. Because we got the calcite right here. So the barrels, I believe, are steel plate, if I recall correctly. Yeah, so your steel plate, and then the grenades, I believe, are just coal and iron. Let's double check that. Okay, so if I put iron and steel on a belt and ship it over here, we can make all this right here. So I've got my steel here, I've got my iron here. I don't have really a lot of space because I put all this junk in the way. One thing we could definitely do here is these two can go away. They're surplus to requirement. They're gone. And then the wire here I can't quite get away with yet. Can I get away with that right now? We can probably get away with the, Can't get away with the wire. What I could do is just put a passive chest right here. Set you to wire. And I can take this off the mall. But yeah, so you get the idea there as I'm going through and I'm trying to get a bunch of this junk off the mall. And your box is basically full. And your box is basically full. So I might genuinely be able to get away with doing one of those things where I just pass, like, have the, have an alternate route here. So I've got you up here. And you're going there. This is probably not the play to do this. But what I could do... Let's go like that. That's not going to work. It needs more space. Actually, it can work. We can go here. That puts steel on the other side of this, which worms it over here. That steel will just back up here. I can put a splitter here. So I'll need to shift those over. Okay. That'll give me the room I need to work. And then with that, I will have the materials I need in this area. Alright, so we need the drum and we need the grenades. So we can go here. That'll be the grenade production. So we can bring you over. Okay, so that gets us grenades. This will be the... What building actually makes explosive? Assembler, right? Yeah. I can go here. You'll feed there. You'll feed here. You're going to make the explosives for blowing up terrain. Put a power tower there. And that just leaves us the last one of making the barrels. And then finally we'll just put a passive box right there. Okay. And that should be everything I need to make the things for blowing up cliffs. Because with being able to blow up cliffs, I'd be able to do a lot to, like, knock down a bunch of that. So one thing I'm going to ultimately want to do in the long term... Oh, you still need your calcite, which is right here. One thing I want to do in the long term is probably have one of the ships that could just kind of rotate through all the different planets, and it'll just go to this planet, grab, like it'll go to Volcanus, grab the explosives, the forges, like all the special buildings and materials, go to the next planet, whatever gets requested down, gets down, and it pulls up like the things unique to that area, goes to the next planet, and just kind of rotates through them. And it should slowly be able to build up supplies. But yeah, so we're now getting our cliff explosives. So with that, we have Traveler 2. So Traveler 2 is now going to have a request for explosives. That way we can bring those to different planets and have all that. Alright. And one of the things I remembered after stream, from looking at the other save, I mean, is where I've got this set up with this. I've got all these boxes I'm dropping all that in. This isn't how you do this. What we can make is, if we look up here somewhere, I can... Oh man. I need to tone down this mall stuff. The bot mall works, but it was absolutely one of those things that when I was looking at going, this is just really inefficient. So that's the platform starter pack. I'm not worried about that. I don't think we're building one. Like, having the provider chest, that's fine. But, like, the using all the bots to race around here, one of the big negatives is looking at all these boxes and having them store all these materials really can suck. Okay, so if we look up here, we have... That's a cargo landing pad. Yeah, the cargo bay. So steel, blue circuits, and low density frames. So I don't have any of that down here. So we are going to go back to this because I got steel... I got the circuit boards and the low density frames up here. We just need to bring steel up. So this is going to suck because there's going to be a lot of red circuit boards along the way here, but I'm choosing to do it anyways. Then what I can do is go here. You are now going to make the cargo bay recipe. And we'll set you... I don't know where we want to put that, but that's fine. Hey, DG, how's it going? Alright, so you can get that built. And what that'll ultimately do is it'll let us make cargo bays. What the cargo bays effectively do is let you take this and make it into one big inventory. So all of these ancillary things around it, I could just get rid of those and just make it into like one big cargo section or whatever you want to go with, and then just have the outputs come out of there. Where this thing was filling up and getting stuck. I see. Let me see how we're doing in the rockets. I've got about 270-something rockets. So you are dying on the iron mine. Now let's go down there. That means we had a nest move in. So we're going to go ahead and just run on down there. And deal with our friends in the area. I thought I saw an enemy over here. Okay. Okay. We got another group who's trying to build a new nest. Yeah, so they're all trying to expand. Okay. Alright, so we took care of the ones that were killing our bots. That's good news. While we're down here, I'm going to go ahead and hammer down some more nests. Because that's kind of what we're doing, is we're just trying to push back the biter line, as it were. Ooh, something hurt me real bad. Must have friendly fired myself. Okay. Let's wait a minute for ourselves to heal before we hit the next one. Yeah, so as you can see, I'm just trying to knock down as many nests so we can just bring this across to all that kind of stuff. And that's working really well. But then once we start getting these knocked down, I have to wait for more rockets. I'll get back to trying to get to, like, Volcanus and Gleba and all those, and... seeing what we can do about speeding up the production rates. The other thing I noticed is what I actually did on my other save, when I looked at it for dealing with science between the planets, is I imported all the science except for Gleba's science to Novus, where I had the really big fancy labs. But when it came to Gleba's science, I had the regular labs over on Gleba, and basically just had science going to both locations. That whatever overflow I had on Novus, because I was building the rockets so fast, that I ultimately just took that overflow and... took all those overflow and just sent those over to Gleba, so Gleba usually had more than enough for any time I wanted to do agricultural science. I'll have just enough to knock this out. And then our rockets are done. I was also tempted to just copy all my blueprints for the save. I didn't do it. But the temptation was there to just be like, oh, I already figured out these things. Let me just grab that. And I won't be able to put down another one without killing that nest, and I only got 15 rockets, which is enough. Okay, so we can go back off. That should keep some of our bots from dying for a while as we continue to expand here. Oh, never mind. Rip these bots. How did you not die there? Oh, there's one took a hit. There goes another one. Yep. Well, the good news there is they basically finished that area, so it's just that one time that they're going to wave across there and get a bunch of them killed. Oh, yeah, they ran low on battery on top of the nest. Yeah, those are all dead. But yeah, we'll get that working. Little by little, once the whole space is enclosed, I don't have to think about it anymore. Yep. Alright. So we're back in here. Let's go park ourselves up by where we make the rockets so that we slow trickle feed ourselves some rockets. Okay. So, back to Volcana stuff. So we've got our stuff for making the cliffs get made. I think that was the only urgent one here. We do seem to be keeping enough supplies in there to keep the rocket going. So I think we're okay with Volcanus for right now. Fulgora's great. I did notice on my other save, my Fulgora on the other save, I have 6 rockets going at any time. And it's not much bigger of a space than this. Gleb, on the other hand, was still the rough one. But still. So for right now, that's fine. We are exporting the science out of here. You're not getting your bioflux through. Why is our bioflux suddenly struggling? You were taking a bunch when you were making the rocket fuel, but that's stopped. It's these. Okay, so it looks like I'm gonna need more hash getting made. Okay. So the way we're gonna need to fix this is gonna extend this just a bit. Come on, pull just enough that I don't... Pull just enough that these get around the corner before I disconnect it. Then I can make a path this way, and we extend this out a little. Meanwhile, we can grab you. We have to reroute the nutrients just a little bit. And you can just plug right in there, so that takes care of that. You don't get nutrients yet, so I don't have to worry about boogering up any lines. So with this, I'm going to go ahead and just do a little shimmy over here. And then back over there. And once I place that, I rotate this belt to make that the new path. Yoink these. And we can add another thing for making mash on here. And I'll probably do it for the jelly side as well, just because. Okay, so that should get us more Yamako mash going. Like I said, I'll just go ahead and do it on this side, because if I need it on one side, I'll probably end up needing it on the other side too. Okay. And then from there, if we get these supplies here, and I end up needing even more bioflux, which we probably need, I can probably make that work by doing one of these. Grab you, rotate you around. So this will make you drop the flux there. Yeah, they'll make you drop the flux there. We can go ahead and put a divider over here. Brings you down this way. The meantime, you need the nutrients, so we can go ahead and bring you over here. We can split off the nutrients here, run it right on through, and then merge it up over there. Okay, you'll need to move. That's not where that needs to go at all. Okay. So that should give us way more of these. Oh, right. What would be the best way for me to handle that where we don't cause ourselves grief? Let's yoink these. Let's yoink those for a minute. Tell them to restock the ammo. And so what I'll ultimately want to do is I'll end up wanting one of these that we can go in here and tell it to make the labs. Where are you at? Okay, and the lab requires landfill nutrients, electronic circuits, and iron plates to make. Alright. That's the catch. And to be a building I'd want to only turn on when I need to grab stuff from there. But we'll want to be able to make the chem lab or the labs remotely from here. I could probably make that an actuality. The problem is right now I'm short on a lab, and I can borrow a lab. Like, if I have a lab that's just not being leveraged right now, like this lab is not really being used at the moment. Yeah, you don't have a programming got to worry about here. Right, we have some blue quality rot going on here from some science that went bad. Because you're not getting your flux. Okay, so what we can probably do is for right now, we're not really using much lubricant. Let's yoink the lubricant building. And don't place those. So what I can do down here is I'm going to place one of you just over here. It's not super important where it's at. You are going to make the labs in the lab. And this is going to be a situation of requesters and all that. For right now, I'd like to change that. Yep. Lubricant is important for people's health. You're not wrong. Alright. So do that. For the love of everything, do not put eggs in there. Do not do that. So, we are going to tell it to grab landfill and all this. So, what I want to do... You came at an extremely weird time. It happens. So the plan here is going to be straightforward. If everything I need is in here, like you were just ready to rock and roll, I need to have the setup here. Okay, so you only grab eggs. Alright. You only grab eggs when there's no biochambers in here. The other stuff should never fall behind normally. And then you'll use filter to get rid of rot. Okay. So this will be able to grab nutrients. So you will go ahead and read the contents. You will check for eggs. And if the eggs are more than 0, you're going to grab nutrients. Alright. And you are only going to go in here when there is no biolab in storage. I'm going to want an arithmetic combinator here. because I also want to check to make sure there's no eggs in storage either. Okay, so you'll check for... You'll check to see if there's biolabs in there. And we'll say, if it does show there's biolabs in there, you are going to treat that as if there are eggs in there as well. Cool. And you're only connected between those buildings. So you're actually going to check to see if there are eggs in there. I do not have the arithmetic things being made, and while I don't really want to make more mall things, I'm not on the planet, so I can't really set that up remotely, and I'm not going to be making many of these. So these are the perfect candidates for the mall. The things you make like once and then you don't care about. Okay, so you make an arithmetic one there, and it'll get that going. Because this way we can have it where it makes the biolabs here. And that should be good. Alright. So what should happen if everything's configured correctly is you'll turn this way. I'll enable if you equal 0. So I put one egg in there. It gets its nutrients. It makes the lab. And if everything's configured correctly, it'll make the lab. It'll chuck it over here into storage. And now it'll be clear to say 0 again. And so it should slowly get us the other things we're looking for. So let's go ahead and get these back in position now. You're going there. Oh, you're not positioned correctly. And I do see that I didn't make a remove the rot situation here. So let's go ahead and use that. Use filters, remove the rot. It would be my best way of doing this. So that's the rot belt there. Yeah, so we put underground here. That'll be the rot output. Okay, so that should massively increase the amount of bioflux we're producing. What are you about? What is this deal here? I don't know why that's there. Okay. Oh, you... When it was just sitting there, they got rot on the conveyor belt. Okay. So that should speed up so we're able to make a lot more of this. Now it's going to be a matter of scaling up the Yamako, which is just churning away. What's your deal? You are backed up on seeds. Oh. Oh, I see. I understand. So we're going to need to go over here. You'll focus on primary output on the left. And there's the furnace down there. Okay, and that all just goes into the furnace. Basically, I'm producing so many seeds that it shut down because the seeds got stuck on the conveyor. So by doing it this way, all of our spare seeds will just get fed into the furnace as well. This does mean I've got to do the same thing over here. So we can do the same thing right here. That the primary output is the left. Okay. So I should keep both of those jamming up. How goes our rockets? Terribly. Why are we getting no rockets? Because we're getting no explosive. Why are we getting no explosives? Because we're getting no coal. Oh, that's really bad, isn't it? Alright, so we mentioned before that this needs to be reversed. Because this was a place to pick up coal. We've got a new coal pickup, but now I need this to be a coal drop-off. So I'm going to do is for right now, I'm just going to flip all these. It's not going to help with the conveyors going the wrong way. But if I at least get these reversed, I could just plug some of these in. And then when they're empty, I can tear this up. So that I can have it replaced to be, Okay, so you've got all that. So what I probably want to do is up here, put a splitter. Bring you across. And then I could just do this and this. And for right now, that'll work. Just get that moving. Because this is basically just about done. So we want to empty this whole thing out, because then I'll do is I'll tear up a bunch of these boxes so that the conveyor belts, we can rearrange them to actually be an output instead of an input, because this will work. And honestly, I might just leave it that way for the time being. But it's got to be resolved. Construction bots, where are you? Have you been going into your Factorioing with known designs for stuff? Or have you been winging it? We've been winging it. Now, I've played the game a whole bunch, so there's definitely times where, because I've played it a lot, I will have a design that's going to end up looking like a lot of other people's designs, because, like, I've done it before. Am I doing something with the... So you have the blue assemblers here. Ah. Right. Because I set those up to be quality, and so it jammed that up. Wasn't I making the yellow ones here somewhere now? This is one of the reasons I mean, not having it in the mall doesn't really help that situation either, but still. So we can actually move up to the yellow quality ones, which are the blue ones, but with speed modules. And I'm making the speed modules here. So that's one thing we can work on, because I'm pretty sure with most of the modules, yeah, it's blue and, or green and red, green and red, green and red for all the base ones. So we can start trying to work on that. They've got red circuit boards over here. They're right here at this spot. And bring those across. Do you have something going on this side of the belt? So this side of the belt is not occupied. You get batteries, so that's already occupied. What I'll probably want to do is get the red circuit boards somewhere over here, and we get the red and green circuit boards cut across, just be like module 1, 2, 3, like all of the module 1s across here. And then for the module 2s, it's the same thing, but blue circuit boards. And then the module 3s are ones that they usually each will, you know, put one type of exotic thing in there. So I can work on getting all that done. They're trying to get away from the bot mall stuff that I've been leaning in so hard on, because while this is convenient for space, it sucks for on a throughput standpoint. There's some things it's worth doing. Like, there's definitely, like, for easy, quick, and dirty quality up stuff, I think it's a good choice. But then there's a lot of these things that are just like, there's just a better choice of how to deal with this. And you're going to be grinding those up. But with all that, let's go back to Gleba. So you got your 20 here. There is an egg in there, so it did not work as intended. But why? Give me 1 second. I need to deal with that. So you, if there is ever an egg anywhere on the system where it's not where it should be, put it there. So go ahead and yoink you out. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to check this, the bio chamber. And if there's anything in the bio chamber, I wanted to yoink the bio, or I wanted to, sorry, if there's anything here or there's an egg here, I wanted to make sure it didn't run. Because it did detect that there was an egg there, and that was fine. What I can probably do here, though, is my workaround. I can go here. And we switch you now to looking for, where are you at? Why are you not seeing this? Are you checking inserter's contents as well? The egg might be in the process of being inserted. Yeah, no, the problem was it wasn't detecting this. Because ultimately what I want to do is say, did you see an egg or do you see something here? If either of those are true, you don't run. So that even if it puts an egg in here, like, it'll only run it once this is backed up. But that didn't seem to work. Let's go ahead and disconnect you. Okay, so I've got nothing on the signal here. That's fine. Where's the eggs? Yeah, so it should put the signal out. So let's go ahead and reconnect you. So this is the input. I'm gonna put it on that. I can also put on that, and we can go ahead and read your hand contents. And you'll be set status of 1. Okay, so you are reading 4 now. Okay, that's what I wanted. So then we connect. Hey, Hadrian, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Welcome in, raiders. Yeah, so now we have an arithmetic problem. Disregard that. How's the factory? It's going good. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Alright, so that's reading 4. So we're going to tell you, enable, disable if you equals 0. So basically, if you don't see a biochamber or an egg here, you do that. Now, I am noticing we're not actually getting this emptied out at all because this belt is fully saturated, which is a problem. The one workaround to that is I could pull this up. Go to you, set a filter, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. But can we get a shout out for Hadrian? And what were you streaming today, and how did it go, and all that good stuff? But welcome in, Raiders. For those who don't know me, I am Rual, Storge, who play a variety of games here on Twitch, and we are currently at the stage of working our way towards Aquillo. But while we're doing that, I am slowly just trying to go through my factories that I went really hard on the bot mall side of things, and I'm trying to de-bot mall a lot of my factories because the bot mall is horrifically inefficient. Why are you not removing? It'll probably sort itself on other stuff. You're playing Factorio's second day of playing the game. First time playing yourself? You barely touched anything? Nice. Yeah. Yeah, so are you playing just the base game, or are you playing with Space Age? I'm assuming if you're brand new to the game, probably the base game would be my recommendation. Space Age is pretty much a yes and. It does change the flow of some of the things, but ultimately that's kind of what it boils down to, is it just, would you like Factorio but more? You have Space Age as well? Gotcha, that's not bad. The big difference between the two, with and without the DLC, is without the DLC, the launching of the rocket is way later in the progression, and is effectively the finale to, like, win the game. With Space Age, the rocket launch is like... Burning Sun, you'd probably have a better gauge of it, like your first third, maybe fourth, so it's like the end of the beginning, the end of the early game would be about where you launch your rocket, would be my guess. At which point then you get to check out the other planets. Yeah, right now the launch is... Yeah, no, if you're only on stream, like, 2, like, if you're speed running, sure, you can get there in that time, but yeah. It's kind of the base tutorial. Yeah, it's definitely, like... So it teaches you all the core mechanics and all that. When you go to the other planets, I won't spoil anything for them. I mean, obviously you're looking at this, so if you pay close attention, you're going to spoil yourself. But, it ultimately, you take those core mechanics, and every planet goes, okay... Well, you're doing the core mechanics with the twist. So, like, some critical thing of how it works, that one thing changes. Like, you go to this planet, and there's no iron mines, or... Actually, now that I think about it, none of the other planets do just mine iron or copper. To give you an example. None of the other planets have iron or copper just laying on the ground in ore form. You can get those materials for the most part. They're just, they work differently. And I won't spoil which planets do what or anything like that. But that's kind of the gimmick. But it's still all like inserters and assemblers and conveyor belts and trains and all that stuff. So you have to sit there and take what you know. And sometimes it'll be something like, you'll take your approach on things and go, okay, I have to literally like think of this in the inverse, where now my struggle isn't to get copper, to make the fancy stuff. I've got the fancy stuff, but how the hell do I get copper? And that kind of things. But yeah, so right now we're fixing stuff on Gleba. Gleba is probably the most polarizing of the planets in the sense that there is very few players who don't have strong feelings about Gleba. Most of them are, this place is terrible. Some of them in this place is terrible, I hate it. And some of them in this place is terrible, but like, terrible in the Dark Souls kind of way where you're having a good time, but it really does kind of punch you in the gut. Because it does take a lot of how you approach the factory and say, well, you're not allowed to do that because reasons. Okay, so it looks like this is finally... Oh, love to see that. Why are you only going the one side of the belt? Why do we have that in just one side of the belt? Is there a reason I'm doing that? Right. So we were putting nutrients on the other side of the belt for this area. That's okay. So we're officially making enough of the bioflux now that all of my stuff is running, so my labs are actually kicking back online. So that should help there. I still want to expand our production here. We are also not getting enough of the fruit. No one says it's not terrible. It's just whether or not they're masochists. Correct. I like Gleba in its kind of awfulness. Yeah, so I won't be able to do that. We'll have to wait till we have the overgrowth tiles. There are ways to make Gleba easy, but it requires unique ways of setting it up. Yeah, no, I've seen some things that like online where it's just people are like, here's how I do Gleba, and it just really trivializes some of the stuff, which is neat. But also, let's see, why is this the only one side of the belt? Let's check before we fix it. That's an action of someone who has learned painful mistakes. Oh yeah, and sometimes you'll check it and be like, I'm not using it, because like whatever was going on the other side of the belt had something happen. So I keep seeing this like handful of blue and green rot going around. Oh, you know what I bet it is? There we go. There's my problem. I had just a little bit of rot that came from the science here, rotting like in the container or whatever and ending up on the belt, and nothing was willing to use it. And we just want to divert any of that over here and just throw it in the furnace. We also playing some Factorio. Yeah, no, definitely this is your first time. Oh no, you're all good, Eonek. Don't worry about it. It's appreciated. Speaking of which, we want to go back to Novus, because as I mentioned, I'm doing this wrong. And I should have this up here being made. Yeah, so that's the cargo bays. Because I was sitting here basically adding more cargo onto the place where you drop materials in. Where I'm at. Onto the place where you drop materials in. And the thing about it is, you can just add cargo bays, and it does literally that thing. So grab a cargo bay, and it would need to go like right here to attach onto it, which is a little bit of a problem. So this will all be fine. We'll want to put that here. But right now I need to just kind of get out of the way for just a minute, so I can go and get the cargo bays here. And the reason why I want to do it this way versus the other thing is this way we'll keep it on the logistics network, so I don't have to worry about all those considerations. Okay, and so with this, let's go grab that heating tower again, because this is how I deal with stuff that rots on me. If something rots, it gets fed into the furnace. Make sure we filter for rot. Yep, so we got all this stuff here, which has already been grabbed out. Inserters only work on the main hub, not the edit bays. Ah, okay, that's no problem. Let's put you here instead. So it's a shame I can't tell him to put it back in here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the only way you can put stuff in here is the drop pod. The cargo bays might be able to have it put in there. I don't remember what the rules are with that. Launch it in your spaceship, then trash it. That seems highly inefficient. So we'll go ahead and tell it to not use these. Just tear those all up. That's going to put a lot of junk into our network, but over time they'll consume it. But yeah, so we massively increased the storage here is what we were doing with those extra bays. So by massively increasing the storage, then we can go ahead and, instead of having to, you know, kick all the stuff over to these containers, we can just leave it in here. That way when a ship flies over and goes, oh, should I be dropping this material? It can see and go, oh no, I shouldn't. At some point I really need to set up the nuclear power. We've been just letting this thing cook this whole time, which I think is a great choice. Eventually it'll start to gridlock when, it'll just start to gridlock when the whole thing is, like, maxed out or whatever. And you're still emptying all your coal, that's fine. Okay, so you're continuing to get more and more of this made. So for you running constantly, we need more eggs. And for that, I need more nutrients. And this is something I was thinking about the other day, is that I should be able to relieve that by making nutrients over here, feeding it into this area, because nothing survives the other side very often. So we could go ahead and introduce the nutrients right here for the purposes of these. And that should help. Eventually the whole thing will start choking up because I'm putting too much nutrients on the line. We can worry about that. Yeah, so it's literally just that in and out. Okay. So what we can do here then is I'll put another one of the labs right there. And that'll grab this. And it'll kick right out there. And it'll kick nutrients out this side. Please hurry with those. All right. Hey, calling the Will, how's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Also playing some Factorio, so I hope your Factorio is going well. We're just doing some... You're not grabbing nutrients anywhere. Hang on. We're just doing some little expansions here on our factory. We're getting kind of in the phase of where we're starting to get ready for Aquillo and all that good stuff. I went a little heavy on bot malls this run, and I'm kind of regretting it now, so I'm trying to de-bot mall some of these locations. Specifically, Gleba's kind of the outlier. There, that should get this kicked over. Oh, I unset you. There. So I'm trying to, like, de-bot-mollify the place as much as possible. Oh, you're going to need another one here. So I can belt balance that a little bit better. Alright, so that should help get it so that all of these are running constantly to improve the throughput of our agricultural science, so that our rockets can get out of here faster. Yeah, more faster, more better. Exactly. But welcome in, Raiders. So yeah, if you're looking for some more Factorio, you can find it over there with Colin and Will. With that said, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I play a lot of like simulation games, settlement builders, city builders, a whole bunch of that things. The occasional factory automation game, roguelites, slice of life, life sim, whatever you want to go with. We do a lot of it. Alright, so you're getting mad at me because there's not enough... Oh, you're complaining about these not being enough. That's fine. Do I actually have the storage chest being... Yeah, so you see I've got these bot malls set up here. The last time I did Space Age, I used almost no bot malls, and I don't know why this time I leaned on them, and I'm really wishing I hadn't done that. Because from a standpoint of how well they work, they'll do the job. They will get the job done. But they are pretty awful from a throughput standpoint. There, that should start unjamming it. Yeah, because I just have this one where it brings it all in, then just dumps it between all. That's fine. We just moved because I forgot there was these cargo buildings. So I had a bunch of chests here, and so now we're fixing that too. Yep, so we were just waiting for agricultural science to get from Gleba. We've been fixing throughput issues with Gleba as best we can. I've also, it's funny because I looked at my last run that I did this, and I got really lucky in my last run where if we look at where I've got my plants right here, it was like I had my purple plants there, and I had my green plants here. They were that close just by happenstance of the way it spawned, which is definitely not the case there. We'd certainly need to get our defenses to be way better than what they are here. The best I can think of for dealing with our defense here is probably the least fun way of dealing with it for right now. And I think what that's ultimately going to be is just making a big old box and covering it up with turrets in all directions I expect to get the stompers in, and then just feed a conveyor belt that does the loop. And having that be a thing that they just slowly produce the ammo until we're ready for it. Because this is a thing I can't... Alright, so we're getting our agricultural sense. Isn't a thing I can't just completely ignore. Alright, so we're about to get the science up. And then they'll send the Tantive 4 back to drop off all our goodies. They'll also let me get out here to where I'd be able to build a lot more stuff. Let me guess. Oh, hey. We actually got to the edge there and attacked it. Ah. We just hammered it with artillery is what I'm guessing happened there. Yeah, I think they just built there, and then the artillery hammered, and now I think it's close enough that it's kind of chain aggroing. Yeah, we got new nests over here. How are we doing on my rockets? Literal none. What is the deal with my rockets? Oh, right. The rockets had run out of coal. Okay. Look at 132 rockets. Let's go knock these 2 biter hives back out of here. 132 is not enough rockets to do a whole lot. But we are trying to expand our territory so that I have more materials inside it for when I start running out of iron and coal and all sorts of stuff like that. That's going to take a little bit of time. This expansion here will have us settled for coal for a very long time. Oh, I had the wrong weapon selected. I was like, why can I not fire? Okay. Yep, so took care of the one nest that appeared in the middle. We're down to 99 rockets. Yeah, we had our rockets run out because my coal line was just split between a couple of different things. Hit that point where the throughput was too low and none of the coal was actually getting to the rocket production. Okay. We got 60 rockets to work with here. And I have one rocket left. Okay, so that should save us a couple of constructor bots from running through there. Because yeah, what I'm working on now is I'm going to be boxing this whole area in, because that'll give me iron, copper, several coal, some uranium. Ah, there's another nest over there. So I'm basically just trying to extend. We do have artillery going, but I'm kind of doing a little bit of the artillery creep thing where you move the artillery kind of the end, start hammering stuff in the area, then move it to the next area. We can probably actually move our artillery up, because I have an artillery up here that I really don't need to be here anymore. Because I don't actually want the artillery for purposes of, like, just keeping them away from the wall. That I don't care about. I want the artillery to clear out the nests in the area so that I can continue to expand. And that one probably needs to stay there. So I can go here, grab you. Right, because it's deleted, won't do it. It's fine. We can go down here to where I've got another one. Guess I can go down here, grab you. I'm gonna run way out down here. It's a little bit bold of me to do this, but I'll put it right there so I can start hammering on all these nests. That's a little rough because they're going to be hitting this on the end, not along the wall. So I could escalate pretty badly. They've got one here, but they're slowly hammering away on that. Any artillery research available feasible at the moment? Not especially. Yellow science has been a really big pain point because our oil's been struggling, which is part of why we're trying to get all this captured in our territory, so I can massively expand that. Let's go check to see how we're doing on our yellow science. So it's still waiting on the low density frames. The low density frames are still... Oh, actually, the low density frames are just being produced now. And this is one thing we can do while we're sitting here. Increase the production of our low density frames. Okay. Let's go get back inside the perimeter. We're right about to get the carbon fiber research done. Oop. Hey, buddies. I don't think you should build a nest there. All right. Yeah, so that gave us carbon fiber, which is carbon and Yamako mash. So let's go run back up here to where we make our rockets. That way, again, we get the slow trickle feed of rockets so that we can go out and deal with the next one. That copper node is right about to be done. We've already got the next one already built up and ready. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so let's go check on Gleba, because that's where we'd make this. So what are you complaining about here? Just ammo. So it looks like we're struggling to get those, which is going to boil down to Yamako. So let's start working on... Oh, we already have the drone ports out here. I don't have another good place to get Yamako that isn't going right up here next to those stompers. That's kind of the big problem I have. We've got some way out here. What's it take for us to get the overgrowth thing? That's, I believe, after biter eggs, if I remember correctly. Oh no, it's just expensive. No, actually, I take that back. It is after biter egg handling. What do you take to actually make? you do actually take biter eggs to make. So you have to make the artificial ground and then bring in biter eggs. And biter eggs last for how long before they hatch? 30 minutes, was it? Yeah. So that'd definitely be one we'd bring the artificial soil to Novus, make that there, and deal with that. Because then I believe once we have the overgrowth soil, I can go to Gleba, and any of this green I believe I can use at that stage. Like the actual green stuff. Like this dark stuff in the middle I can't. But it gives me a lot more opportunity. But I definitely got plenty of the purple I can use. I got plenty more I could use of the purple over here. It's the Yamako that's the problem. So if I can get up here, there's tons of usable space, but I got that nightmare to deal with. Alright. So if we check here, so we'll end up getting the big stompers pretty soon. So the big stompers are strong against laser and impact, extremely strong, and relatively... can you craft it on Novus? Because you feel like it's a bit stupid the whole biter egg transportation setup you did? You might actually be right. I might not be able to make that there. Let's see here. So overgrowth soil. Nope, has to be crafted on Gleba. Yeah, so I'd have to transport the biter eggs over there. That sucks. Okay. Thanks, I hate it. So yeah, so the big stomper. So we're not going to be there yet, but if you look at the difference between the big and the little stomper, it's a bit under 5 times its health, and a lot more life regen. It also has more damage, but broadly speaking, the defenses so far as resistance are the same. So ultimately, the biggest problem is lasers are utterly useless and impact is practically useless. I don't think it can be built either, but craft, build are different things. Yeah, no, I was talking about crafting, not building. But yeah, regardless, it needs to be in Gleba. So, physical damage takes a pretty hard hit. So we consider our other options. Explosives work. Explosives work really well. So we want to get our rockets. And the problem with the rockets is I need coal. Which means I need all that. And if I want to get coal on Gleba, I either need to import it, or I need coal synthesis. Using the carbon and all that. And I get that through the rocket turret research, which is what I'm going to be researching right now because it doesn't require the yellow science. Electrical is also nice in stompers. Yeah. What's the range in some of these? So if we check on the weapons here. So the rocket turret has a range of 36. The electrical has a range of 30 as their base range. And you do 120 per shot, and your damage is going to depend. And then the fork chance, I don't know if the stomper counts as multiple targets. I'd imagine not. But the things on the ground that they spit out sometimes, those would, so I'd be able to bridge there. So we could make the Tesla stuff over on the art plan, bring it over. But I think the rocket turrets will be the better call. It'll be locked behind the synthesis, but we could set up the synthesis. Stompers are multiple targets? Gotcha. Okay. Alright. Well, the problem I have right now is I don't have the Tesla research. And I do need to make Tesla ammo, which isn't terrible to make, but that's going to be a whole thing. Versus making the rockets locally should be easier. Now, the thing to consider, let's say you're not sure if it says it there, but Tesla weapons also slow down a target. Oh, Tesla ammo isn't used by the turrets? I see. Gotcha. Okay, so you're made in the electromagnetic plant. It doesn't say that your manufacturing is restricted to Fulgora, but I'm gonna pretend it is because, you know, all the stuff's right there and it'll be easier to just take it and move it. It has an ammo category. I didn't see an ammo category. Yes, it doesn't have an ammo category here. Versus the other gun has an ammo category. Okay. We won't do that again. I've learned my lesson. Oh, and now all of my construction bots are cutting right across all the nests and dying. Trying to fix it. Yeah, 1 megawatt of drain instead. Yeah. I think the rockets are probably the more practical solution. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yep. That's a lot of things dying. What's with my Logibots not... I don't have my drone port turned off. Oh, it is bringing it. We just don't have enough. Yeah, so unfortunately we're losing tons of these bots because they're just going back and forth over this. And I see you trying to do an expansion right there. Yep. Alright. So leaves to stop the one from expanding, which is fine. Stop. Like, there's no bot ports to go away. Follow the track of all the others. Go around. I mean, it's fine. I'm just gonna let them die. And we'll just make more... May the smartest bots win. I've got tons to spare of them, so it's not that big a deal. It's just a little annoying that's like, why would you cut across this area that I'm pretty sure they can't make it. They'll get over here, they'll run low on battery, and they'll turn back, and they'll just keep dying. But that's only the ones that happened to be down here at the time. That's the whole reason I want to close this off, is because once I close that off, I won't need to deal with that nonsense anymore, because we'll have the entire inside area, we can clear it out and be done with it. That's fine. We got one last one to die there. Then I can choose to ignore him for a while. I'm making it farther than I thought. I don't expect you to make it, though. I expect you to die right here. Nope, it's the little bot that could. Bots are still dumb, that's a problem. Yeah, they just choose to take routes that don't really make sense. The big thing I need is I have got to get the rocket supply up. So that's just rockets and explosives. So we can probably do here to increase the yield of this a bit. So you can go ahead and grab those. Alright, with that... we should be able to handle 2 of those going at the same time. It'll also mean I'll have 800 of those in storage at any given time. We can hopefully increase the output so I can go ahead and deal with this a little bit easier. The other thing that would help a lot is if we get the research to increase our artillery's range, that could be a really big win, because then you could just, like, I could have this one go out here, I could keep that area from filling in, we can, you know, gradually work over here, get the artillery there, start just smashing down the nests. That's usually how I deal with most of the nests, is I just artillery them down. Alright, so looking back at Gleba, I think the reality is I'm going to need to get rocket production going on Gleba, and that we can go and make ourselves a ton of rockets. Go over to Gleba, knock this all down, and we'll expand our territory into this area. Because if I grab this, I'm going to have more than enough of the stuff that I won't have to worry about it. I can also potentially smash that and grab all this kind of thing as well. There's plenty of the purple down here, but we'll end up needing to expand our perimeter. The other thing is, I don't think the rocket turrets have a power use. Yeah, so it's just ammo. So that is a thing that I could get the rocket production going on Gleba. And once you've got that, we can make the solid wall of rockets and just work it way around. And it'll just take a lot of work and time. So, one of the other things we want to do here is, like, this is all shut down for right now. All this garbage, I want to get that, at least the common things like belts and inserters, I want to get that in kind of a not bot mall. But unfortunately, all of this is kind of in the way. So, that's going to be the tricky part. Of how do I change its structure so that it's more reasonable? Okay. So for right now, we're making the ammo, because right now, basically the way this works is the bots are my conveyor belt. Which is certainly not a great setup. I guess it'd be really hard to work around. They got tons of landfill. Start filling it all in. Why are you not moving? Oh, wait. Why is there ammo? Okay. Ah. That's pretty annoying. Okay, we can make this work. Maybe. So let's get these bullets out of here. Because we accidentally had that one turn, so I was putting those on there. So once we get these ones off, if it slow feeds in, we should be able to just... And I know I'm putting in there where the dirt goes, And I'm kind of just looking to be like, it's just a couple units. Yeah, so grab 2 here, and there might be like 1 or more. Yeah, so that'll be it there. I didn't realize that belt had butted in. Okay, so that solves that problem. Because we ended up needing those bullets anyways. Alright. So I basically told him just landfill this whole area down here. And what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to start going down here and being like, okay, go down here, here's where we make our copper wire, where we make our green circuits, where we make our red circuits, where we make our blue circuits, here's where we go down here, make our gears, make our conveyor belts, make our better conveyor belts. And as we do that, tear this down. Again, like, individual stuff that we're not going to make much of, so like the, a lot of stuff like the requester chests and all that, those I don't mind being botted out because they'll just only once in a while make them. But stuff like circuit boards and gears and all that really shouldn't be on that. Okay, so we got everything booted back up and running up again, so that's good news. I am going to need to acquire another source of stone, which is going to be getting way over here, unfortunately. Which is going to probably mean needing to just daisy chaining more and more drone ports, so I don't have to be there to deal with it. That's fine. If we don't daisy chain those around, what ends up happening is when I need to deal with this stuff, I always have to visit in person. Or the other thing you do is get, like, vehicles and all that, which can help out. Yeah, so I'm going to run it over there, so we got a drone port in here. And I can just put down more drills to get more stone in here. Because I am going to want to eventually start walling this area off. So you can put defenses around it. It's just all going to take time. Okay, and that should give me enough to build on those. Okay. So we've got all that going, so we got the extension going out there. We'll definitely want to put walls around that at some point as well, but just another thing on the list to do. Okay. This is another project we can work on here, which is to upgrade the belt going there. But the gleba is one handful of places. You actually use the uncommon and rare miners. Yeah, I mean, I could import the miners from Volcanus. It wouldn't be an awful idea. So another thing we can do is make sure that we can put a drone port there. The same deal here is I'm going to go up there. I'm going to say improve all that belt. I believe we've got all this set up over here. Improve all that belt. Big miners are worth it for the stone for longevity. Yeah, where it consumes 50% less. That's what I was thinking, is those piles only carry like 100,000, 200,000 stone tops. Alright, so we're actually getting a pretty okay amount of ammo. I'm still going to let it go for a bit longer till I get like a full amount. And then, like I said, we're going to go ahead and do the rounds of knocking down more of this. I want to try and focus on going down this way and just trying to knock down as many of these so we can go ahead and bring that wall across. The more and more I can close it off, the more and more when they try to expand, they'll just walk into our laser turrets, and then I don't have to deal with cleanup later. So we've got the rocket turret is waiting. The Tantifor is waiting for your materials on Gleba. Which they're now actively filling up another full rocket worth of science to send off. We're definitely not getting enough of the quality stuff. So let's check. So realistically, 200 of this would be entirely feasible. Well, I mean, those have about the same lifespan left. Yeah, as much as I want a quality of the science, I don't think it makes sense in this case. Like, quality science is good because it lasts a lot longer, but in this case, we could just get the rockets going quicker. Because I don't see a situation where I produce enough of these. Like, 16 of these is not enough to justify a rocket. It is 300%, but that'd be getting the equivalent of, like, 50 of these. Which is not... It's like, this would be the equivalent of about 50 of those. Which does not make sense. And these are double, so that's about 300, which is a decent enough amount. But at the same time, when I could launch 1,000 per trip, it's like, okay, I definitely know we want to quality them in the long run, but I think for it to make sense, the throughput has to be higher. Okay, meanwhile, you've got this going on. Right. So, what we'll want to do here is, at this moment, I've got all that iron going up here. That will need to change. That I will need to be able to bring that iron around down here somewhere. And then same with the copper. But my thought is, first of all, I just start designing the area down here where I could just have our, like, copper input there, iron input there, and have at least 2 or 3 of the materials going. Because if we look at the stuff on the far right, it boils down to circuit board, gears, and that could be that there, circuit board. Just pack the good ones with the normal ones, they're all going to the same place. I know, right? They're like, no, you can't mix. You can't mix. That's not a proper organization strategy. Are you kidding me? What's your deal? Why are you not? Oh, you're out of bioflux cause the mash. Which is ultimately boiling down to just not having enough of the fruit consistently. And that's still circling back to the same problem we've been having this whole time. Is that, on Gleba, I need more of the material from there, but to get the material I need to push something else. And it looks like we are actively... Oh, I see what's going on. Right, the reason why we're running out of bioflux now is all of these just kicked into high gear because we're consuming all of the iron plate now to make all the conveyor belts to fill in all the areas I upgraded. Which I do think it is worth filling in those conveyor belts. But that has basically strained our ability to do the stuff here. Which is straining our ability to make the science. Which is a problem. How do I want to approach this? So, okay, well, it's starting to overfill again. I just need to make sure at least enough is getting down here that occasionally the science gets made. As long as that happens, we can keep things moving. Yeah, so I have got to expand this. I assume we're just going to need to make our way over there. Alright, so we've got about... not quite 300. Alright, so I'm going to go knock down some nests. And I'm kind of still thinking if we can hold out till the rocket research happens, then all I do is I make it a point to go down here and then just do the rocket, like go to Gleba and just bring the rocket research with me. We start putting as much effort as we can to mass produce rockets. Alright. I don't know where that one was aiming. Okay. So we got the two worst defending nests there. Alright, so we don't have any other nests that are showing up that I can obviously see here. There probably is another nest. Let's just cut across here just in case. There's very likely another nest that's moved into this area. Not seeing one. Alright, so I think what we do is go hit that nest over there. Yeah, well, it's a combination of the rockets and all that. We've gotten a bunch of upgrades to the rockets since the last time we went, like, before we came back to Novus. And yeah, and then plus being able to throw just a ton of power in there for movement speed and armor, or shields has been good. Okay. Alright. They're just under 100 bullets left. Okay, so we can go over here. We'll knock this nest down here because it's pretty close, so it'll probably aggro over. Alright. That'll be our bots going from the far left side, cutting across the middle and getting killed. So last 53 rockets are going to go to do as much damage as they can on those nests. Okay. Okay, there's the last 3. Now, those are just spitters. So it is possible I can move around fast enough. I might be able to just scooch in there and let my lasers do the work. Let me out. We definitely don't want to get caught with that. That is a dangerous game. Let's just... We got the spawners. We can come back for the rest later. Okay. So we got that. Where we destroyed a bunch of this nest. We got all that. They're building out this side to, again, continue closing this whole thing off. So we're getting pretty close to being able to close this off there. Because every little bit makes it harder for them to go there. There's a lot of cliff lines down there, too, that should also help mitigate things. But yeah, so I need to get that closed off, because once we do that, we're right about to get the last of the research done for the rocket turrets. I'm really hoping we have enough research left and it hasn't stalled out at 2% because there just wasn't enough science, or some of it got the chance to rot first or whatever. Yeah, let's take a look. And that's exactly what happened. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, so you continue to feed bullets over there, so at least have some defense for when things kick off. Alright. And you're doing the best you can. Yeah, you don't have any rules anymore. You're just feeding out the belts as fast as it's able to do its thing. Yeah, we'll definitely just need more of that. Are you going over here? Those two just ran out. Alright, so realistically we need to get over here to connect the next bunch. Gives a new game plus where you start with the suit. I'd be okay with that. I know that kind of spoils a lot of stuff, but come on. I don't think it's that big a deal. Let's grab our drills. Okay, and we can just go like this, this. There's the merger. The good thing about this game is you can cheat at any time and just build your own New Game Plus. I mean, yeah, you could like literally just like tear down your factory and just be like, okay. And from here we need... Oh, we can just put a little pull there. There we go. Alright, so that means we'll get more stone as we needed. I mean, just use the world editor and give yourself a mech suit. Yeah, I mean, you could definitely do that, but there's something about having, like, a properly baked-in one Because there's lots of games you can just go in and like map edit or whatever. But it's certainly an experience when you can just go in and have that thing you're looking for and whatnot. Yes, the artillery's not doing much for us just because of how I got it. Once I get this corner filled in, unless I do just like a thing where I just shoot out sideways to reach something, which I can't imagine there'd be a resource I'd need for that, we can just kind of go over and do like artillery here. When that's all cleared out, bring it across, artillery along the line. You know, yada yada. Alright, one thing I'm gonna do, because this is wholly irrelevant now, just get rid of that. Because I started to make a wall there, and then it's like, oh, with all this stuff in, I might as well just go big and cut off this whole area, because this will give me more enough expansion room for whatever I could possibly need. So I can go over here, I can make a cutoff point to drop down here to do stuff that I need here. Honestly, at this point, this wall serves very little purpose. That's alright. We're not really struggling on anything but the accumulators so far as things to be manufactured. They're up to 124 bullets. How goes things in Gleba? Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is. Because ultimately the reason we were originally doing this is for the oil. But there's, you know, a really, really big copper node here, a pretty decent iron node, it's not huge, a little bit of uranium, that's good, tons of oil. Tons of oil. This is some really lucrative oil, which is why we were starting this whole process. And then just by happenstance, there's like, you know, 3 different really good coal patches. So the only thing really not in here is stone. And I do have, this stone's being exploited. I actually do have a spare stone area that I'm just not even bothering with right now. For when that goes lower, we can go ahead and get that hooked up. Because I recognized we were starting to get to a point we also needed iron. Oh, right. We were getting low on iron, weren't we? That, we have... You're down to 1.4 million, and you're down to 1.5 million. And they're fine. The problem is the throughput because half the drills have gone dry. So what we want to do up here is get you brought onto the network. Right, you cover bigger areas, so you'll get those too. Okay. And don't bother trying to put that back there. It won't do anything. Same with you on these 2 power poles. Alright, so we got those. And I don't really need this to be, like, the highest throughput, you know, anything. And we got the railroad is way down there. That's alright. Then go to you. And stamp that out. We'll bridge the power over here. Okay, and for the time being... we're definitely going to want to get a train station, all that set up here. Okay, so this is probably going to want to curve up here somewhere. So I think what I'm going to go ahead and do for right now is we can go ahead and put the train station over here. Honestly, I'm fine with that. I'm not very picky. All this stuff's going to get moved around many times before this is over. And then the one correction I need to do, remove that signal. There you go. And then get rid of that splitter. Get rid of that splitter. Get rid of this splitter. I need to update these designs. So that I don't have to, like, fix them. Because I need to go to, there's the one signal that I had wrong. Okay. So that'll get that on the network as well. So now the next move is going to be bringing the train down. We'll start by running the train tracks down here. Okay. Cool. Okay. Actually surprised that didn't cause us problems, but alright. Because we'll end up extending a lot of these. Hey, Bassett, how's it going? Cool, now get those power poles to fill that gap in. Then we got this nonsense here. Do I have one of those already ready to rock and roll? That's construction bot, I can live with that. Let's use the blueprint one here for a second. So I'm just going to grab all of this a bit wider than I need to. You know, clean all this junk off the sides. Get the power poles out of here. Clear this junk off the side here. Oh, this is a bad intersection. I can't use this one. It's not the same way each side. Do I get a better intersection? That looks right. Okay, so none of those, none of those, none of you, none of you, nope. So all those, get them out of here. Trim off the extra pieces off the edges here. Okay, four-way intersection. Create. So now I can go over here and pop you down right there. Go to this. Oh, right. So I'd have to go here, do this, grab you here. Yeah, I'll end up needing to move some of these around, which is the same thing I had to do in the other time I was playing, is like, after a while I'll take the belt balancers and move them into their own thing, and some like the generic like drone ports and all that would go on their own thing, my defensive lines would go on their own thing. Okay, so you two have emptied out the ore there, so we can go ahead and pull you up. You're all solid, and you're configured, right? Yeah, you're fine. Let's double check that. Yeah, you're fine. We don't use much coal in the factory because I got rid of the coal power way back. So that's kind of annoying. So they're trying to recharge on the drone port that is queued to be picked up. Luckily, there's still enough of them that they'll, sooner or later, one will circle back and yoink that, and I won't have to worry about it. Alright. So bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to quickly do that, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back in just a minute. I'll just do that, because the moment I step away is when the Stomper shows up in Gleba and destroys everything. Alright, so I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. Alright. Felt ignored. Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Was just focused. Just about to go to bed? Gotcha. Oh, you got Star Ocean. Fun. Yeah, no, I wasn't trying to ignore you. I just missed the message. Not enough logic not enough logic storage chests. Yes, there is. Yeah, so the problem is, until they pick up that drone board, they're just going to sit there. Because they see that as a valid network. Because it has solar panels powering it. So it is a valid network, but they can't put it anywhere because there's nowhere to store it. But it is a separate network from the rest of my bot network, despite everything going over the top of it. Like I said, it'll go until the moment one bot picks that thing up, and then they'll scatter and get back to work. Oh, is that sulfur on a coal line over there? Sulfur on a coal line. Oh no, it's deliberately split. Oh, actually, on the very end of it, but luckily the end of it's not being used. Alright, so we are consuming all of that. Ah, we have insufficient petroleum. Okay, so we're hitting the point where there is just not enough oil. Okay. So we're back to the stage where the oil just is insufficient. which works out. We're actively extending this right now, which is perfect, because there's my oil. We require more Vespian gas. That's Aquillo. Aquillo is where the Vespian gas comes from. I am going to go ahead and tell you that you may rip up all of that now. And when I told him to... Okay. So we're going to have all that. We got a new nest down there, then we got the knockdown. So the big issue I'm going to run into there with the oil starting to drown, that's going to cause my plastic to drop off. It's going to cause my rocket production to drop off. We already, unfortunately, do have our speed modules in all those things. So this is kind of those things. And meanwhile, I'm going to grab this drone port myself. Get out of here. Alright, so I got about 260 rockets. Let's knock down this nest that's in the middle here. These cheeky little ones trying to sneak in the back. Okay. And just check before we start hammering any nests to see if we got any new nests that got built up over here. Ow. Let's get around here. Just trying to finish these off. Cool, so I've got all that. So I can go over here and knock down these. I've got these lasers going, but they do so little against the biter variants. Oh, and that's it for the rockets. Is there anything here that's, like, mostly dead? Yeah, those are too tanky. Okay, we still knocked it down a lot. Okay, and that is our rocket research. And we had a nest built up behind us while we were down there. So, lovely. But the good news here is we should be able to get this oil down, which will get things going. And this will be more oil than we've had the entire run. So it should be a completely non-issue once we get there. It's going to take a while, unfortunately. Like everything. But we did get to where we could start setting up the production of rockets on Gleba. Oh, I see. There you go. You weirdly have not connected here. Okay. So let's get back over to where the rockets are at so we can slowly replenish our supply. And then meanwhile, we're going to queue up another research. Oh, the advanced asteroid processing is perfectly fine by me. We'll queue up another research, and then we can go ahead and from there get that stuff situated. Okay. Okay, so rocket production's right here. Alright, so with the research, we did get... Yeah, so we've got Aquillo coming after the processing here. Which then that's all that stuff. We have the productivity, we have higher yield stuff, we've got the lightning, we've got epic quality is a big one. The Spidertron's a big one. We're working on the advanced asteroid processing because doing this, you know, literally they require advanced processing because you're just going to want it. Yeah, so tree seeding lets you just plant, like, trees. I don't really care about that so much. The trees can be useful for pollution control, but, you know, why would I do that? Let's see here. Of the things we got down here, I could put in the range. Then I got Passette playing some Digimon. Also plays Pokemon and are like, you know, kind of turn-based RPGs, that kind of thing. So if that's your jam, you can find it over there. Put just other stuff on here on the queue. That's gonna take time. That does mean I must be getting my yellow science going again. Yeah, so we do have yellow science going again. That's good news. Alright, so let's go to Gleba. Because the big thing we just unlocked was the ability to process the alternative oil processing recipe. Okay, and the alternate oil processing recipe is not those buildings. Is the chem labs? I'm going to need that for that. Yeah. Coal synthesis. So coal synthesis will be carbon, sulfur, and water. And that'll let me make coal. And we could use the coal to make explosives, which will also take sulfur. So the sulfur we have over here somewhere... Oh, the sulfur was right there. Right, I ripped up the sulfur because I needed the lab for other things. So I can go here, check you, change your settings to sulfur. Is that the right? No, that's not the right location. Then go here. So you make sulfur. That sulfur gets fed in this belt. Where does the sulfur come out? You take the rod out there. You grab the materials here. Oh, you weren't sulfur. You were the oil, or you were the, lubricant. Okay. Alright. Yeah, sulfur's down here. Okay, so we got the sulfur here. That's fine. So ultimately what we're going to want to do is probably in here somewhere we're going to set up making our explosives. So the first thing we're going to need is I'm going to need to be able to make the carbon. Which does mean I got to go get that carbon recipe. And that's going to be made in the chem lab. And with the chem lab, that's the thruster. So you do the carbon recipe. It's not that one. What's the alternate? One second. So carbon. There's a second recipe for this. Alternate recipes, burnt spoilage. Oh, that's easy. Okay, so we take spoilage, we make the spoilage into carbon. So you can probably do that around here somewhere. Basically, put it before those, so I can start snagging spoilage off the line. Actually, I could probably put it, like, right here. So take the burnt spoilage, so we can grab you, and do this for spoilage if we have any left over. So that's going to give me the carbon. Alright, so that's the first step. And now we're making the carbon, and we want to use that for synthetic coal, which requires a chem plant. So I want to go and put the chem plant. Because you also need water. I know I've got water around here somewhere. I've got water... Where is that water? Got water up here. Yeah, and I've got water right there. Yeah, so if I put you here... At what speed do you make this carbon? 1 unit per 12 seconds. Okay. That seems painfully slow. What speed do I need that? That's not what I needed. 5 units for 2 seconds. Did I read that recipe right? Produces 1 unit per 12 seconds. Okay. So you're going to be horrifically slow. Let's plan for potentially needing to escalate that. So we can go way up here. You are going to be here for coal synthesis. Alright. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and put you running right up here. Alright, so then you're also going to need sulfur and water. Like I said, water's right down here. So it shouldn't be too hard to get the water where I need it. Okay, and now bring the water there. And now we just need the sulfur, which is right here. We can probably do one of these where I just put the splitter right there. Move the power pole up 1 notch. Okay. Do I have chem labs being produced? I have chem labs being produced, right? I probably don't. Of course not. We can remove that power pole. It's redundant. And I know I want to decrease our dependency on the robot mall. But part of that is going to be getting to the point where I can do the R stuff. Alright, so. And then what the heck do I need to make the missile turret, by the way? Rocket launchers, synthetic, sorry, carbon fiber, and blue circuits and all that. So a lot of that stuff's going to be just annoying to deal with. But first up, we get this all set up. So you start doing your thing. Okay, so with that, that's going to give us coal. Alright, and with coal, I can then make explosives. And the explosives are water, sulfur, and coal. So this can actually work out relatively well. What we could do here is have you pop off one tile earlier. Put this there, put one spot here. And then for right now, I turn you around, set you up for explosives for now. We'll probably need to scale this way up in the long run. But for the interim, that gives us the explosives. Now we can chuck that over the fence. You don't have power. And that leads us to making the rockets themselves, which is just iron plates and that. And the iron plates, I do have the iron plates right over here. I don't have a great way of getting them off this line. I could split it, go down here, cut it up here, and bring it across there. For the time being, we're not going to worry about scaling this up much. So you're going to be rockets. Because I don't imagine what we're dealing with here is going to be a high volume kind of issue. It's going to be a I need to be producing it all kind of issue. Alright, so we're officially making rockets. Not well, horrifically badly, but we are producing rockets. And unfortunately, this is one where, with my efficiency where we really don't waste much rot, that we're not getting this stuff particularly fast. Because you're making how much coal per one of those? 1. Okay, that's gonna be a whole thing. On the plus side, this means I don't have to be stressed about if we get lots of rot. So, one thing we could probably do here is I've got this whole thing going on. These probably shut down. That we were making the extra nutrients here. These probably go away and become another one over here. So, let's go and yoink you two, yoink you, get all that out of here. Remove that. Put you here. Put you there. Set you to this recipe as well. And then I have it where these rot between the two of them. They could try and feed back and forth. Question is, do I yoink that? I mean, that does have the split off that burns, so I think we just shut this down. That we don't use that recipe at all anymore. Alright. So that should give us a little bit more carbon, to get us a little bit more explosives, to get us a little bit more rocket production. The rocket production is going to be horrendously bad. We'll probably be able to scale it up with some work, but it's going to be almost entirely this coal. It is a thing I think will happen is, yeah, we're seeing only like 1 unit of rot get by every once in a while. Oh no, they're just cycling the same units of rot through here again and again. We don't need to do that anymore. That can all go away. Yes, every once in a while a couple units of rot get through because things are still running. I'm trying to think if there's a good way here. So what I could potentially do is I could potentially have a way to feed rot over to the other side. So I could split this here, loop it back around, and have rot back up here. And that way these don't ever sit here idling. It's kind of like our rot overflow lane. Because don't really need it to be fed into the fire. It doesn't give us much. Okay. So basically, I'll try to feed any rot that gets past all of this over here first, and only if this backs up will it feed it into the fire. Alright, well, we're doing what we can with that. So, we've got that going. The next thing that needs to happen is I'm going to need to be able to make the carbon fiber. The carbon fiber is Carmid and Yamako. Okay, alright. That changes things because that means I need a lot. Oh, I hate that. There's really some there shouldn't be any more quality stuff going around here at all. Unless you're just now rotting the rest of that away. So I'm going to go with this strategy of I don't want to deal with that myself. And there. And my problem is solved, that I don't have to care about it. Because we shouldn't be getting any more of those. Because that was coming from the labs down here making quality stuff. I don't think we're making literally any more quality anything on here. So if there's any rot of quality still floating around on this whole thing, that's leftovers that have managed to be avoided, I think. Because none of these are backed up where they can't empty, right? You know, you all seem like you're fine. Yeah, so weirdly enough, the problem I have now is simply not enough rot. The good news, we are getting some of that to buffer on. Okay, so that should at least help a little bit. Right, so the next issue, as I mentioned before, we are running into the problem of... Oh, you know what? Didn't I tell you to tone it down so you wouldn't get more rot here? I mean, that belt's at saturation, so I can't do much with that anyways. That's fine. Alright, so... how am I going to deal with this? One thing I could potentially do, which is kind of a cursed idea, is... What are you waiting on? You're full of rot. Why are you full of rot? Because that's hit saturation. Well, you see, I happen to have a need here for rot. So maybe we can make this work out. If you can't get that to work, just gonna shove that over the fence over there. That can slowly filter in. Alright, so we're doing the best there. Right, so I need to get the carbon fiber, and that was the problem, is I need carbon for the carbon fiber. And Yamako mash. Which is going to be another strain on my Yamako mash. So, I do think that's one of those ones is what's going to end up happening here. Is once I get the defensive line here dealt with, so where I can just do this place remotely, then we're going to need to go back to Gleba. I'm going to need to knock down some of the stompers nearby using the rockets we're making. That way I can expand our production. And what I'm probably going to need to do is make a deliberate place for rotting stuff. And then once we get that deliberate place for... Oh, come on, stop expanding. Once I get the deliberate place for rotting stuff, we should be able to keep the carbon going smoothly. The most efficient way of rotting stuff is recycling nutrients. Yeah, no, I figured it was going to be nutrients, whether it was recycling it or just making it, you know, in a way that's egregious or whatever. Gotcha. Cool. So a couple more nests here. All right. No, recycle nutrients, not rot. One nutrient into one rot for 5 minutes later. Yeah, because like a nutrient turns into one rot when it goes bad. Versus because you make a nutrient when you're making rot, we make a nutrient from like whatever it is, like 5-10 rot or whatever it is. And it gives you like 75% back on, you know, generally on what you're recycling. I get the idea. Okay. Rotter rockets, I'm just trying to finish this nest off since it's mostly dead. Alright. Cool. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I can see the idea that you can effectively get way more rot per cycle. The question then would be, like, if we look at the nutrient real fast. Nutrient or rot? Why can't I see? It's fine, we'll just go this way. We check the nutrient. So the recycling the nutrient is 0.12 seconds, so that's very quick. It should give me 2 to 3 spoilage. And as an added thing, you could add the productivity thing to potentially get an extra one. I think, honestly, it'd be the speed module you'd probably go through. Alright. So I can run over here just for a minute so I'm not... We'll go back over here. Get that done. We're definitely gaining ground every single time we go out and do that clearing. So the next time, if I go out of my way to hit in the far right, we can continue to expand the front line, as it were. Yeah, because we destroyed that nest, so I can start cutting that across. We can go over here real fast. It's got more of that to do. I need to start chaining the drones out here so I can get at that oil. We've almost got that area sorted out. Meanwhile, if we go back over to Gleba. Yeah, so the issue is I'm going to have to go up here. I'm going to have to deal with that. So meanwhile, this is cooking a bunch of rockets. These are the single target rockets. For a lot more for a lot more ammo, I can get the the area of effect ones. But with the explosives being the bottleneck, I feel like the direct target is probably going to be my better call. That might not be the correct decision. So meanwhile, we've got all you going on. You're building out your junk. Yeah, so you get the idea. So we're trying to build this down here, and eventually this is going to cut across here as well. It's just a shame this whole area has been wide open, and then just the occasional cliff. I wish we had more big bodies of water like we have up here, where we can kind of block off entire areas. Oh, you are not actually, you're not actually wired up to work. Also, you don't actually have power here. There we go. So you will check for iron ore. And then you are now in the network. You already got your signals and all that wired up, so they can use that. You're all good here. It looks like everything's waiting on the agriculture science. That's fine. For the time being, I actually don't mind that being the bottleneck. Ooh, actually. Ah, you're waiting for having your slightly more fuel. This is taking too long to fill up. These are all going to need to be redone. There you go. Those are all going to need to be redone to not be so incredibly inefficient. That is an eventually goal, but it isn't a goal I need to be dealing with right now. Yeah, and you're just going to be in terrible shape until we get this oil hooked up. But yeah, I'm actively working on expanding the drone ports. And I'm going to hook all of those up to go to one train stop, because it should just be one that they'll be able to just keep rotating through again and again. Yeah, it'll be probably one or two more. We'll probably put one more down, and I'll put pretty close to the lineup, then we can clean up the corner when we're ready. Yeah, so I have just 4 nests that we'll have to knock down. We'll probably have 2 expansions I'll have to get rid of before this is over. Okay, so we've already got 100 rockets, so that's good news. Right. Yeah, so I don't think... what'll be the way to get a whole lot of this? Because now I realize I'm going to need a ton of this. The good news is this is literally just nutrients and spoilage is all that needs. So it's not too bad to deal with. But what I would need to do is go somewhere along here. Yeah, because you're working that the whole way around. What are you... Oh, you're not even connected anymore. Okay, I don't know when that got broken. Glad I caught that. Alright. But yeah, so I think we'll probably end up doing is I'll probably end up having an area where I can just funnel some nutrients off to the side and just shove it on there. I would definitely want to potentially do the recycling thing, because that's probably very abusable. In this particular case, it'll probably just be easier for me to not go through all that and just go with what we got. We almost have enough for another rock, but unfortunately that is going to go bad. Yeah, start with the stuff most likely to spoil first in the future. Oh, never mind, they're doing the logic network, so that's fine. Alright. And you're already on your way out of here. Honestly, with how long it has to wait on the other side to recoup its fuel, it might actually be worth it to, might be worth it to not run all 3 engines, so instead of going really fast from point A to point B, get our stuff going. You know, how the rest of you doing? Your fuel's all fine. Your fuel's okay. We've almost got 150 rockets. Alright. But none of that matters until we get more Yamako. Because, like, right now, if I divert Yamako to try and make the carbon fiber, then we won't get enough of the bioflux, and if we don't get enough bioflux, the whole rest of the thing starts grinding to a halt. And you've got all your belts replaced now? Yeah, you do. Except for down here. That's waiting on drone ports. The drone ports are... here somewhere. We have drone ports. Okay, so that tells me we probably have a disconnect in the grid somewhere. No, you're solidly in range to be built. And everything else is connected. Oh, is this one of those things that... No, I mean, you're... Yeah, your whole grid is connected. Oh, we didn't lose a bunch of them or anything. I apparently do have 82 construction drones on the network. What is going on here? So you're on the provider chest, you're fine. We've got all these different places I need you. Is one a power in between? I'm not seeing it. Yeah, so you have a construction drone in here. And that's directly over top the drone port. And you're connected there, and you're connected there, and then you're the next thing there. And they're connected. Huh. I don't really know. Because we would also potentially get the, like, there's not storage or whatever. And I don't think... Yeah, it's not probably them. Yes, it isn't a provider chest. I double-checked that. Yep, it isn't a passive provider chest. And there's like 50-something construction bots. I do wish it was easy to see where my construction bots are. And you're bridged across there. We do have... I mean, that has no power, but also doesn't have a drone port. Okay, so almost all the bots are here. If we check the network, they're there. So you're connected and powered, you're connected and powered, you're connected and powered, you're connected and powered, connected and powered, connected and powered. This is where the stuff is. Connected and powered, connected and powered. They're just all chilling in this one way over here. Like, maybe the diagonal is an issue, but that should work. Yeah, no, it's... The problem is, they're all sitting in here. They're idle. They're not doing anything. Let's check the power grid. Are we... No, the power grid's fine. Like, I definitely have a constructor bot just running around here doing their thing. Oh, you're not getting built because you have to put landfill underneath it. That explains why that one's not getting built. And then this one's... Okay, so it's the landfill. Alright, okay, that makes me feel better. Yeah, that makes me feel better. So it's just... It's the fact that we need more landfill. It is Gleba. That should have been my first assumption when I didn't see an obvious thing like stuff disconnected. Let's go down here. Deal with this handful of nests. I have this permanent spot right here that's just not going to get picked up forever. It'll happen someday. Or not. I don't care. Alright, so if we can cut across here with our 200 missiles-ish and knock down these last couple of nests. Well, if it's just you, I'm not going to waste rockets. There you go. Okay. So grab the blueprint again. There you go. Grab the blueprint again. There you go. Okay. And mop it all up. Yeah, so plan is to get that all queued up. And, like, there's a very good chance while they're building this whole thing, because this is a disgustingly large project, that we'll have one or two last expansions that move here. That's okay if that happens. Because we get most of it done, then I can potentially use... I've got a couple of tanks sitting around. I can potentially use the tank to just mop up one or two nests. Alright. Cool. And honestly, one nest by itself, let's just finish that off. Alright. And so with this... Oh, you suck. They built a nest right in the middle while I was working on all this stuff. One second, I know. That'll be good enough. Alright. So it's an enclosed space now. Well, I mean, it's the plan as an enclosed space. It's not physically built yet. Alright, so I do have one nest that's in behind here. Let's see if it's small enough I could take it down with just the gun and 2 rockets. I probably won't be able to. I'll probably have to go through and collect some rockets and knock it down. Correction, there's 2 nests back here. Nope, that is not happening without rockets. Well, actually... I know, I see them all dying, I'm working on it. Okay, what about over here? Thank you, drones, for keeping them all busy for a couple of seconds. Yeah, so these are bigger nests, I wouldn't be able to do that. But these nests being as small as they were, that's fine. Okay, so we've now got this area cleared. I feel like it's fairly confident to know it's clear. With all the drones crisscrossing everywhere, if there's a nest in there, we would be hitting it. Now, the only concern here is around this area, the possibility of one last group sneaking in while we're building the wall. But that's pretty good that we'll probably have that all handled there. Meanwhile, for just another project to add on to the incredibly overgrown list of projects to be done, I will have to move one over here. And then with that, I'll need a train station here. We do have... Where's our oil pickup? We put a little tiny oil pickup right over here. Let's just grab you as you are. That'll work for this part. So there's our train stop here. And then now I need the oil ducts. Did I miss any on this side? No. Alright, so this is going to be a colossal disaster because I got a billion of these. Let's take all the ones that are close enough that I might as well just hardline them together. Honestly, with the cost of the undergrounds, let's slam these all together. Okay, so I connect all of you together. So then here... we could just go here and here. Alright, now we just move power into this area and get them all wired up. And I believe that's... Oh, nope, missed that. Oh no, you got overlapped corner. Okay, so that's one of the 2 oil fields. And then the other one's down here. Okay, now I just wire you up. Okay. Then I hook that up. So there's a chance later on I'm going to end up wanting to change that out. To have more stops here. Because that is a tremendous amount of oil. But at the same time, it's nothing I gotta worry about right now. It's also one of those things that if we do get to the point where I'm consuming so much oil that I really need to get the second stop going. That's fine. Alright, so you got all that going on. Hey, Mugster, how's it going? Have you ever tried the space exploration mod? No, generally speaking, I tend not to mod my games. It's just a personal preference. Alright, so that should ultimately resolve that. We're getting this all sorted out here. Okay, that's just telling it to destroy the cliffs, which is fine. And they're working on getting that done as fast as they can. Okay, so with that, I think we're probably good at this stage to get back to Gleba and start dealing with that nonsense. Because the rest of this, with that mostly being sealed off now... Yeah, I think even if we have a nest break in here, I could probably just take a tank down there and make it work. Let me see how much rockets we have. If we have more rockets, I'll quickly run down there and knock down those... Yeah, let's knock down those nests one last time. I got 150. We'll do that just to play it safe. We'll knock down the nest, just the nest right at that gap. And then we'll go head over to Gleba, because I need to get the carbon fiber going, and I need to get Yamako. I need to go... Basically, I need to kill some of the spider things so that I can get the Yamako. And generally speaking, I don't have a good choice of a thing to deal with them other than go there myself and do it personally. Alright, so you got enough here that that'll hold that spot. So it's just over here that I'm worried about. There's these 2 nests right here. Make that 3 nests. Okay. Do that stuff. Not a whole lot. We are in kind of the Aquillo prep. We're getting the last of the technologies required before you're able to research the Aquillo system. We just need to pop over to Gleba again for a minute to clear out 1 or 2 things so you can expand a bit easier. Ooh, don't get caught in that, please. Alright, with that, no more rockets. So kill the things chasing me. And that should give more than enough breathing room for the bots to seal off the wall to secure our perimeter here. And then with that, I don't need to be here dealing with this myself. Yep, so we can just use the bots to deal with the rest of it. Alright. Yeah, because they'll want to expand a little bit here. And they're already getting this all built out on this end and on this end. So it doesn't even need to be like fully walled off to be secured. If there's even a couple of guns there, that is enough to take out like the little expansion groups. And with no pollution causing them to chain spawn to go up there because of how far out we push that perimeter, it should be relatively safe. And then once the wall's up, I'll probably put an artillery down here at the corner and start, you know, peppering artillery around the outer edges. But yeah, so with that, now we can have the drones crisscrossing all through here, and we won't just randomly lose construction bots because some nest got in the area in between the territory. Because we had this, like, weird, funky zigzag shape. One thing we can do real fast is this wall is completely unused, like, unneeded now. Go ahead and yoink all of this up. Alright. So if we do that when we start running low on like walls or laser turrets or anything like that, you know, there's that. And I left all the accumulators and solar panels so I can continue helping out the power grid. There's no reason for me to pick those up and move them. Yeah, the power grid's doing okay. Let's see here. And you're doing fine over there. This is something I could take care of remotely. But they'll get that on the train network. And that should solve our oil problem, which is the whole reason we started that whole task. Okay, so let's just go to our box, drop off some ammo. And then we're good to hitch the ride the next time the ship comes here for Gleba. We'll hop on board, head back over to Gleba, do that whole bit. Meanwhile, where is the ship from Gleba? Okay, so the ship from Gleba is here right now. It's probably refueling, so let's give it just a minute. I'm going to run down here. I'm just going to check. We've got things trying to make upgraded modules. I just want to see if we get lucky. Did we get an upgraded rocket launcher? We have not. Do we have... Really don't need more of that stuff, but... That's good enough. Basically, I'm just like, you know, I've got all this space on my armor. Even though that's definitely not a good layout, just shove it all in. Okay, so let's take a ride back over to Gleba. So we are going to travel to space platform of the Tantive 4. We're going to ride back over to Gleba. We're going to take all those rockets we're manufacturing over there. And we're going to have to go kill some stompers to give ourselves more room to work. And then once we've got that, I'll get all that wired up and hooked up. And I will need to start putting the focus on producing the missiles and all of that. Getting the missile turrets into production. Yes, you're waiting on fuel? Yes, so the fuel's coming along. It's going to be just a bit longer. And you're getting saturated, so turn off the priority. And then meanwhile, so I think the plan will be going up here and going for this area. That's going to be the biggest... Well, no. We go for this area, because that'll secure both this and that, and looks like there's genuinely a bunch of water to work as a barrier. So I think what we do is we go down here, kill this little group there. That'll be our north perimeter for now. I can exploit whatever I need to exploit over here, pipe it into that area, and if we needed more of this down here, we got all that. So we can basically get everything we need on that end. And that's just going to take time. And then while we're here, since we're waiting on stuff like research and that anyways, what we'll ultimately do is we'll work on trying to just clean up some of this other stuff. Like where I mentioned, I've been filling this area down here with the intent of taking this iron belt here. I will move the passive provider chest just off to the side somewhere so it's still technically on the network. But get the iron down here, and instead of doing this big mall nonsense, like I said, we bring in the iron and the copper down here. We'd set up green circuits and red circuits and blue circuits and gears, inserters, and conveyors. Like, just start working on getting all that, so all the crap in this mall that I'm going to be building lots and lots of, just do it right. Get it fixed. Another thing we should probably have is I should make it a point on all of these. Every one of these, we will tell them to... So, you go to... Where are you going right now? Oh, you're dropping off the blue circuits at Gleba. I forgot I had you set up. I was like, why are you going to Gleba? Right, that's fine. What I was going to say is, we have you bringing the explosives, and we could take those explosives, and so at Novus, we have Novus request the explosives for blowing up cliffs. That is up here. Yeah, you request the explosives for blowing up cliffs, because you'll want that here. And I'll tell you to go ahead and try and hold on to 100 of those. Now I'm also going to do is on the Tantive 4, I tell you to request those from Novus, because you don't go to Volcanus, and the Fulgora Flotilla. You're also going to request those from Novus, so that gradually we start getting the explosives to all of the planets, so as I go and expand it, like, oh, I need to do a thing here, we can deal with that. You don't actually have a cargo pod drop area. We probably will need to get that for all the planets, just like you don't have one, but I can manually drop it here. Yep, so basically what we're waiting on is very shortly the oxidizer will hit 20,000, and the reason we're doing that is that way, with the oxidizer hitting 20,000, what we can do here is make sure I have enough fuel to go out to Gleba and back, so that Novus, it just slowly restocks and then it does a trip out and back really fast.
Hi.
Hi.
I like kissing you.
We all have weird decisions.
You're a silly boy.
Yeah. Okay, we got our explosives. And so we can bring those over to Gleba. Alright. I do wonder if it makes more sense to have this much thrust so we go back and forth faster, but burn more fuel, or if it makes sense to have less thrust. It takes us longer to do the journey part of it, but then we don't use much fuel cumulatively over the journey, so there's not as much downtime. I actually don't know which one the math works out better. And I don't kind of want to sit here and, like, test and figure it out either. Alright, so I'll tell you that I would like to drop on Gleba. So at the moment we arrive to Gleba, we deal with that. Okay. I've gotten the orbital drop slot, so we'll also have it where the moment we land, we'll get the explosives for cliffs. Because then we'll work on is just slowly clearing things up. But I think step one is get the area that we want to expand into, get whatever's living there to not live there anymore. Get the synthetic carbon going, get our just regular carbon material going at a decent yield, because that one's just rot, so that's actually that actually shouldn't be a thing that's a big problem. I could genuinely have just one thing that takes the flux. Oh wait, I must have a cargo thing here that I've forgotten about. That's right, we do. So in this case, you have a request for explosives. Alright, so let's see how this works. I have got a bunch of explosives. Let's also go over here and grab the bullets. And there goes the science on its way back. Okay, so plan is go over here. We got this area over here. I want to kill that. And we're going to explore this area down here. Okay, so we got 2 strafers and a stomper. Let's check. So the strafers, they have no real explosive damage protection. Alright, so my hope here... Okay, so explosives work really well. Okay, so that's the good news. The explosives work extremely well. So let's go check down here. I've got 9 eggs in my pocket, so I don't want to take too long. But if we go down this area, and we don't see any immediate threats over here... Alright, that spawned a medium one. So good news, that's full on ocean over there. I don't know if the stompers can go over ocean, but that should give us a lot of flexibility. I think I see a little red dot here that we might have just like a little, yes, a little raft there. Alright, so we're already up to medium stompers, which is mildly terrifying. Alright, so I think that works. If we look here, I've got plenty of purple here that I can use. I got plenty of green there we can use. I got green down there. I do think I'm going to want to go ahead and hammer away at the stompers to get them out of here. Let's go ahead and chuck the eggs into the furnace over here. So those don't hatch in my pocket. Yeah, so we're going to run over here, deal with the stompers up here as well. Get ourselves some breathing room. And then it's going to be a matter of expanding to grow in a bunch of these areas as much as we can. The real threat here is honestly the little things tying up your shots for the stompers, so you don't actually get the hits on the target you want. Please, please, please. Well, at least I got karmic victory. Yeah, so the problem I'm running into is all the little crap that gets underneath the stomper. I'm trying to kill the stomper, and all my rockets are just single targeting the little ones. So I was like, oh, I should definitely use the, what was it? The single target rockets. They work really well on the stompers, but because it's tying up all my hits, it might actually be that the AoE ones were the better choice. Alright. Like I said, so I think the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go and expand the Yamako. So that our Yamako production is sufficient that we actually have the fruit backing up. Because now that we genuinely want rot, I am down for overwhelming the system with just tons of junk. Because worst case, it rots, and then who cares? Not the worst case. This is true. You're gonna have the whole thing start like seizing up and having all sorts of problems, but still. And this is the areas like this is one giant area full of them. Okay. Eggs, 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 eggs. Are we done for 2 seconds? Cool. Let's kill that group right there that's right along there. And that should be all of the stompers anywhere nearby my base. And then, like I said, we need to go down to where we've got the, that area down bottom right of us. Actually, honestly, it doesn't matter. Let's go to the area straight north of us as well. And we're just going to start taking over some territory to get more stuff going in. Alright. Cool. So with that, that should buy me a lot of time before we get attacked. We did go through a decent number of that. That does make me way more comfortable about the defenses, though. The fact that the rockets do seem to hit that hard for what we got going on. So in the meantime, please take all the spider eggs. I do not want them in my pocket. I do not want them, Sam I am. Literal green eggs? I know. That's the reason I made the reference. We're missing the ham, but they sure do have the green eggs. Okay. So now that there's that going, go and pick that up. And those 3. You're almost done patching that up. Okay, so the next thing I need to do is I have got to make a couple agricultural towers. So that's going to be 50 landfill, some spoilage, and some other materials. So rather than me waiting on all this other stuff to happen, I'm just going to run up here and start grabbing my own spoilage and stone and whatever. Because if I borrow from what's already there, it's just going to slow down things even more. No. You know what? I changed my mind. Because I'm realizing I'm going to have all this stuff here that I don't need. So we can go ahead. That'll automatically put in the garbage. We've got our spoilage. That's fine. So we can go over here and grab some of the stone. There's actually stone in here. Oh, right. I have all of you. Well, I'll just pocket craft all I need of those for a while. Okay, so with that getting pocket crafted, so the other thing I need here is I basically just need some steel, some iron, and some copper. That shouldn't be a problem. Go to your box, grab a handful of those, grab a handful of these, grab a handful of those. I'm going to go big with that. I'm going to get 4 of these that I'm just going to position, and even if they're not being used anytime soon, I'm just going to find places to put them. So with the 4 of them, I'm going to put 2 on each of these. Alright, so there's only like two patches there you can't use. Yeah, so I'll end up needing to put landfill there. There we go. Alright, so we'd have two of those up there. Then we'll need to hook them up to power, and then we can snake them into the rest of this system here. Which will be fine. Then we can run on down here. They've got you. We'll have those two there. Alright. So that's what we'll need for that. I am going to end up having a lot of work to do with these belts and whatnot. So rather than get too fussed with it yet, let's get up here where we can see that. We'll set up, we'll like path it out the way we would with drones and whatnot. Get the drone ports out there because I will have to build defenses for it and yada yada yada. Let's get in sight range. Okay. Yep, so we'll start this the same way we have been. I need inserters. So one in, one out, one in, one out. Hey, Cookie, how's it going? Just making sure we take those out far enough that I don't need to worry about that. Alright. Put here two separate set of splitters. They need to be going different ways. Alright, so this is the return trip. That's the outbound. Cool. So with that, we can go down here. Yeah, so you won't be able to use the one straight across. So the way we might be able to get away with this. Put you there. Ooh, that's probably fine for that one. This one we're probably going to want a splitter here. And the reason for that is that way there's at least some buffer going there. Finally feeling better after being sick for 6 weeks? That's no fun at all. I'm glad to hear you're feeling better. Alright. So with that, we need a power pole here and here. Okay. Alright, with all that set up, they should be able to take care of all the rest of that themselves, so that's good news. It is going to just take a lot of stone. Like a lot of stone. Meanwhile, I could run down here and hook up this stuff. You're waiting in drone ports. Oh, and thank you so much for the 720 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Sorry, like I'm figuring this stuff out. Brainy brain. Okay, so that's fine. Just like before, we'll do that. We need power. You'll go here. Okay, and you'll have all that. Okay, and that gives you at least that part of it. And that connects your power. That gives you power. So you need to connect up here, and you'll be down there. We can go ahead and we'll plan to put a splitter here, and you there. Put underground here. And that'll do for now. Okay, so what this tells me though now is I need a lot of stone. Because let's make sure this gets fixed up as soon as we can. Okay, you're all lit up here. You're lit up there. You're good here. Okay, and that's already in range, so we should be good there. So we're getting all that built out, which is good news. And I've got that set up real fast so they can bring that in. Okay, so we got the important thing. They've connected all this. Let's go check on you. What's... That's fine. I saw one of the things flick as if I was out of ammo quickly there. Yeah, so you can go back onto having your filtering. And the filtering. Or not filtering, passing through. Okay, so with that, we have the first stage. Now, the next thing I'm going to ultimately need to do is make the floor for going on the ground. Yeah, I know there's a couple of stream streaks on the channel that are just beyond absurdly high. Okay, so we got this slowly feeding in to deal with this. Honestly, in this case, just keep the 3 stacks. And then just keep filling in the dirt and all that. Kind of feels like this isn't something I should be worried about right now. Just, I know I've told you to do this. It's fine. Just, they're almost done, because we want to expand that for doing the other stuff. I could grab that for quick stone, but what I'm going to need to do is make a bunch of the artificial soil and all that. I don't really know why you're not building over here. Oh. It got ghosted to be placed there, but while it was waiting to be placed, the resources got drilled up. Cool. Okay. And those are just waiting for more drills, I guess? Am I not producing drills? Is that yet another thing that I'm just not producing? That I'm trying to not add to the mall, but keeps getting added to the mall because I haven't got this diverted yet to do it? I'm pretty sure that's exactly what's going on. Alright, well, I definitely want to get ourselves off of this nonsense. But we need to keep things moving. Alright, so I'll take care of the drill so we can keep the stone coming in. But yeah, so that's what this platform's for, is we're going to divert the iron and copper down here to start making a bunch of the stuff in there down here. In the meantime, we need to get our carbon and all that sort of set up. And to do that, we need to get over here to get more plants planted. So what we need to do is go to the surplus of these seeds we've got here. That's more than enough. So I'm going to grab these seeds, and we're going to work on getting a lot more of the Yamako stuff going on. So let's consider. So with that, it's 50 nutrients, landfill, 5 of them, and some seeds. Oh, okay, that's just telling me the one. Alright. So let's check on Novus real fast. How's things going there? Okay, we've got the one little gap just barely over a screen wide. But otherwise all that's filled in. And they're still working on getting all cleaned up, so we're feeling pretty good about that. Our oil is in such good shape now that we have trains just waiting, because it's getting pretty full. Oh, right. You get brought in from way over here at that train station. Hang on, 1 second. If you're less than 20,000? I mean, I guess that's fine. Okay. Yeah, that's how I can do it. I will intervene where I'll grab 5 stacks worth and then make myself some of the ground. So each time I manage to like get this chest full, I can go over, grab 5 stacks, make myself a piece of ground, go over, plant it down, get, you know, a little bit more stuff coming in. Let this continue to put the stuff down where we can. Alright, so the green, I just need the nutrients now, and it was how much nutrients? It was a decent amount, 50. So the easiest way to do that is go right here. There's my nutrients, and put it back. Alright, so that gives me 10 tiles. And 10 tiles is about enough for one plant and some change. Alright. Now we're getting it on there. Why is that not getting placed? It's just going to be more dirt. Okay. Yeah, so the big limiter here is the stone now. I just need lots and lots of stone. Meanwhile, if you go ahead and get rid of these cliffs. That'll open up a lot, making it way easier to route this stuff around. Alright. So we'll plan for... the iron in there. And actually, we'll put the iron and the copper right on top of each other. So we got iron and copper. So... I think the first thing to do would be let's try to offload all of the belt stuff. Let's take the assembly machine 1s off here. And go here. You're going to be producing gears. Okay, so that lets you start producing gears. Okay. So how do I want to go about this? Let's think this through. So your gears, iron plate, your gears, conveyor belt, your gears, conveyor belt, and lubricant, and then you have to be done at a different planet. So we can go all the way up to the blue belts here, which can be a whole thing. I actually probably don't need... I probably don't need this much. What we can probably do here is they've got all the gearing going on. We'll plan for you to be right there. That way I've got enough for a splitter to pass it on here. So then you can make your regular old conveyor belt, which can then go over here to the red conveyor belt, which can then go on to here, to your blue conveyor belt, which will need lubricant wired in, but you get the idea. And then this way, you'd have all of you would get your gears. You would get the previous tier of conveyor belt. And then that would convert the iron over there. You'd also need your iron plates. Alright, so that gets us our belts. So next one is the underground. So the undergrounds go conveyor belt, iron plate, then gears and conveyor belt, and then gears, conveyor belt, and that. This is another one that needs gears, and we also need the iron. So we can go over here. I'll put another one there. Because what we'll do here... Actually, wait, because you also require a conveyor belt? Yeah. So So what I'll do here is I will have...
Thank you Pankraru for subscribing for 43 months. Right back at you 3.
Hey, Pankrar, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I do appreciate it. But sub the channel for 43 months. Yep, gotta keep trading that same sub back and forth every single month for forever. It's just the way it works. But it's good to have you here and all that stuff. I hope you had a good rest of your stream and all that good stuff. But for those who don't know, Pankraro, another fantastic content creator, has lots of fun chaos over there. I was doing some Cult of the Lamb earlier today, but does lots of collaborative content and all that stuff. It went very well. Cult of the Lamb is fun. Yeah, no, I didn't play the last big update DLC, whatever, but I did play the one before that. I had a really good time with it. Yeah, no, absolutely. Almost every day. Really close. Well, it was supposed to be very good. Yeah, no, I haven't checked that one out yet. Alright, so we got the belt here. So what we want to do here... Right, I actually want to probably have that run right through. Upon building, and thanks. Alright. Yeah, so we're figuring all that out. So you'll need to grab iron plate. Yes, that'll be conveyor belts, which will come from here. An iron plate to make the underground. Then go here to the faster underground, which is going to be this underground, and then the gears. So this is where we're going to bring those gears over here. How is it that Gleba, the planet of absolute nightmares, where we're literally powering our factor right now by getting copious amounts of what are effectively spider eggs and then hucking them into a furnace so that I might burn literal spider eggs to get steam. How is a planet that is this much nightmare fuel have such, like, zen relaxing music? You know what? If we turn those down, it'll be easier to do that. Oh, and there goes the science. Would you rather it had Nightmare Fuel music to add to the Nightmare Fuel? No, I could use some Doom music. No, I'm teasing. Not actually. Man, playing a factory builder with, like, full-on just, you know, Doom soundtrack just blasting music. Okay, so these two would then be provided to the network for our Go Faster belts. And then we'd need to pipe in the lubricant over here. And that now gets us to the next one, which is the splitters. The splitters are the one that are the pain in the butt, because they require circuit boards. So we're going to wait on the splitter side here for just a minute, because I'm going to have to go up here and start making the circuit boards. Yeah, that would get me the undergrounds and all that. We can get those up to the blue quality this way. Okay, you're just going to zip along like this just fine. And then you here, and I think we go and we do the wire around here. Actually, wait. For the circuit boards, they had a nice sound ratio. Right, so it's 6 copper wire per second. And you produce 2 copper wire per second. So it's 3 to 2. And then this gives me green circuit boards. Okay, and with the green circuit boards, I can continue the next, like, slice of this, or whatever you want to call it. What I could do is we'll just go like this. Alright, so what we can do here, and you're going to go down here, and you'll be our first splitter. The second splitter requires gears, the previous splitter, and the circuit boards. That's not positioned correctly. It needs to be one farther to the left. Actually, you should be the one that does the underground. That's copper, iron, gears. Ah, right. Okay, so we got the advanced processing on the list, which we love to see. I'm just going to keep queuing up anything. Okay. So that gives me the conveyor belts, the circuit boards, and then the iron plate, so we'll just need to do one of these. And then you can grab the iron plate off of that. And then you want to be the red splitters. So you'll want this and this. And then you need the gears. So you can do that. And then for the blue one, you need the lubricant, but you need red circuit boards. Alright, so let's start plugging this thing in. It's going to take a while to do anything, but you get the idea what's supposed to happen here. So you're the copper line. Copper is currently there. And I haven't given myself a good corridor for squeezing this through here, unfortunately. But as I get this online, I can start taking down some of this, which will help. So what I can probably do here is I've got that box there. The box is fine. What I want to do, though, with the box is, for purposes of making this all work well, the box goes over here now. And we're no longer going to use the logic where we go turn on and off the steel production and all that. So yeah, so I grab all this, I chuck all that in there. Turn off all the logic we put on here. It's a thing I could deal with later if I need to. But those will automatically shut down anyways. Okay, so with that, I've got a box here to drop off. But what we'll want to do here is, normally I would probably want this after steel production and all that. right now, did I actually like take this off my bar? Come on. We'll put it here for right now. And that's the iron hooked up, but once it's actually built. Now, the bigger challenge is the copper. I can probably run it right down there, and it'll just have a horrible wiggle at the end. And then what happens here is the same thing we did on the other side. Give me all this. I actually didn't need to do that there. Then you put a passive chest here. There. Alright, so that'll take care of that. The next thing I need to do is get all your power hooked up. Okay. And that should bridge it over where all that power will start coming online. So now it's a matter of them filling in those gaps in the conveyor belts, which, fair enough, I've got a lot of projects queued up here that are working on. They're doing their best. The steel production's gone offline, but we don't really care about that too much right now. But yeah, so that should give us a much more scalable solution. The next thing we probably want to go and get done is this lubricant. Which, it might even seem like I planned it with it being right there. I did not plan that. That is just convenient. The next thing I need is the drone port is not in a useful place. There you go. Alright, so we're basically still waiting on landfill, I believe. We can look down here. Okay. It looks like that's the extent what would get us stuff here. And we can just run some power. And there we go. Ooh, are you backing up? Ooh, are you genuinely backing up the whole way? Alright, so that tells me we actually have a throughput issue on this. And that throughput issue is because that can't throw the stuff off fast enough. Which this works out great, because that means I can grab you. I've already got the seeds. So you just need 50 fertilizer, or nutrients. Okay, we can run up here and put down more of this. And continue to expand all our stuff up here. Because we're putting all this effort in so I can start making carbon fiber. And they're waiting for drone ports and all that. That's all going to take time. The whole time we're also making rockets. And we're also researching planet Aquillo. Alright, and this is what I should have, like, this down here is what I should have done in the first place. And I just kind of put it off because I didn't want to go through and do all the spaghetti. So it's kind of a bus layout, but we're just looking at doing conveyor belts, inserters, splitters, circuit boards, all these kind of things. Speaking of which, I do actually want to have a box for the green circuit boards. Because then what we'll do is, as these things get added onto the network, we'll chuck them. We'll go up here and we'll start chucking stuff off. I was going to put bullets on here, but now that we're moving into the rockets, I think we'll just leave what bullet production we've got right now to cover us until the rocket launchers are online. We'll get all that sorted, because the carbon's definitely going to need to be ramped up. And I think that should be as easy as if I get just a little extra bioflux. I'll just go, say, like, right over here, make one thing that makes the fertilizer, or makes the nutrients from the bioflux, and then just chuck it onto a belt with a bunch of the carbon things on it, where it just separates out whatever rots off of it. Honestly, you know what, actually? I could genuinely have it where we have the thing that makes the nutrients, it puts it into a box that then puts the rot onto a belt, and then that belt can just be what feeds a whole bunch of things making the carbon, who then, you know, passes the carbon back into this setup up over here. Alright, and let's grab more nutrients. Alright. Now this isn't going to do a whole lot until this power run is finished. And that's finished, which is waiting on landfill. I probably should just make the landfill and start doing this myself. Alright. Yeah, when that comes online, we're going to have a substantial increase in the Yamako. And the rest is all wired up and working still, so that's good news. You are getting that conveyor belt. Yes, they're slowly getting the conveyor belts and all that fixed. It's fine. Oh, hey, we're actually hitting a point that the carbon's coming fast enough that I end ending up with extra explosives. I hadn't anticipated that. And the carbon fiber, there is going to be so much for me to figure out with all this. Because, yeah, the regular recipe, so that gives me, for one oxide, it gives me 1 out of 5 will give me a piece of oxide back and 5 ice. Whereas this one, I get a substantially lower chance of getting an oxide back. Slightly less ice, but I get a calcite. But then on the other hand down here, we can then use the calcite to go from, instead of using 2 carbon and a water to make 75 fuel, we instead go 2 carbon, 100 water, so 10 times the water, to make 1.5k fuel. And then we have the advanced crushing, where we can get copper up there as well. And then we have the reprocessing, where we could take, if I get a surplus of 1, I can destroy it to give me a chance of getting others. I remember doing that a lot, having a setup inside my ship where I can, you know, whatever's full, it'll start chucking it and making it into other materials. Because some of the journeys, you'll end up getting a lot more of one material than they are. Like, I remember on some of the later ones, I want to say I got lots more ice than the other materials. That was the whole thing. Yeah, your sulfur's going fine. Right. So, before I got completely distracted, carbon fiber. Carbon fiber was carbon and Yamako, I believe? Yeah. So, I could... So the Yamako's up here. The carbon's coming down this line. I could split off some, bring it up here, do the underground with the nutrients kind of thing here, and then have it made here, the carbon fiber. It wouldn't be very efficient to do it that way, but I think it would be fine. I'm also noticing with the density of nutrients up here. Oh, oh, right, because we're adding nutrients to here now. It's all fine. That's keeping enough rot coming around that's keeping that busy. Yeah, but I'm also not making quite enough of the flux to intervene here. What I was going to say is I could potentially go up here and introduce more nutrients along here, potentially as well. But honestly, both the jelly and the Yamako mash aren't doing that much extra. Granted, if I need more of the jelly, all I have to do is put another place down here and chuck it up. That's the thing I could do. I could put here for the carbon fiber for now. Not a great place for it, but the mash doesn't last super long. And the synthetic fiber lasts forever. So I could make it here and then belt it out wherever I gotta belt it. I'll probably give it its own provider chest as well, because I'm sure there'll be times I just want to move the carbon fiber around. You know, I think I like the idea of going over here somewhere, sending over some of the flux, and then we would just put it in here to make nutrients, chuck it all in a box. And then, honestly, you could just tell it like the fastest spoiling stuff, just put it on the belt and put the carbon production over there, because I'm sure I'll need more of it. Well, we'll have to see. It depends on how much carbon fiber I need. If we only need a little bit of carbon fiber here and there... Oh, I'm going to need tons of it because I need it for the missile launchers. Never mind, we're absolutely going to make a crap ton of carbon. And I'm going to need Yamako mash a great deal, which just means I need to be producing more of it. But that's been the whole reason why we did that expansion in the first place. Alright, so let's deliberately, instead of making more of the areas and grow, let's deliberately go to the drone ports and that I need to reach this kind of stuff to help get that going. So I can run up here, because this one I think is the higher priority. Oh, that's all hooked up and ready. So I'll get you to the drone port so you can reach everything. And you're working on that over there. Just another project to the list. There's no more stone over there. What do you got going on over here? I just hammering on my way defenses. And with that, we've got our defensive perimeter fully sealed. Oh, you know, I just realized? Oh, no, you got storage. Never mind. Okay. So, we also pointed out previously that iron is going to end up being a problem on Novus and not super long. It's not one now, but it's going to become one. I'm going to work on starting to extend our railway down here to where the iron is. And then with all that as well, like I've got 7 different areas of ore down here. We can start hooking up a bunch of these mines, so as things run out, you know, the other ones will slowly take over. Alright. But yeah, so getting ourselves defenses here, it's going to take some work. I also see a nest up there. It's a really small one. It looks like it's moved up a little closer that I'm going to need to deal with. Okay, since I haven't got the drone port, I see a whole lot of bots going up and down. They're probably dropping the belts and all that on the areas that don't need the water. Where's that nest? I saw the red dot right up here. Where's that one? There it is, just to my left. I'll knock this one up here. That's weird. Okay. It was weird that I only saw the things that come from when an egg hatches. So it wasn't like the actual end enemy is like a halfway developed one kind of thing. Where they very rapidly die after they hatch, but they just break a bunch of crap on the way down. Okay, the good news is with all this, the whole factory is still just running, you know, while everything else is going on, so we're not in a situation where it's, you know, shutting it all down as we go. Okay, and how is this going? So you're still maxed out there. And you're getting there. What's your holdup? It's gears. And you're waiting on iron plate. Where is my iron box now? It is empty is what it is. Alright, so I'm just going to manually make these. And the reason I'm going to do that is so I can manually go out of my way to make sure this gets set up real quick. Before we run into real problems. So once I get this first part done, then we're producing all of the belts all the way up to blue. Okay. Now, this is still going to have the same issue as the other one, where it's just going to be kind of backlogged that just takes a while. For everything to get backfed, but at least this is going to be able to do it at some kind of scale. Alright. Now, the next catch of what's going to happen here. Storage for blue splitters? Oh, you are right. I do not have my storage for blue splitters. Actually, you should be up slightly. I think it would have been fine either way, actually. That way, because then I can go over here for the red circuit boards. Because we don't have the red circuit boards being made yet. I wanted to wait till this is all online. And then we'll get the red circuit boards and green circuit boards moved up. Because then I'll use those for the inserters as well. So meanwhile, let's do the same thing. But for the copper... Alright. So you should start seeing that come online here. Might want receivers for the red belts too, since, so as you replace them, they get used to those. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. So that way, whenever we have spares of these just sitting on the network, you grab them to huck them in these things. But you've got ground there. You should have a roboport. Yeah, you've got roboports. It might be missing one piece of landfill, might be the issue. Right, in the meantime, gonna go back to working and getting this expanded up here. Because honestly, at the rate they're going, they should get this all wired up soon. I've got like 4 blocks there to do. Another 8, 9 there. And this is kind of the worst spot right here. Just keep adding platform there. And you're missing gears, because you're missing iron. And you're missing iron, because it's all getting gobbled up here. Which is okay for now. We could probably go in here. Okay. So, what we can do for the time being, because I do want to have gears on the network. For any random thing that'll need them. But I am going to tell you to stop putting this in here. You're done. And once you see that you're actually going to be making green circuit boards, then we'll grab the next thing. That's pretty much the way I'm approaching this now is get it on here. Once it's on here, rip it out of the mall. So that way I can expand iron, and we'll have to adjust that. Like I might end up having to wiggle iron and put like a bunch of the smelters up here and get that going. But for right now, we deal with that. Did I just put the drone port there? What's going on there? Oh no, like I said, it's probably the landfill. Let me grab that landfill. Let's do it myself. There we go. There's 2 units of landfill was missing. That should get that on the network. Let's restrict you for right now to just 5 stacks. If you let some of that get through. Okay. We got the gears in the network. One of the other problems we're going to run into with this when we're building is I'm not pulling the red belts off of the off of here and into a provider chest, which does mean when we remove the red belts up top, it's just not going to have what it needs. Okay, so you're all in the network now. So that's fine. But yeah, so I'll end up getting blue circuit or blue belts going on here. Yeah, so right now, all the copper, all the iron is just becoming gears and then fed into the various other buildings. So what's your deal? Why are you... Oh, I'm dumb. Not sure how these were ever going to get done without one of their main materials. You're too long to go that far. Okay. I forgot to put the iron in there. I can make this work anyways. What we'll do is we'll have one go here, you go under, put a splitter there, you go here, there we go. Okay, so once they get that sorted out, that should take care of it. Okay, so the regular yellow belts are starting to back up. That'll let the gears start backing up eventually. And the gears just aren't getting much done because there's not enough iron plate getting through because the steel is eating it all. And they're not getting quite enough to fill up that belt from our iron bacteria. We'll need to deal with that as well. Here, grabbing those belts. Alright. So with this, go from red to blue. Start with just the little patches of stuff that didn't get done. Alright, because you should start making some soon. Basically what we're waiting on now is we're getting the gears, and they're just being fed into the various boxes and kind of sitting there. Once the gears catch up, we'll be in good shape. Part of it is a bunch of these are getting eaten up here. With a little bit more throughput on the iron, we'll be in good shape. Yeah, so it looks like we do have all the smelters running now. So the next move from here will be continuing to expand the iron production itself. Alright, so green circuit boards are online, which means you're gone. Yeah, we don't need that many. We still got a couple things using the copper wire. So I'll probably end up what I want to do is once we clear something like this out, I'll probably put one more up here to make copper wire just put in a box for stuff like the power poles. Alright. So with this all hooked up, the next move after that is going to be getting the inserters, which we can bring that over. We can just do another one where it's like yellow, you know, yellow, blue, whatever. Yellow, blue, green, and then the red ones as well. Let's go ahead and grab this. Grab some more nutrients. Make some more soil. And I'll probably want to get that to automatically make a stack as well eventually. So I'm not running back and forth. It's just right now with the needing for the, how much we're needing the ground for and all that. I don't think it makes sense for me to draw all of that landfill over there. I think we want to get, like, the basic base set up. Then we maybe sit there and get, like, one stack of those set aside. And then we can worry about expanding the operation from there. Because also stone is a bit of a pain on this planet. Yeah, there's so few gears getting through. So what do you need to go faster? So I wonder if it'd be better to use like productivity modules or speed modules. The speed modules would make the bacteria faster and consume way more of the bioflux. The productivity modules, on the other hand, would slow it down but give me extras. I think it's the speed modules be the way we'd want to go. Which I'm, of course, not making anywhere. And please speed module 3, it is a different planet. That's fine. Alright, so let's see if we can't get these doing the speed modules. This might be a thing that ends up being a pain point later. It could also be that the actual answer is to do some mix. Couple of speed modules, couple of efficiency modules, couple speed modules, and a production. We'll queue that up and tell it to go faster. And this would probably benefit from a productivity module, since the input resource is kind of the limiter there. Alright, so that's starting to fill up on the green circuit boards. So that'll eventually cause the copper consumption to go down. It'll also reduce some of the iron consumption. The problem is we're eating up all the gears. Yeah, so you're winging red circuit boards, you're winging red circuit boards, that's fine. Hey, Whistler, how's it going? Yeah, so you get quite a bit of the bacteria through here, but we would need to have quite a bit more. These are running pretty much solid. So broadly speaking, the only way to get this to run better is either more of these or speed modules. Okay, so we are starting to see these stacking up in the box. So anything that's not placed now, it's not a matter of the landfill. Landfill sorted. Let's go check on the drills. Oh, you're not right. Alright. So what is consuming all of the gears? Ah. Okay. Nope, 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 nope. And all the rest that should be wired up where they'll just work, so... Nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, so I've yoinked up all of those. And go to here. And try and shove as many of these into the boxes as we can. Okay. As we do this... Then instead of the gears being grabbed off of this and then run up there, just for that, we're now getting some gears through the system to start doing all this stuff. So we should start seeing our blue belts come off the line. Oh, I'm just going to shove you in there real quick. Okay, once that happens, we can start getting all those good. Alright. And we're now starting to get enough iron plate through that we have that. There's still going to be some stuff using the gears wherever up here, but that'll be another one off the system. Alright, so we've got the green circuit boards already pulled off. Right, in the meantime, let's get the carbon fiber at least producing. So I think the answer is going to be, I put you here. And let me grab this and do it myself. So it actually gets done, because everything's waiting on being able to do the blue belts. Alright, let's try that again. Okay, so that'll get me the nutrients. You will get rid of the rot. And then we need the carbon. And I'll need to tell that to upgrade. And then with you, you're making carbon fiber. And for right now, because I don't have where I'm going to be wiring that into, you just start making carbon fiber. We are going to want to use that to make the missile turrets. Which is going to require a lot of materials. When I've got the rest of these materials started to get ready, primarily that blue circuit boards, we'll go ahead and pipe this down out of here and just bring it down and over, and then get that on the actual factory being produced the same way the rest of this is. But for right now, the thing I need is I just need this to get progress going, get all these blue belts into place. Yeah, and they're working on... Oh. Yeah, because it doesn't look like I need any more landfill right now. So I'll grab all of you. Okay. And we're greedily taking this. Till I run out of the seeds. Okay, so I'm all out of seeds, so put the rest back. That's 150 of that soil. So that should give us more than enough for all that. Hey, Darshar, how's it going? Good to have you back. All right. There we go. You apparently already had tons of those on there. Okay. So they're still getting the other stuff, but what we can do now is just feed them on the belt. And that'll eventually back up, but that's okay. We're stuck waiting on conveyor belts anyways, so it's not like this is exactly holding us up much. Alright, now it should definitely get backed up solid. Or its production is so fast that we're literally able to consume... There it goes. And meanwhile, you're still doing your thing, getting your blue conveyor belts. Okay, so you're going to be waiting on red circuit boards. Alright. So, for the red circuit boards... Well, actually, the inserters would be the next thing we'd need. So, for the first of the inserters... Yeah, so this would be, just before I forget, that's a red circuit board line. That'll be red circuit boards whenever we get them. That's a lie. I'll bring the red circuit boards down here. Alright, so for the regular inserters, it's circuit boards, gears, and plates. So I think I'm going to take advantage of what's already here. And go like this. Oh, wait. Oh, no, you're already good. Okay. So I bring the circuit boards down this side. That actually makes this path irrelevant. But yeah, because then I can put the inserters on this side, grab that off this side, pass those through, and then we need the red circuit board on the other side. Okay, we don't need any splitters there that are the blue quality, so that's fine. We just need it to cook for a while. But we are getting your conveyor belts in the undergrounds. Alright. So let's take a quick look around at how the different plants are doing, make sure nothing's broken. And this is why we look. Because things are broken. Why are you not destroying? Oh, because you're just so backed up. Okay. Alright, that's not part of the plan. So the green circuit boards have once again backed everything up to such a degree that everything's stuck. So you're going here. And then the wire is backed up to such a degree it's not going anywhere. And that's with that. So what I could probably do to help is we'll copy this whole setup here. It'll chuck it down here for a minute. At least give ourselves another one of these processing copper wire. Gotcha, so these ones I'll put on the inside lane and those ones put on the outside. I want to do one of these. I could fix it by going like this. So it load balances the lanes a little. Okay. So yeah, so that's unsticking, so we're seeing all the belts slowly disappear off the line. So now we have that, it should slowly fix it. And actually, for that matter, we can make this way better. Because then they can never back up because they're just feeding the copper plate into each other. It'll take time to run. And these are irrelevant now. That splitter is irrelevant. So if we could find room for more of these, that'd be good. Okay, so I can afford to move you there. So let me sneak you over here. Okay. So with that, we now have an extra set of recyclers just trying to pull the copper plates off the line. Yeah, so that should slowly fix it. This is just backed up because all of this is just circuit boards the whole way. So let's check with you. Why would you have that one? So add. You'll grab blue circuit boards now, because that'll help with the surplus issue. And go back to the labs over here. You will add blue circuit boards back on your requests. Okay, and you're just doing your laps, which is good. And you're waiting on your science. Let's see what's going on with the science, because I haven't been keeping an eye on it. So we are producing it. You're there. Oh, you're still sitting over here. Because you're waiting on fuel. Because that needs to be fixed. Alright, I cannot wait till we, I'm gonna need to go, like I said, when we have Aquillo, I'm gonna have to rearrange the ship. So instead of this nonsense they've got over here, what I'm gonna end up doing is having, like, a big long path that goes down. It's like, this is the ice, this is the carbon, this is the metallic. You know, process them back here somewhere. In the event it backlogs up here, have somewhere around here that we can go, okay, there's too much ice, process it into the other materials. There's too much carbon, process it in the other materials. To, like, just kind of always be trying to adjust the balance of it. And we could do all that. With that said, though, chat, I need to use the restroom real fast. So I'm going to let the factory actually run here for a minute. So this might be a mistake. So just in case, we'll do a save. We'll let the factory run here for a minute. I'm going to quickly step away, and I'll be going to use the restroom real fast. I'll be right back, and thank you again for tuning in. It didn't happen. Lies. Propaganda. Definitely wouldn't have died like that. Alright, so you're getting that squared away. So they're basically waiting on conveyor belts to be made, which is happening. Little by little, we're seeing them pop in here. Yeah, I mean, actually, just one stack of those. AI generate, yeah, no, exactly. Deepfake. Definitely did not get murdered by missing a swing like that. Alright, so the carbon's in good shape. We are just waiting for this to get all built in. And you're already upgraded to the blue belts. We'll want to get all the belts blue belts, but first we just want to get this stuff in order. It's interesting that you haven't done this yet. Let's Oh, the reason it hasn't done it yet is we can go on here. Red becomes blue. Red becomes blue. Let's double check this up here, because that's probably what this is waiting on. Yeah, they're getting that all done. So they're getting pretty close. Because the moment those go on, the seeds will start going up there, they'll start bringing it all down, all that stuff. I guess who made their first first legal purchase of alcohol today? Congrats. Alright, there goes the science. So we can keep discovering Aquillo. And most likely we'll take the gears off the belt once we get the inserters done. Alright. Sorry about the squeakiness of the cup. I wasn't expected to be that squeaky. Alright. Is there other things I want to pull off the network for now? Not yet. But we get the... Yeah, so you still don't have those, and that's a matter of I need the red circuits. Which will probably be, we have our plastic is being made where? Way up there, unfortunately. So yeah, we probably need to take the plastic. I might be able to swing it through here and over to do the red circuit boards. And worry about that when we get there. So you're getting pretty close to being able to... You're getting pretty close to getting our carbon fiber into production. And once we have that, then it'll be time to start getting the missile launchers. And I think for right now with the missile launchers, I will chuck it up here. I am going to put that on the setup as well. But we'll need to get in production just at all, because I'll need to get those defenses starting to go. Now the catch with that is because it requires synthetic fiber and we're going to need tons of it, I'm going to have a couple things I'm going to need to work on with all that. So one thing we can do while the base is doing that, it's time to go back to Novus. Is there any more modules I'm straight up missing? No. Not that I care about for right now, at least. So it is time to start designing our ship for the purposes, you know, of going to wind power. Basically designing our ship for the purposes of going to Aquillo and probably just having a general, this will be our new ship going forward. The Aquillo ship. Yeah, so you're just continuing to churn away. That'll be there temporary and we'll move it later. Okay. Continue expand to get down to that iron, because that's going to be a thing. Alright, so add station platform around Novus. Let's see, which was always ended up as the abandoned ship? and then abandoned several more with resources to survive. I didn't actually... So I had, like, a false start or two with the Aquillo ship, like, where I started going, being like, wait, that doesn't work, and immediately turning around. But I did have, when I finally, like, went for it, it was just good, we got there, we did our thing, and came back. So that part was fine. Trying to think of a name I want to, because, like, you'd probably notice, I mean, the Fulgora Flotilla is just whatever, but like Epoch Tantifor, kind of just having thematic ship names or whatever. There, Outrider. Alright. Yeah, so you're still filling those gaps. Basically, I'm just doing this while all these belts are getting caught up. SS Mayday. Yeah, no, I know the other one I did stuff like... We had Normandy and all that, but it wasn't talking like, you know, the Normandy in regards to, you know, real-life ships and all that. It was stuff like Normandy and all those from, like, sci-fi, because it was going for sci-fi themed things. Alright. So one of the things we'll want to do is we'll want to disable where it starts accepting things in until we're ready. Alright. So the Outrider here, go to you. Do not auto-request anything. Not until we're ready for it. Okay. So the first thing I want to do is learn my lessons from times past. Let's go here. Cargo bay. Alright. I am planning on this to be probably an unreasonable ship. So, we have a bunch of storage here. Now, if I recall correctly, people mentioned you can only withdraw stuff from storage directly here. This is just extra space. So the first things we want to consider is I'm going to need a power source, and I'm going to need a way of processing the asteroids. Figured out why getting a massive performance hit in Skyrim? Was it mods? That's my guess. So, with that, what we're probably looking at for power is we got to consider our options for power in space. So, do I not have a nuclear reactor? Wait, oh no, there it is. I was about to be like, wait a second, there's zero chance. So, basically I got a couple choices for power in space. You've got solar. The problem with solar is the farther out you go, the worse it gets. And we are going to be dropping down to the point of like 10% performance and all that. And so yeah. We can also produce stuff like coal and oil and fuel and all that in space and heat it up to do that. Or we can go with nuclear reactors. And I think we can actually pass... I probably only need one nuclear reactor. So we can probably pass the nuclear fuel directly in there. Now, with that, this just gets things hot. It doesn't really do anything by itself. So we need heat exchangers. And a heat exchanger requires water. That's going to be the next thing to consider here. So we'll go boom, boom. I have no concept of how much we're going to need. Oh, like, let's be smart about this. So, the heat exchanger here, it will produce 103 units of steam per second. These can consume 60. So that means for every heat exchanger, I can have... Technically, I can't quite have 2 turbines, but I'll be able to get away with 2 turbines, most likely. It's only if everything is running at constant load would I have a problem. So... we can start here. I'll grab the heat pipe. So I'll connect the heat pipes there and there. The water pipe there. Okay. And there will be a buffer for our steam. And I'm sure I'm going to rearrange this like 8 times. But that should be technically, other than the water input, that should be a functional way of dealing with this. And then what we would want to do is we would have here, use filter, and I don't need a filter. You would be fuel cell in, and you would be fuel cell out, and you get the idea. So we would be running on nuclear fuel that would need to be filled back up. So, that's the first step. Now, I do want to kind of have, as I mentioned before, sort of the ribbons here of our various material inputs. And then we can process those all and move them where they need to be. That, again, is probably going to get rearranged half a dozen times before we figure it out. Because I think the idea is I'm going to make it larger than it needs to be to figure out all the pieces, and then once I got the pieces figured out, we can try and, like, compress it a little. Okay. So you've got that there. So the next move we're going to be considering is we look over here. We've got our recipes for crushers. So we've got where we can recycle one asteroid into potentially getting other types. We can get copper and iron. We can get sulfur and carbon. And we can get ice and calcite. So those are all important ones. But let's turn around and go to the chem lab part of it. So at the chem lab, we have the advanced thruster oxidizer. So that's iron and calcite. And your carbon and calcite. So let's approach this by doing, like, let's start with one engine. And go from there. So we got the engine back here, wherever it ends up being. Those will be our fuel and oxidizer tanks. Okay. I know I can make this way more compact than this. But that would technically satisfy the engine stuff there. So far as that. I don't like this design here. One second. Let's not worry about those tanks. Let's just see what we could do to, in as small of a space that I can actually connect to later, get it where I have these connected to either side. So you Make a full connection there. And that's a full connection here. Because they also can't go too far back. Alright, so with this... And then if I were to duplicate this, what would happen if I wanted to put more engines on here? I'll just plan for 3 engines. Do I need... No, we don't need 3 engines, because there's not... I don't believe there's like a thrust limit or anything else. It's just how long it takes to get to speed. So it's more about its ability to get around than anything. 'Cause that's all I'm trying to figure out is a good way of finagling this piping. It doesn't need to be like super min-maxy, but it's kind of bothering me a little bit. Alright. So we can put you here and here. And you there and there. Alright. So that gives me storage for all this stuff. So then the next thing would be going to... our reactions here, so it'd have the... you're connected, this one. So you'd be the advanced fuel, the advanced oxidizer. So both of these need water, and a decent amount of it. And they need calcite, and then one needs carbon, and the other needs iron. Honestly, instead of centering it, we can go over here. Well, you make 1.5k thrust oxidizer per 10 seconds. You can consume up to 120, so we only need one of each. So I don't need to worry about redundancies. It'll only be a problem if we get multiple setups here. So you, again, are going to be my thrust stuff, and you're going to be... this here. So you're those two. Okay, so we've got our fuel outputs here. So that'll be good here. And then the next move we'd have is bringing the materials in and handling the water. Now, I think the materials in, we bring them from the outside, and then the water is going to be just here in the middle somewhere. So that's our water production. So like I said, we'd probably have maybe the calcite carbon there. Yeah, so you feed in the calcite and carbon and the calcite and iron over here. So then the next thing to consider would be the water production. And I want to say with the water production, it was just melt ice. Pretty much what we got there. You don't know why Skyrim defaults to ultra settings? I don't know why Skyrim does a lot of things Skyrim does. If we're being honest, Skyrim makes a lot of, I'm gonna go with the word interesting decisions. So you can both be set to melt ice. So then that gives us our water, which gets routed here. Now, one thing I need to do is I need to make sure I route a water line up here as well. This line is certainly going to move because that's not a good place for it. But that's where it is for now. Okay, so with that, is you can consume up to 10.3 water per second, and you can consume up to 10 water per second. So we're looking at a little over 30 water per second, and you produce 20. So I actually do need 2. I was just guessing, but yeah, so I actually do need 2 because that should give me about 40 water per second, which should exceed what we can consume otherwise. Alright, so this is where we get things going in, where I have, again, I've got a path here for carbon, here for iron, and then both of them need calcite. So now's where I gotta go and figure out how we're moving our stuff around for that. But before we do that, let's take a peek at Gleba, see if there's any outstanding things there. You're waiting on the express splitter. And the express splitter is waiting on red circuit boards. Right. So let's intervene there really fast. I need to grab a little bit of plastic. Why do I have no plastic? Why is everything shut down and rotten? What did I miss? Why is all the nutrients gone? Why did you run out of nutrients? What's happening here? Why do you have a bunch of garbage on here? Okay, so that's what happened, is we connected there and it had some wooden junk in there. And because of that, it seized up that part of the process. So we just needed to get enough of this out that we can go down here and kick this over. If we just get a little bit to kick this over, it should reboot the whole system. Like, it'll take a minute, but that's okay. Gotta love that for little things like that. One stick and the whole thing grinds to a halt. Pretty much. Alright, let me go ahead, because we're going to need to actually have the stuff in my inventory. There's 2 for you. 2 for you. 2 for you. Four for you. Come on, man. I just need you to get down here. I just need a couple to get over here. That's all I need. Okay, so get over here. Grab me those. Alright, just that fast, we're rebooting it. was hoping to grab it before it got there. You're just gonna keep doing this for just a minute. It needs to more consistently produce. And these are probably gonna hatch soon. Okay, just got some of them getting by to the hash. Forgot that was still configured that way to try and keep things running. Alright, so it just needs a couple of laps here. So the couple of laps we'll have our two things that produce nutrients over here. We'll start ramping up properly. We'll get way more of this going into the production. They'll slowly fill in the belts and all that. Now I was going to say is we were waiting on this. But yeah, so everything ground to a halt. It's just gonna take a little while for that nutrients to catch up and start getting around the whole system again. You can see as it's slowly bringing it back around and getting it all sorted out. Yeah, no, we had just expanded our farms, and I missed that one had loaded up wood and had walked away. So we had wood just all along this path. So the moment I got the wood removed, I just need to kind of grab a handful of things, just kind of reset it. And all that. Alright. Okay, it's getting back through here. Let's grab the eggs that are mostly bad here. And just burn those before they hatch. Now we got the two here, and they'll just cycle those around and get themselves sorted. Yep, and like once we've kind of like rebooted that, as you can see, it's come back online. Okay, what are you waiting on? Oh, you're actively working on rebooting. Yeah, so it's actively trying to reboot our iron production. The issue it's running into is we're just consuming so much jelly right now that it's not reaching the reboot thing. They'll get there. Once they start getting this reaction where it starts backloading the bioflux, then these will slow down, and then the jelly will just rocket through, and then these two will have a chance to reboot. And then the copper and the iron will go back into production. Yeah, and you're still waiting on your splitter, which is waiting on the red circuit boards, which is when I noticed we had a problem. Alright, because right now we've got plastic gets produced here, and I need it down over here for making the red circuit boards. For red circuit boards, Red circuit boards were wire, plastic, and green circuit. Okay. So, what we can do then is I'll put you here. Start here. And I vaguely remember that you don't really need hardly any of the wire for the red circuit boards. The green circuit boards use tons of it. So wait for a minute before we queue up the next thing. We also put you here, and you'll be the wire. Now I can do here is you'll be red circuit boards. I'll deal with that later. That's just a kind of reminder myself. Alright, so the iron is rebooted. And copper is rebooted. So that means basically the whole thing's back online. It'll like need to take a couple more cycles before it really builds up the density of the nutrients again. But that is the good news, is once I can get just enough bioflux to get down here to where the nutrient production is, it will, you know, like it'll take a little bit because I have to go through this corridor, but it will eventually kind of kick over. So now what needs to happen is you here are waiting on hash to actually get through so you can make some plastic. Let me go ahead and do that. I'm going to handcraft some of these circuit boards so I can hopefully get a our blue splitter over here that's supposed to be making our carbon fiber. That way someday I'll actually be able to build the rocket stuff. Oh, you're already doing it? That's fine. Yeah, so you're already making the red circuit boards, and they're being flown here. It's fine. Alright. So I need to not queue up another splitter or anything till that's done. So that's all rebooted. We're good. Let's leave this alone and go back to working on the Outrider. Okay. So like I said, we've got our different asteroid type stuff we need to get in here. So that's going to be a whole thing. So part of this is where I've got this here. I'm going to want to make sure this belt is calcite on one side and iron on the other. And then this one is carbon and calcite. So that's going to involve this guy. And I think I'm going to put the processing way in the back this time, which I haven't done before. So let's consider. So I've got these ones where when things are off balance, we reprocess it. We don't want that this time. We want these three over here. So this one gives me iron and copper. This one gives me carbon and sulfur. And this one gives me ice and calcite. So let's plan to need more of these than I think I genuinely am going to need. And like I said, I'm kind of placing this out here like this. But I'm kind of fully expecting to, you know, have to like pick them up, move them around, like compress them a little bit, all sorts of stuff like that. But for right now, I just want to wire it up so it's hooked up at all, and then we can see what we can do to manage the size a little bit. All right, so you down here will be the advanced metals. You'll be the ice and calcite. And you'll be the carbon and whatnot. So with that, I'm going to need to take stuff off of here. So I got a couple ways I can approach this. One is right from the beginning, I can just say, filter inserter, you put it on this line, you put it on that line, that kind of thing. And that's one option. But we got three potential outputs, which is going to potentially make this all mucky if we do it that way. The other option is we just put these onto a belt And then the belt goes, okay, if you're this, loop it off this way. If you're that, loop it off that way. And that kind of thing. And there's definitely a pro and the con with each of these. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to start with this, that if it becomes just a metal chunk, we just want to get it the heck out of here. So that is my, we're rejecting this material. Go back, do another lap. Actually, now I think about it, you don't even need to take that much space. We can go right here. Now make it a bit more compact. But same idea. We got a surplus, get it out of here. And do the same idea here. Where if we go here, and it ends up being an ice chunk, get it out of here. And then same deal here. If it gets to be a carbon chunk, get it out of there. And that's going to feed back into the loop that feeds into all this stuff again. Alright, so that means whatever comes on the other side of this is either iron or copper. Now, I suspect for what we're doing, the only thing I want the copper for, I suspect, is going to be for making armor-piercing rounds. I believe. So what we're going to do now is going to bring you over here. And I'm going to immediately split off another line. Now, I don't know yet where we're going to put the copper, but we'll go ahead and choose to put that over there, and we'll have to reroute that once I figure out where it's going. So that's the copper line. So now that leaves this line to be our iron line. Which is going to end up going to smelters because I need to make the iron and the steel and a whole bunch of stuff. But for engine purposes, that's plugged in. So now we have you can still make calcite and you can make ice. So the ice is going to have to be fed over to make water. So we have that down here. So in this case, we'll go here. And we'll switch you to be ice for the output. Actually, for what we're doing, we'll switch you to the calcite. So then with the calcite, we can bring you over, bring you down here. Turn you like this. Splitter. So you go down this way. You come across. And then down this way. There's the calcite line, as far as I'm aware of, that I can think of what we need. Then you'll, by process of elimination, be the line that the ice follows. And that feeds the ice in. So that means all of our engine stuff except the carbon's been routed over. So we can check on that. So we go here. This way. Filter off the sulfur that I don't know what I'm doing with yet. I think that's going to become explosives for the rockets. So we'll just route that over. I can probably make this more compact if I really wanted to. I make this not quite as bad. Switch you back over to doing the ice again. So that'll be the ice line here. Cool. Nice and straightforward. Alright. That's wired up there. You're wired up here. And you're wired up here. So that's what I would need to run the engines. Of which then I've got the sulfur and the copper just chucked wherever we can fit. Like I said, we're going to squish this all around a whole bunch. I also just realized this isn't going to work the way I built it. Because what I'm going to need to do is shift you down farther. So let's just move that down there for just a second. Yoink you from that spot. And then grab you. And bring you to about here. And then yoink you back from that spot. And the reason why that needed to happen, I could just use a cutting tool, is I do actually have to bring the ore in somewhere. Okay, so you can bring the ore in here to process that. Okay. And then, you know, here we would just have, like... could cut you. Put you up there for just a minute. Bring it down here. All right. And then finally we'd have this one. So you get the idea, we'd have all this stuff. Alright. So that's our production. As far as, like, just for engine considerations. Now, the next thing we would need to do is I am going to need to produce both rockets, and I'm going to need to produce bulletproof, or armor-piercing bullets. Armor-piercing bullets, not bad. We put in just iron plates, and then we put steel, copper, and all that. That's straightforward. The other one we need to do is for the rockets, which you want the single target rockets. That's iron plate and explosives. So iron plate's simple enough. Explosives, on the other hand, those are going to require sulfur and coal. Well, I've got the sulfur right there, but I'm going to have to get the coal. Which you can get the coal by using coal synthesis, which will take the carbon and the sulfur to make our coal. And then that gives us what we need for the explosives, so that'll be our production line for that. So we've got those. So this does create an issue where I'm going to need probably a lot more iron ore than other stuff. The additional thing I'm going to need to do is actually smelt the iron. Now, one of the things that gets interesting is I could use the regular smelters, But we also have the foundries up here, and we can actually use this thing since we're going to have calcite on hand, and we can use that to make far better things here. So we're probably going to use the foundries. I got to remind myself, so we can make the iron plate, the copper plate, the steel. I don't need any of these other things, though. And as far as the rest of the stuff, none of this other stuff is relevant to me. Okay. So that's the thing we're going to be doing there, is we're going to be producing a bunch of molten iron and all that. Now, with making the iron plate, let's take a quick peek at what that's going to involve. So you're going to take, let's see. So you're taking somewhere in the area, so it's basically 20 molten iron makes 2 iron plate, and 30 molten iron makes 1 steel plate. And how much are you going to be making per cycle? 500 molten iron every 30 seconds. Okay, so it's actually going to be a pretty generous amount. So you're going to need the calcite, which is this line. Yeah, so you'll need the calcite for all of it. And we're going to want the iron ore. Now, that's the only thing I'd be using the iron, the copper ore here. So right now I've got those hooked to just get out of there. That's not ultimately where they're going to go. So we're gonna have to work on finagling these around these belts. But there shouldn't be too bad. I wonder if that is wide enough that I can get past there. Because I can never remember how far you can go, and it won't show me, of course. Alright, we can just do it down here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can only go 6 between them. So if we go back and check on the Outrider, that is definitely more than 6. 1, 2, 3, yeah, so it's 8 between those. So if I got rid of all the extra cargo, we could certainly go between those. But I don't wanna. So that's the whole thing. Now what I could do to make my life easier then, is I could just inch this middle part down a little. And now it'll be a lot easier to navigate. So we're right now, that's chosen to branch off there and just go into the abyss. We don't want that to go that way. That can go this way, these two go on. And then the sulfur going off into the middle of nowhere we don't want. So what we could do here... we work on this. And then you go over here. You'd go over here. And then my iron is on this one. Yes, this would be the iron line here. That would be able to do that anyways. It's fine. Right, so what we'll do here... you're going to have a splitter. Actually, you could just be a regular belt still. That's our iron line. Something's not right here. So your sulfur, there's nothing here. That's what's not right. Okay. Cool, so sulfur goes down this line over here. Iron cuts across this line, copper around this line. Alright, so sulfur we don't care about right now. It's just well, sorry, that's the iron line. The sulfur we don't really care about right now. That's going to be involved when you need to make explosives and all that stuff. So the plan is that's calcite. So the next move we need is we can go down here and make that easier for me to navigate. So we want it, we don't care about it right now. So you're going to go up here, and that's where you'll drop off. So let's get our foundry sorted out up here. So this will be our first foundry. This one, so it's 20 every 3.2 seconds, and it's going to consume 30 every 3... Oh, sorry, that's the consumption. So every 32 seconds, I get 500. So we'll say it's 50 every 3 seconds. And you're going to be 20 every 3 seconds, and you'll be 50 every 3 seconds. So that should work out where one foundry making molten iron should work. And as I mentioned before, this is our calcite going up the side here. Let's move you a little bit closer. That's fine. And then bring you up here. So you'll be here, you'll be there, and you will be molten iron. Right, you don't make any stone or any output. Okay, so that's good news there. Now, we're also going to want to go down here and get a couple other things. So, with the molten iron, let's go ahead and turn you this way. Here's what I'm going to do. Is put some containers here. Because I'm going to need another foundry. Actually, 2 foundries. For the iron plate. And for the steel. Space them out one between each other. And the alternative to doing all of this nonsense I'm doing right now is you could, instead of having it where it's a self-sustaining platform, you could just have it where you fly and they just ship up some ammo real fast or whatever you need to keep going. I do like to make my platforms be able to just kind of sustain themselves forever. Or as close to it as we can. So that gives me all my iron products. Which brings us on to our copper products, which is this line. So what I'm going to go ahead and do here... Yeah, it's fine. Is we'll go over here, and then you curve up. What I'll ultimately do is I'll need to get the calcite over here, but worry about that in a minute. Because I'm not really going to need very much copper. I'm going to tuck you up here. So that'll be our copper production. Okay, so there's our copper. And then for the sake of my own sanity, I'm going to go like this. Put a splitter here. Turn you this way. And there's your calcite. So that'll produce that. And then same deal. Basically put some storage here in case I end up needing it. And there's our copper plate. Okay, so we've now got iron, steel, and copper. And then this is our sulfur line down here. Okay. And I believe with that, we have all the material handling for this area. Now, there's a catch with this design that I'm going to have a problem with that I'm going to need to deal with. And that catch is, right now with this, these will back up. Like, the copper line will back up when there's too much copper. And that's just it. The whole thing will seize and shut down. We, needless to say, don't want that. So I think where I've got these filters here, I think those are going to have to change. We'll still filter them, but where I'm kind of doing the splitter filters jam. That's the problem with the splitter filters. If anything tries to go through here that's not that material, the whole thing just freezes up. So I could put like a set of 3 inserters here that will just grab the materials off, and any surplus gets chucked. Because that's gonna be something that has to be immediately handled. Now I'd love to have the buffer on the belt along the way. Well, let me get this set up and we can rearrange that, because basically I've got this is a self-contained thing, this is a self-contained thing, that's a self-contained thing, and that's a self-contained thing, and then we just move the things between them. So, the armor-piercing round's the only thing using the copper. And the only thing using the steel. You get used by multiple things. So we've got the sulfur there. That's fine. So I think we put our armor-piercing round production up here. And like I said, that should be straightforward. We can go ahead and just... have you here. Have you there, have you there. Since these are only going to be used for the armor-piercing rounds, we can just weave you right behind here. And that'll be my stuff for the armor-piercing rounds. And then we have this belt here. Okay, so let's check in how long it takes to craft the bullets. So you take 1 second for 1 magazine, and you take 6 seconds for 2 magazines. Is that right? So yeah, so the ratio between those should be 3 regular magazines to 1, or 3 of the regular ones to the other one. Or sorry, yeah, it'd be a 3-to-1 ratio. All right. Actually, do it the other way around. It'll be easier to make it work. So then you make a regular old bullets. Okay, so that'll put... yeah, oh no, that won't work. Don't do that. That's a terrible idea. Okay. So that puts those there. And we'll go ahead and put up here. The armor-piercing rounds. Now, I don't know if one of those making armor-piercing rounds is going to be remotely enough. But, what's your production rate here? Your production rate is 2 iron plates per 3 seconds. We're going to get an iron plate every second and a half. And you're going to consume how many iron plates? 4 iron plates per second. Well, I'm doing the math there. And that isn't going to work. So that tells me all of this here needs an adjustment. So let's go ahead and grab you real fast and scoot you over here for just a minute, because it looks like I need 2 foundries for the iron. So copper, you just go ahead and get out of here. I don't need you right now. So what we're going to need to do here... Alright. Yeah, so the problem we had there was genuinely... we weren't going to be making enough for that. Alright, so with that, we've got this over here. So I can grab you. Just get this out of the way for a moment. Because I need to make sure I have at least a little surplus, because I also got to make the rockets. So with this, we're now going to be making 600 molten iron per whatever. So what I probably need to do here is we're going to have 2 of these making the iron plates. And then we'll need 1 more of these making the steel. Because fortunately, I don't really actually need that much steel. Alright. So that'll work out well. So... and grab you. Okay, so that brings the iron plates up here. Brings the magazines over there. The thing now is we can make an adjustment here. I'm going to switch this whole thing around how we're doing it. So instead, you are going to go over here, go over there. And then we need you going down this way. We then put these 2 down here. Alright, and then you will be making the armor-piercing rounds. And that's where this comes in, because you're going to be brought over here. This will go this way. We can make this better. You'll go here, you'll go there. That'll be the copper and the steel. So now I can go down here and grab your foundry. So that's the sulfur line. That's got the calcite. Okay. And this is the copper line. This is the iron line. So what needs to happen here... grab the underground. Basically flip that back around. And then you make the molten copper. And then you here make the copper plate. Okay, so that should be the armor-piercing bullets all figured out. Cool. So we got our sulfur down here, and then we've got our carbon over here. So this is where I've got to figure out the explosives and all that. So the first step I need to do is I need to make it so I can get coal. This process takes 2 seconds and requires 5 carbon and 1 of those. So we're basically getting 1 coal every 5 seconds. Wait, what? Oh, okay, I was misreading. I was like, when it was mentioning heavy oil down there, I'm like, wait, what? Right. So every 5 seconds, we're getting 1 coal. From here, we would want to make explosives. And the explosives, every 4 seconds, I need 1 coal. So those are close enough to the same. I'm going to let it slide. And then last, we would have our rockets. And that's every 4 seconds, I need 1 explosive. And you make 2. And that's 7 seconds. So that means I could technically run roughly 2 assemblers going on. And they just need iron plates, and then you just need sulfur. Alright, so this will actually work out relatively easy. We need the water down here. And the water is right there. Okay. Hey, Frybear, how's it going? Alright, so then this is the carbon line. So we'll need the carbon there. That feeds into that, so that'll be fine. This is the sulfur line. So I'm going to go ahead and plan for there to be sulfur here. So that'll be where the sulfur goes. Now, I had kind of planned to have the charcoal or the carbon backfill, or so the coal to backfill. This is fine. It can go ahead and load that up. And then what we could do is let's grab you. We'll twist you over here. Because then we can have the explosives go over here. That way we have a little bit of a runway so that... Actually, I'm going to take it a little farther. Alright, Dutch Princess, you have a good one. Basically, I want to use the belt as effectively storage. Okay, meanwhile, we've got our iron line up here. So what needs to happen here is to put a split there. And you get reversed back to go down this way. Okay, so that should be able to make the rockets. So with that, I believe we have all the processes for the fully functional ship to be here. I have room to expand my power grid up here. We got room back here for stuff. But ultimately, now what I need to do is get where we're having our little grabby hands to do their little grabby hand things. And all that. But before we get into that, let's check Gleba. Are you still running? You are. A little more rot than I expect to see on the line, but that's okay. That's because the carbon is backfilling and all that. And what's your deal? You don't have carbon because you don't have this yet, because of course not. I'm actually really surprised you haven't gotten that sorted this whole time, because you are making red circuit boards. No, you're not. I mean, you are making red circuit boards. You're not putting the red circuit boards here. Okay. In the meantime, let's go ahead and... Right. So we're just temporarily, to keep this thing from staying stuck, let's put a requester chest here for the red circuit boards. We're going to be making those in a minute, but the fact that this thing is sitting here while I'm doing all that, not getting anything done... You do not need 200. And working on the speed modules. Oh, the bacteria thing backed up because this is basically backlogged. Right, okay. Yeah, so what I need to do is we want to get more splitters and all that going on so we can get the red circuit boards. Alright, so I'm going to just do here to get this at least running. Okay. You still upgrade it, but that'll get unstuck for right now. Actually, if the copper plate... You don't need those two. Okay, so that'll give you the wire. You can go like that. Actually, honestly, for the red circuit boards... That's not how I should do this. That's fine. Oh, wait. That's not gonna quite work the way I want. That part's fine. You need to go up here. Right. So you're going to toss the wire on there. I know I can do this. Okay, so I'll put the wire on this side and the other bit on the other side. So that way we have both the input ingredients here. So that's that, and then the only thing we're missing is plastic, which might as well be on the moon right now, unfortunately. But that'll get that going. The plastic is way up here. So I'm going to probably need to do to get the plastic up here is we're going to need to snake a belt around everything. Probably be easiest to go over top and then bring it down. All right. I need to adjust these. And that's going to cause us a couple of problems. All right, with that, we would then have the red circuit boards in production. Okay. Like, you just did a new game and finally solved Polgora. You didn't factor you used your previous game blueprints and saved circuit networks. And as soon as you brought your bots over, you felt like you brought Skynet online. The bots can self-replicate and populate the networks. Yep, okay, so that should at least get that going. Soon as they've got those conveyor belts there. Which we have. There we go. All right. And so with that, we're now going to be making red circuit boards. And that's how you can get away without moving other stuff around. Okay. And we'll end up needing more green circuit boards to satisfy that. But now with the red circuit boards online, we need to get those down there. So for the moment, I'm going to do one of these. Tell you to go ahead and upgrade that when you have a chance. But then I'm going to just go over here. All right. Now you can remove this because it's not needed anymore. Cool, so we have everything we need to get all of the conveyor belt stuff done. Just hands down, it's all wired up. So then the next thing we would want to do is get the next batch of things that need to be made. Which is yellow inserter, blue inserter, green inserter. Yeah, so you... All right. Yeah, so they all need green or red circuit boards. You need the metal plates. Oh, the middle one needs the metal plate. Yeah, so the first two need the metal plates. The back two need... The one in the middle is weird, not requiring gears, but that's fine. Okay, so you'll need metal plates and you'll need metal plates. So let's plan to get the metal plates and the gears down this side. These just get passed right down the middle because I don't see a reason not to. And we might end up needing other stuff soon. So that'll get us the metal plates in this. And then we will also want the circuit boards and all that on this side. That's fair enough. We can just plunk you here. Plunk you there. Okay. And then we put a passive chest here. Alright. And then we just need to get the power all wired in. Okay, and that's the inserters on the network. So that means we can go up to this. And I forgot you still need a drone port put up there. That'll do. Okay, so with that, the only one we're missing is the long inserter because that also requires the small inserter. That's always been a tricky one. Let's see. What does the long inserter require? It is gear plate and that. Okay, so that's very doable. So what I can do here for the long inserter, this will be a little scuff, but we can have it grab that, and then we can put an underground. Like that. So I can go ahead and put you here. And then you get your red inserter. And a passive provider chest. Okay. So I'll start passing that all over there. And you're short on gears that are being consumed by all stuff we're making. Alright, so with that... Oop, don't do that. With that, we no longer need you. 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 Okay, and we can go down here real quick. Chuck you in the box. Chuck you there. Chuck you all in there. Chuck you in the box. Chuck you in the box. Basically try and get as much of the stuff loaded up into inventories as possible. Alright. Okay, so I got all that cleaned out, so we're now making red circuit boards, green circuit boards, and then like all the inserters, belts, and all that stuff, which we should have set up a long time ago. You are finally making carbon fiber, which is on the network. And then over here, we have the missile launchers, which are waiting on rocket launchers. Rocket launchers require gears, plates, and circuit boards, which means I don't have to do anything fancy. Those are right here. So I can just go boom, boom. Okay. Does that let me start making the missile sentries, the missile turrets, whatever? Okay, so with that, let me go ahead and, since we're on ad break anyways, I really need to use restroom, so I'm going to do that real fast, and I'll be right back, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay, and we are back. So we're 86% of the way researched towards Aquillo. We can go back to the Outrider. So like I said, we've got all this industry set up. So I think that's sound. It'll be curious to see if I actually need more for our power than this. I don't know if we will or won't. We could definitely toss in some accumulators to level it out so it's not so spiky if it does push it. So now the next thing I need to do is we need to be able to collect the stuff we're like destroying and all that. We also need to go through and get all the guns mounted on and all that. And so we got this giant ribbon here that's going to be our various ores going in there. And so what we kind of want to do here is I am going to go ahead real quick. I'm going to grab more of these grinders. And what the plan here is, if the metallic overloads, there. The carbon overloads, there. If the ice overloads, there. Alright. I think those need to be one space farther apart. That's fine. I'll put you all the way down here. And this is probably one of those things that, like it says, probably overkill. But at the same time, this should make it so I don't need to jettison much from the ship. I say suddenly remembering I need to make it so if I make too much copper or whatever, I can eject it. Okay, so before I get all caught up in that again, so the things I need to do is this is fine. These ores going back out to the main belt, that's good. This copper line, we need to make it so if the copper line overfills, it goes off the ship. And that should be easy to do by doing this. We can say your output priority is on the left, and then this is the getting off the ship line. So you're good. We need to do the same thing with the ice here. Just like we did the other one, if the ice overfills, get it off the ship. Because you're going to be making ice, calcite, and all that. That should be the same exact thing where we go boom. Prioritize the left lane. And then we got to figure out how I finagle this around, which should be just... And again, that's the outbound line. So that leaves us with calcite. And that leaves us with iron. So there's the iron line. Now I gotta be careful, because I want to make sure there's at least some backfilled here. But I can split it off here. That's one option. Oh, I know what we're gonna do. We got space here. So pick up all that. We'll have that. Then you can go here. And this will be for the iron. So we have the main line go like this. And I'm not actually going to have like 4 or 5 lines going back here. I'm more just trying to make it so I can visually see it. So that's all of my materials handled for this. This has the calcite sill. The calcite, I need to set up a way to get the calcite out of here in the event that the calcite backs up. And then same for the sulfur. The sulfur's actually looking like it's going to be pretty easy. Boom. Prioritize left out. And even though I'm sure I can get it off the side of the ship much easier, I just like putting things together. And it can just merge together, doesn't matter. So that's the sulfur handled, that's handled. Then we just need this handled. We can do the exact same thing. Alright. Yeah, so that should get all the extra out of all of these. What about the calcite? The calcite, I think, is the only one we're not handling, and I can handle that super easy right here. Because all I gotta do is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can move that back one. So go ahead and put you here. Grab you. So that gives you a spot there. Okay, and I can go here. That's our surplus. Which goes to our second surplus. Okay. Probably don't do it that way. That'll almost certainly backfire. Okay, so I can jettison any surplus materials off the back. And then we don't care about any of the material surplus over here. This can just backlog all day long, but the inputs we can't let. Okay. So, we've got all these, so now I gotta go ahead and hook this all up. Now, I don't want to go way down here so I line up. I want to go ahead and branch them off where we need them to branch off. So let's go ahead and clip that over there. We can go here and say you are going to check for this one. So you got that set to the coal. Let's actually make you that one there. And you have the ice as the next line. You can just put it right there, I don't need a space. And then last we'd have you. Are going to be that. And it won't matter yet because we don't have it, but later on I've got room now where I can put the other materials that we need. Because ultimately we'd probably get rid of that, make that into a fusion reactor, and we should have room to do all the fusion-y things over here. Maybe the railgun stuff. So I'm actually pretty okay with where we're going with this, because even though this is overkill for what we're making it for, I'm leaving myself enough room that when we get to Aquillo and we get the railgun and all locked, I should be able to take the same plan, grab this, and then just kind of yoink it, make the fusion set up here, and then we can make railgun production over here somewhere. Like, we'd see what we're missing to make that happen. Alright, so we've got all that. So then the plan here is you'd have an output there. Oh, these I could just change which ones are which. And so yeah, this is where the overflow, you go out there. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. We can actually shift you over this way. Because that'll give me room to work. And then next up we've got the one for the ice. And that takes care of that one. And same exact plan there. Okay. And again, that's a huge waste of space. Ultimately, this is one of those things that, like, if we go and we build this, or like, oh, I need to fit more in, this gives me a very easy ability to expand. Alright. So then we've got all of the outputs that bring ore into the system. And then we've got all the stuff for getting the ammo around. So what we'll probably want to do is for this... You are all going to be bringing ore back in. Yep, so that's the ore loop that we're going to have. Now, technically, I don't need an ore loop on this one. I could just have it so ore gets brought up this way, ore gets brought up this way, it gets all plugged in. Because Because I've been making all of these ships be a loop. That's not necessary. If we have it all being fed into this thing, the loop part becomes purely optional. But if we don't have a loop, it can potentially back up on this. The loop can also back up, but it's got a little bit of nonsense it can deal with. In hindsight, I've got this kind of going the other way. So let's yoink all those real fast. You go that way. This is Aquillo or Endgame? Aquillo. But I'm kind of designing it with the intent that when it's time for the endgame, I could just kind of rip that out, put that over here, get the railgun stuff up here, but otherwise the rest of the ship can kind of stay the same. A lot of these aren't going to be what I need balance-wise, and then, like I said, I got room that I can put another filter here for the, whatever the red ore was called. So I kind of got a lot of options, so I am kind of deliberately designing it with the ability to make it work all the way into the end game. I would just need to go and add the extra tech we get from Aquillo. No, I'm like, a big part of it is just, honestly, I'm going based on memory on how my last ship was, so far as going all this. Okay, so these can back up really easily. So one thing we want to do with all these is we'll set the primary output to left. And so the idea is simple. You'll try and put it here. If that's blocked, it'll just wiggle it around and try and put it in there. If that's blocked, it'll wiggle and go around there. And then we just need to go here to merge it back in. And then this one, we don't really care which way it goes. Alright. So that's the loop that all of our ore takes. Now, the next thing we need to do is put some guns on it. And the grapplers. So we would like to get some better quality grapplers. We're going to start with this. We're just going to kind of design the area. So the things that need to happen is I am going to need my actual guns like there. And this time we're going to... So there's a catch. There's two things. I can put these to overlap so I make sure I get more of the ore. Or you can, like, put them wider on. If we get the higher quality ones, they'll do way more. Now, the next thing we've got going on here, that's going to be a bigger thing, is we got these. The big rocket ones. Now, we want to do the rockets, but the rockets are definitely one I want to be careful about not using too many and not having them too far on the outer edges. Because you see that giant radius? If I have one way over here, I'm shooting rockets way over here on the edge that don't matter to me. So I kind of want to tuck, 2 or 3 rockets sort of in the middle, but with enough overlap that we can handle a decent amount of stuff coming at me. Guess I put you there. I put you here. I mean, both rockets will be able to cover the outer edge of the other side relatively okay. Then the next thing would be we want some rockets along these edges here to try and protect from, like, asteroids that come in at an angle that we miss and then they hit us in the back. I could genuinely just go for a really... Well, also while we're sitting there at the next location. Yeah, we'll have to have those. Then go ahead and put a rocket here. Put a rocket there. So that gives me pretty wide coverage there. Now I just got the middle of the ship here where I don't have any meaningful coverage. The thing we're going to end up doing here... Let's grab the rockets. I'm not going to put a ton of rockets on here. There we go. Yeah, so that's potentially going to get a little wasteful on the rockets, but that's okay. Actually, you could do those in line. That's fine. We won't be greedy with it. Okay, so grab them on the way by. Grab you on the way by. Grab those on the way by. And grab you and tuck you one tile farther out. And grab that on the way by. Okay, so this is the rocket line. And then later on, what will happen with this is later on, this will also become the railgun line. I'll deal with that one in a second. Okay, so you've got all that, you've got all that. This is all fine here. You're one that needs to move. Actually, no you don't. Okay, so with that, we've got our rockets kind of all positioned to cover all the areas. Which then brings the last loop of conveyor belts. So I gotta make sure. I'm hoping that's not too far back. I can't remember where the cutoff is where you can no longer, Okay. Yeah, okay, I got space. Alright. So this is where I gotta figure out how this is all hooking up. So we got this. It's going to need to be able to pull ammo. And that's kind of our front line of defense here. We will put a little bit of walls to help a bit here. That's gates, not walls. Just a little bit of walls to give them a little bit of defense. But then what happens here is you've got these coming in. And the issue we're going to run into is just, this is our bullets, and we ultimately need to get this stuff back onto the other line. So you can go ahead and go like this. Grab you. And then that feeds back into our line down there. I hear a wifey.
He makes noise.
It's true, I do make noise sometimes. Alright. Cool. So what we can do here is I want to get this through here without too much of a hassle. But you know, sometimes things are a hassle. We can just do one of these. That's fine. Ultimately, the important part is you've got this. As I mentioned a few times, I'm deliberately making this way bigger than it needs to be. There's pros and cons of that. One of the big cons about that is just the fact that that does mean I'll have potentially more issues so far as, like, getting hit by stuff and whatnot. Right, so you can pull up this. This also gives me room for stuff like solar panels and all that kind of stuff, which are not super useful at Aquillo itself, but when we're, like, dropping off materials and that kind of thing. Okay. So we don't really care what way the bullets go around. That's fine. And I'm sure there'll be some of these that are backwards. Okay, so we've got all that stuff. Obviously the corners are all scuffed. Let's see, still, it's nice to have an omni-platform to drop exactly what you need. Yeah, no, absolutely. And plus, with, like, this whole style, I do like that I can kind of go in here, and if we do run to problems, I can go and just be like, oh, this part isn't working. Let me go fix it. And this is our things have gone backlogged, start jettisoning. Yeah, so this is anything that gets backlogged, you just push it back there. Alright, so the only things we got left is I've got to wire in where this this material gets on here. So this is the material line back here. Just the other way. Okay. We can make your gap back here a little. Give me room. Okay, so I didn't put a gap at this spot. But I can work around that by doing this. Okay. So little by little. And most likely we'll end up finding some things like the undergrounds will be backwards and I'll have to fix it. Those are all minor things that aren't too bad to deal with. We'll likely have at least one thing where just something is completely out of whack and I'll have to like kind of shuffle it around a little bit. Okay, and you've got your stuff. And it's the inside loop there. Okay, so you're going to be a booger to get you set up. We can make that work easy enough. I'll just have to shuffle it over a little. And honestly, in this case, with where these are at, we're just going to combine these and be done with it. Okay. Alright, so there's another one that's going to be a little snobby to get where I need it. Because I gave myself so much room, there's plenty of room for me to wiggle around to deal with this. So I can go here. And that's officially our research to be allowed to go towards Aquillo. Alright. I'm just trying to make this line up a little bit with where these are at to hopefully prevent too much headaches from that. Okay, so you've got you here. Alright, this is kind of the weird one here. I had the same exact design issue the last time, because I can't let that... I can't put it in this area, it'll block that whole thing up. What I actually do is I go way over here. You have to be an extra tile. Just so it doesn't go through. Okay, so in theory, that's all hooked up and once it has time to build, will become functional. Now, what we can do in the interim is, as I mentioned, when we get away from here, the solar panels are going to work like garbage. But while we're in the middle areas, they'll be okay. I'm going to tuck a couple of solar panels back here. Not a lot. Just a couple here and there. And then what we are also going to do is I am going to put down a bunch of accumulators. Because no matter what power source I use, sometimes you can potentially spike your power. And accumulators are a way to help with a lot of those types of issues. So for right now, I'll probably leave it at that. Just filling in some of these gaps that don't really have another thing I can use them for. Okay, and we'll leave the rest alone. Now, one thing I will have to do is you're not allowed to have hollow spaces. Alright. That's a big hunker. It is. And like I said, this is overkill for a lot of what we're doing. But the idea here is I've given myself enough room that when it's time for going for the shattered planet edge of the solar system, I've got enough room here that I could probably shift this back a little bit. Or like just move this little line forward, put the railguns here. I already have plenty of tracks there. Between where we have our nuclear and all this right now, I could get fusion power in there and the production for the railgun shells, and that would handle just about everything. One thing we will want to do is, as far as you, target priority. So you're going for big. Yeah, because if I remember correctly, you have huge, where explosions don't do anything and all that. And that's with all the huge ones. We don't use those. But on the big, those work fine. But they also are like extremely resistant to physical and everything else. But if we go to the medium ones, the physical works just fine. And for the teeny tiny ones, we can actually use the lasers on the teeny tiny ones. So it's honestly not a terrible idea if we got a couple of lasers in here as well to hit the really tiny ones, just to conserve ammo. I don't think I care about the sides and the back as much. That'll be a front-only kind of thing. Alright. So your target priorities. Why do you not... Oh, there we go. So you shoot only the little stuff. You shoot only the second largest stuff. And the idea is to use the really expensive, important ammo on things that need it. Where's the ones back here? There should be two of them, right? Did I not put rockets on the back here? Oh, there they are. I was about to be like, I had those. And then meanwhile, we want to go look at you, target priorities. So anything that the physical damage does well is open game for these. So small is fine, medium is fine, no on the big. So small and medium on these. So small, medium, small, medium, small, medium, small. That's not small. Small, medium. Ignore other targets. Did I not do that in the other ones? I want to make sure we do that in all of these. Hey, Nitz, how's it going? Now, ideally, we'll end up getting like higher quality of these ones, especially the grabby hands for the materials. But yeah. I have to redo these because I didn't set them to ignore. Because like I said, the reason I want to ignore is stuff like the rockets. They take longer to craft. So we want to make sure we're only using them on targets that really kind of do actually need them. Alright, so in theory, I've got my whole ship. Get to work. Yeah, so we want to get the quality upgrade for the grabber hands would be a big one. Quality upgrades for these are also really nice. Like a lot of the other ones, it's helpful for efficiency. But like the chem labs, it could be nice. The assemblers, it could be nice. One thing we'll probably also do is I vaguely remember putting lots of speed modules in here. We'll let it run and kind of figure it out. But that's just going to take a real hot minute to be built. So unfortunately, we could just sit around and let that happen. Meanwhile, let's get back to Gleba and see how things are going here. Because we got all that getting done here. How are you doing now? So that's good news there. All of that's getting fully backed up, which is good for us producing everything. The science is just churning away. Love to see it. That the bottleneck for the science is actually the ship getting back and forth. So the next move from here is we are actually making the rocket launchers here. Somewhere. Let's see. How's the crafting up here? There they are. Yes, we actually do have these already made here. We'll have to have the ship come over here to get them. But that's fine. One of the things I want to make while we're here, though, and this is one I'm not going to be making very many of, because I don't want to deal with biters and their garbage right now, is we'll want to go over here and we'll want to make the capture unit. You know, I just realized I don't think we can make it yet. I think we're actively learning the technology. Like, yeah, the capture bot rocket. So yeah, that's the thing that lets you capture the capture a nest. And when you capture the nest, it'll give you a capture or captive biter nest, which then we can feed it. We can feed it bioflux. And with the bioflux, let's see. Yeah, with the bioflux, so what ends up happening is it'll give me biter eggs over time. Yeah, so that makes the captive biter spawner. We'll just make it. And that's used for making a bunch of things. The big one I would say is probably these biolabs. You can also turn them into nutrients. But it's also used in Promethean science packs. which is kind of the really annoying one. Then you have to craft the Promethean ones on the platforms. Yeah, but the overgrowth stuff is really good. The captive biter spawner is an interesting one. The biolabs are huge. They have a really, really ridiculous thing. Because they go through the science pack 50% the normal speed, so you need half as many. You also use the biter eggs in the absolute best productivity modules. You can make them into nutrients, which that's just how to discard them, basically. So, like, if you realize you have too many biter eggs, that's what you do with them, is you just do that. You can also burn them, which is what you do with the extras. I don't like dealing with the biters, mostly because I need to export the food from here over there, which is kind of annoying, but it's not that big a deal. Alright, if we're not doing the sentry guns anymore, so you can go away. You can go away. You can go away. We are producing our own red circuit boards in this area, so let's get rid of that. Which is good, because it's hoping to go and expand this more. Which it did a really sloppy job on this. I need more green circuit board production. I'll have to deal with that. I mean, if you're bad at math like me with Gleba packs, because Gleba sucks. Oh, get these out of my inventory. Get those out of my inventory. Get those out of my inventory for now. There you go. Ooh, we have big stompy boys over there. I have how many rockets? I have one stack of rockets. Why do you not have nutrition? It's going right... Oh. Because they're shutting off. Because they have logic to shut them off when they back off. Okay, so let's go over here. We got stompy friends over here. Let's go murder some stompy friends. You want to deal with the math? Build bigger is easier. Yep. Okay, we got another nest over here. Yeah, it's kind of one of the things is a lot of people get like all paranoid about like, oh, you gotta do this to, you know, be more efficient or that, and my usual answer is, or I could just make my factory bigger. Alright, so just getting some of the creepy crawly things out of here before they can establish and cause me more grief. But yeah, now the biggest negative I have for the most part with the captive biters is just dealing with getting them the bioflux. It's not that big a deal. It's just annoying to have to like ship food from another map, get it over there, and drop it. Which again, not a big deal. But it's usually one of those things, I'll do that to get my biolabs up, and then I'll be like, yeah, I'm not doing that anymore. I got what I want out of them. It's fine. So I'm probably going to start dropping off the ammo and all that here. Because we'll be probably leaving Greba here in not too long. Okay. So Tantive 4 is probably refueling. That's exactly what it's doing. It's refueling here real fast. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, so once it gets its fuel, we can hop back over there. You have infinite land to grow the factory. It's a must. Yeah, no, absolutely. There's just not really a major reason to make it a big focus of being like, no, I gotta really make it work in this time space. Even with the platforms, which I'd argue the platforms are probably the biggest consideration of being like, no, let's like really compact it as much as possible. Because the larger you make it, the more surface area you've got to protect. But even with that, like, or if I set it up right, I can just keep going bigger. Cube ship. It happens. Okay, so keep working our way down there for that. But what I want to do over here... So we've got the quality modules here. What I'm going to do is we're going to yoink that up. We're going to need to do some finagling here. Because what I want to do here is set you to have a filter for if it's normal quality. You to have a filter if it is better than normal quality. And what are you waiting on? So you need low density. We don't really care about the engine. This is another good one for doing this setup. So the beauty here is I just go and grab your stuff here and duplicate there. Now the problem is I got to get power up here. So I got to finagle some of this stuff a little bit. Because the one negative with doing this kind of design where you go, okay, here's the regular, here's the junk. And so like the regular stuff, that's just going to go into the grinder. You can actually just put it down to 1. That goes in the grinder. We don't want it. It smells funny. This stuff we're willing to roll the dice to get more than 1. If I put the power tower down here, it'll be 1 off of reaching. So what I can do we can cut one of these. Yeah, cut you. And move you up there. And then put the power tower there. Or including now, which is still kind of fighting back. Yeah. You're gonna do the same thing here. We're gonna yoink your power tower, put you over here, and grab your stuff here. You can duplicate that. What does it take to get the epic quality? That's 5,000. Well, I mean, capturing is also 1,000, so I guess 5,000 is not as impressive of a thing to overcome as that. A lot of these are cheap. Yeah, honestly. So I've got that. So getting these ones boosted would be good. We'll also need the foundries. The foundries would be nice to get quality, but getting that quality is going to be a little bit of a chore, so we're going to yoink your power tower. There you go. Same deal. Is basically I'm just going into all these being like, hey, have one that grabs the better than base quality and the one that grabs the base quality. And then what we want to do is go up to our grinders up here. Because those are just spitting stuff out in mass. And a lot of this is just hot junk. And go to this box. Yeah, you're already accepting that. So basically this thing is already accepting anything that we could have going there that I'm trying to get upgrades of. So honestly, for right now, we can just let those continue to try and up tech. Yeah, so you're up-teching that. Hey, Italics! I hope you had yourself a good stream, and thank you so much for the raid. Can we get a shout-out for Italics, by the way? Another fantastic content creator who I highly, highly, highly recommend checking out. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play. Give me 2 seconds. I want to make sure we don't get hit with that ad. There we go. Because otherwise you're about to raid into, like, getting an ad in, like, 10 seconds. So I'll kick it as far down the road as the Twitch lets me. Playing Crimson Desert. I haven't actually had a chance to check that out, but I've heard relatively good things, but not many things. So how was it? Because, like, genuinely, I don't know much about it. But, again, for those who don't know Italics, absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play on the channel. Has done a whole range of things, like RimWorld, all that kind of good stuff. So definitely go check them out. If you like the content here, you'll probably like it over there, which of course does mean the inverse is also likely true. But yeah, no, how was it? For those who don't know me, I'm Rual Storge, I do play a variety of games here on Twitch, and today we're playing Factorio. We're getting ready to go to Planet Cold, because we got Planet Spiders and Mold taken care of, and we're moving on. It's actually super fun and hard. To describe by comparison to other games, it feels a little bit like 8 other games all mixed into one pot. Okay. I mean, that sounds good. The 8 games in one pot has me head-scratching, but it does, I mean, it does sound good. Because like I said, I heard relatively good things and all that. But yeah, for those popping in here who haven't seen Factorio, like Space Age, Factorio's grown a lot over the years. So if we go to Novice, which is the base planet, you're going to see a whole lot on here that may not be exactly clear what in the earth is going on. Don't fret, it looks more complicated than it is. The way to think of it is you see these gray lines, those are railroad tracks. Every time you see something like this, all of this, effectively think of it output, input. Ore go in, it gets melted, plates come out. So all that complicated nonsense is just one thing comes in, one thing goes out. And obviously they get more involved, but complicated, but same deal. In, out, there's the machines. So it looks like this whole big, like, systematic thing. But really, it's one of those things. People come into chat and ask, is this like Red Dead Redemption or Skyrim? And it's clearly inspired by a lot of games, but isn't close enough to just say one. It's like this. Yeah, no, that's fair. There's been plenty of those. Yeah, no, I got you. Sounds good. I'll have to take a look at it. But yeah, so when you're looking at all this, all of these different things end up being one thing in and out. Now, when you get to Space Age, because the old Factorio, the win condition was you'd spend the whole game getting to the point where you could launch a rocket. So you'd have your rocket, you'd build it, you'd launch it, you beat the game. With Space Age, now your goal is to reach the edge of the solar system. That when you reach the edge of the solar system, the idea is you would be able to drive home or fly home and you're good. Where the other one was you sent a rocket up with a satellite so you could kind of, phone home and be like, yo, I crashed, please help. But yeah. But now we've got our many different planets. So we've got our planets here, like you got our nice lava planet.
Thank you Adalix for subscribing for 8 months. I dropped this.
Thank you, Tox, for the Prime Gaming sub. That's 8 months you've been subbed to the channel, and I do appreciate it. I also appreciate that the TTS was like Adalix. Good old Adalix. But yeah, so the lava planet's pretty cool. It's got lava, got sulfuric acid. What more could you ask for in life? It's got friends. It's got big friends. So if you like Dune, it's basically Dune. Ignore all the destroyed sentry guns. There's nothing to talk about there. So you got the lava planet. Then you got the Zappy planet. Zappy planet's pretty straightforward. It's all Zappy. And I'm deliberately not going into details of like what's going on with each planet so you don't get the spoilers of how crap. The spoilers of how it's working. Are you working? Is everything fine here? What's your deal? Why? Okay, so you're backed up on wire again. Because of course you're backed up on wire again. Every time I think I finally got this planet stabilized where it's not going to break on me for 30 seconds, it breaks on me. And of all the things to overwhelm me with, it overwhelms me with blue circuits, which feels really weird to have something that is such a pain in the butt to make be the thing that's breaking everything. So, what I need to do is I need to come up with a way. Alright, I've got a really gross solution for this. Or mitigation, I guess, not solution, mitigation strategy. Of what I'm gonna go ahead and do. Go slam a chest here. There we go. There is my mitigation strategy. We have a buffer box, where what I do is anytime that things start to back up, we shove it in the buffer box and we call it a day. And with that, all of my recyclers begin recycling things. Okay, but Zappy Planet. And then the last one, everyone's favorite planet. No one ever speaks negatively about this planet, which I'll give minor spoilers on that, which is, those are spider eggs. We have good old spider eggs that we carry around in our pocket, and they can hatch. And then everything rots. Everything rots. So what we're doing to keep our factory powered is we are helping produce even more spider eggs, and then we're hucking them into a furnace. So our factory is literally being powered by burning spider eggs. You're welcome, I guess? It's also burning rot and fruit and anything else flammable that I have a surplus of. But, you know, that box is a future Rual problem. Yes, it is. It is. I keep going over to Fulgora, and it'll be running smoothly with no problems for a really long time, and then it'll come back, and it's always the freaking green belt or green circuit boards or blue circuit boards. Yeah, so that should go there. So now I'm seeing. So we're having the steel is going to be the next thing to back up. So what I could probably do here. Or not steel, I'm sorry, iron plate. So we do have an iron plate processing, but you see how it's filling up? It's going to jam. So what I'm going to go ahead and do here is we're going to change you to this. Now, hopefully. Yeah, that worked out. Because it could have gone where it had one plate in there. So there. Yeah, so this will destroy iron plates and that'll destroy copper plate. It's so weird to just go to a planet and be like, you know what? Oh, wait. Did I already miss my ride? Aw. I missed my ride. Oh, good. The Fulgara Flotilla is on the way. Because we're trying to leave Gleba. Yeah, so because everything rots here, including even the science, I do have it set up where my my ship that gets the stuff from Gleba, the Tantive 4, it shows up and it's just like a drive-by. It parks, science goes in and immediately leaves. Prep? It's Aquillo prep. Gotcha. Yeah, so Aquillo is one of the planets on the DLC. Aquillo over here, it's cold. It's awful. It's actually, I really like it as a planet, but it is a planet that I do know a lot of people can find difficult. Okay, how much longer till you get here? You got a little while. The Tantive 4 is not coming back for a hot minute because it needs to refuel. Yeah, Tantive 4 is going nowhere. We got the Outrider. The Outrider is going to be going for Aquillo. But yeah, no, basically, so as I was saying just a little bit ago, the base game when you first started, pretty much the premise of the game was you crash land on a planet, and your goal of the game is to up-tech and expand your factory until you can build a rocket that you can launch a satellite into space. That way you can basically be like, you know, hey mom, I crashed my car, please come get me. And that's kind of basically the idea is you are trying to just put a rocket into the space to kind of phone home. That's the win condition. You just keep making the factory because, of course, automation games. Then they came out with about a little over a year ago a DLC called Space Age, where they added in multiple other planets, where now your goal is to be able to make a ship that could sustain long-term space flight to leave the solar system. And that when you hit the edge of the solar system, that's your win condition, the idea being that, in theory, you could just fly home. But yeah, so with that, the planets we have, where I just kind of went through, is Novus is where you start. Yes, the name is a play on the word novice. You got Volcanus, which is lava, Gleba, which is rot and spiders, Fulgora, which is zappy, and Aquila, which is cold. I think it's a gas giant. It's a cold gas giant. So it's sort of a C block-esque planet. If you've ever seen the C block challenge. Yeah, so if we take the Fulgora ship, that would take us to Fulgora, then to Novice, and then back to Gleba. So we could hop on at Novice. You haven't played Space Age yet? Even though you bought back in 2024, never need the time to play it. Yeah, no, it is substantially longer. Okay. So you're here. Any second now you're here. Hold up. That's fine. Because the Tantive 4 is the one that goes where you want it. Because you can queue up to get off of the stuff. Oh, man. You know what? How's your fuel? Your fuel's fine. So we're going to go ahead and tell it to go back, pick us up. We called mom and dad and told them we need to be picked up at school. And then they showed up, and we weren't immediately prompted stepping outside. So they thought we left. And so they left. And so now we had to call them back. Please. Let me get a ride. Yeah. But this is, so it's the final planet for the system. Correct. Aquillo is where you kind of take your lessons from everywhere else and you mush it together. But cold. Alright. But yeah, no, it's definitely... So, like, when you play Factorio, it's interesting in the sense that it's both a simple and a not simple game. When you start the game, every individual thing in the game is simple, but, like, the overall... Like, as you put all the simple pieces together, it very quickly gets not simple. We want to go ahead and add conditions here. So we will wait at a minimum of 60 seconds. We will add a wait condition to check our ammunition, to make sure we have at least 600 magazines on the outside. We'll add a condition here to check our fuel, which is there's fuel and there's oxidizer, to make sure we've got a bunch of that. And don't worry if you don't understand what any of this is. Basically, what I've got on my ship is if we look on the outer ring, all these things going by, these are magazines of ammo, which we're using to shoot rocks around the outside here. In 1 second, we change that. So as the asteroids approach, like this one here, we shoot the living crap out of it to break it down into pieces small enough that we can pick up the bits. Now, I of course have to keep making ammo. The other thing we have is we've got a rocket engine, and it requires fuel and oxidizer, which we're making here and here using water and some other stuff. So all I was setting here is that when the ship shows up in Gleba, it doesn't leave until at least 60 seconds has passed, and it's got enough ammo around the outside that I feel comfortable it can make it to the other side without running out of ammo, otherwise those asteroids hit us and they hurt. And it's got enough fuel for basically a trip to get there and back, in case anything goes wrong. Now, with what I'm seeing here, I actually have plenty of everything. So I'm going to go ahead and tell it to go to Novice, which is completely counter to the entire route this ship is supposed to be taking right now. But I want to go to Novice so that we can start working at things back home. So I've just kind of commandeered these ships. Now, these are ships, all these ships I've designed here myself, and they have a horrific flaw. You'll notice me constantly taking this splitter and turning it on and off. The horrific flaw is it does eventually get backed up where it starts to cause issues, where it'll just be the same material circling around. And so I can turn off the filter to chuck all the stuff out the side of the ship. But if I chuck all the stuff out the side of the ship, I don't have it. So it's kind of like every once in a while I gotta purge the line, as it were. And then once it's done purging, I gotta tell it to keep the stuff. But these ships are going to go away. That's actually what this one's working on. This is my very large going to Aquillo ship. It's just going to take a long time to build, because the way we build it is I'm making all the parts down here on Novus, in all this area, and then we load it up into the rockets, and then we launch off the rockets. So what is your deal? Oh, you know what I'm not doing that I really need to be doing here. Grab that. Put those in there. Save me resources. Can you use a wire to have that splitter on-off depending on what's on the belt? Maybe. We can check. So we can go here, drop you there, and check all of the belt's contents. So let's see what we can do. Alright. So we don't want to set a filter. That'll block everything. Signal I, signal O. Okay. Can I get a count of the resources? So you're giving me all of this. So the thing is, I can check for the different individual resources. I don't think I can check the overall resources. If we put an arithmetic combinator on here, I could put it there and have it go, okay, add the ice, add the other thing, and whenever they reach whatever the amount is, punt it off the side. So we could definitely potentially do automation around it. The issue is more how I would set that up with what we've got. Yeah. Yeah, I think with the Combinator we could automate it to switch it on and off purge. Ultimately, what we need to do is just not do that. This has a better solution, even though I've made it, like, I've made this deliberately larger than it needs to be. That's why there's all these open spaces. Because when we go for the edge of the solar system, I'm going to be getting rid of my nuclear power and switching that over for fusion. And I'm also going to need to be able to make railgun ammo. So this is what that whole open area here is, so far I can make the railgun ammo and the fusion stuff. And then plus, I have enough room here that I can kind of wiggle in a couple of railguns up here on the front. But yeah, so the more elegant the solution is, you see how I have my loop going here? Oh, sorry, this is the loop? No, here's the loop. So we got the loop here, that's going to be where that ore is, so this is the equivalent to the one that's backing up. So I split it all out into its respective things. I'm doing that on the other side. But this is one thing that helps, which I didn't have when I built the first ship because it's later tech, where if I have too much ice, the ice goes down here, it feeds into this one, and it gets turned into the other two. And then we also have it where with this stuff, it can just back up and fill up, and that's fine. Because in this twisted knot of belts, I've got it where I can get the products they make, and then shove them off the back of the ship if the belt fills up solid. And so with that, this could just keep churning and churning, and that could keep processing and processing forever. It'll never stop. And we just keep punting anything we don't need off the back of the ship. But in the meantime, we are just gradually building the ship little by little, doing the best we can. And I'm also going to add on here, if you do get any of these of higher quality, give me whatever you get. We probably won't get those, but those are a really big one for us to get better quality of. Same with these. If I get any of these of a higher quality, give them to me. We don't care about the engine being a higher quality. I don't really care about this being a higher quality. We want the guns. We get the guns of a higher quality. And the reason we care about that is quality is a mechanic they added with Space Age that's pretty slick stuff. Ultimately what it does is it gives you better stats in your weapons, and better stats in your things you're building. And some of the stats are kind of eh. They're not really that important or impressive or whatever. And then there's other stuff where it's like, no, like getting the better quality of this is hands down ridiculous. So we'd have the chemical labs. The assemblers. Let's not do it this way. That's not the way we should do this. We'll let them bring the low quality stuff in here. And then once they get it placed, I'll do that. Oh, one thing I do need to do. Where's my blueprint? I made this with red belts and we want blue belts. Am I making the blue belts in Novus? I am, right? I believe I am. Yeah, we're making them right here. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so I just wasted a bunch of resources launching those up, but that's okay. Alright. Also, I would like to hop on off. So we can go back to Novus, because the next ship I'm riding, hopefully, will be our ship to Aquillo. Alright. So let's go make sure the ship I snagged is doing its stuff fine. Alright, so I'm going to deliberately intervene and tell you to go back to Fulgora. Because that's where I need you to actually be. So you can go back to doing your day job and all that. Alright. So let's go over here. We got cleanup to do. There's just been a lot of things we've been working on that have been kind of left to rot. So all of this is no longer needed. You're out of ore. You're out of ore. You're out of ore. You're out of ore. Pick up that line. Yeah, so as you can see, that mining spot is basically tapped. Yeah, but I got one last drill here. Grabbing its last, apparently 3,800 ore under that one little teeny tiny drill. Pick you up. Okay, we've almost got to the point with the drone ports where we'll be able to put stuff down in that. Oh, I missed that there's a whole other iron mine we got in there. Okay. Oh, and there goes the artillery firing. Yeah, so this artillery here has no reason to be there. It did its job earlier, but now it's not needed in that location. Meanwhile, I can grab this artillery down here, and I want to make copies of it. So I'm going to go over here into this corner. I just realized you don't have a power tower there. That's on me. You also put artillery in that corner to start hammering away at the stuff over there. We can leave the rest mostly alone for right now. I don't need more of that. But, so some of the stuff over here will get... Alright. And you don't have power. Doesn't help anything. Alright. Just an FYI, you just checked and doing arithmetic combinator set to each plus 0 with an output with a single signal, the sum of all signals. Gotcha. Yep, makes sense. But yeah, that's what you could do, is just go on the bell and all that stuff. Alright. Yeah, so we're processing all these down. Getting their materials to hopefully get better stuff. Okay, that's what we're working on here. Is they're just trying to get the better asteroid collectors and processing things. We have the yellow things being made up here? Yeah. Alright. So I'm going to do this nonsense we did with these over here. So I'm going to grab you. And honestly, don't dispose of those like I was about to do. I'll drop all of you here. Let's grab our upgrade plan. So we got all that. So this is going to be a fiasco. But go ahead and just upgrade everything if you don't mind. This will certainly not end with a ridiculous set of issues going on. As everything scatters to upgrade everything. Okay. Meanwhile, well, that is going to be stuck doing that for the next 30 years. Okay, so we've got that going down here. So pro and con. I do have that ore basically directly in the way of where I'd run my train anyways. But that does create the issue of it's in the way of where I'd run my train anyways. So I can go over here. I've got blueprints I've made for ore pickup, so I go ahead and grab you. Scoot you back enough. I can plunk you down. And then let's find where I've got a really big set of drills going. Right here. I'll need to clean that up in a minute. Alright. So what I need to do here is clean all this up. Because that's an old design we never bothered updating. Okay, and we just plug this in. Also, getting a shout out for Ultra Source, by the way, and our fantastic content creator, friend of the channel, and all that stuff. I've been like so zoned in the game, I've been missing a lot of that. Okay, so we got all that hooked up. Now, one other thing I need to fix that's bad on my blueprint is that's got the wrong signal, so we just fixed that. Actually, you need to be far back. There we go. And thank you. So check out Ultra Source, another fantastic content creator on the platform. Does a lot of like simulation games and all that kind of stuff. A lot of similar stuff to what we've got going on here. Definitely someone to check out that if you like the content here, you're probably going to like the content there as well. This will be a little awkward because... There we go. Do those bigger drills still work better on Novus? Thought they had multipliers on our planets. So the drills work the same on all the different planets. Like if I do the big drill on this planet, we go here. So you can only craft it on Volcanus, but you still get that 50% bonus no matter what planet you put it on. It's just the catch, you can only make it on that one planet, so you have to import it from their planet. A train is out of fuel. I'll start working my way over there in the meantime. I'm not sure what happened here. Okay, a bot gave it a little fuel. And now it's good to go. Huh. It didn't look like there was a traffic jam. It just... I guess it just got stuck so long that it didn't have a way to get there. Yeah, and that's after, like, for how ridiculously long I've been doing that it only now ran out of fuel. Okay, so I'll get us more iron coming in. There's more iron down there. Let them continue to build this whole thing. Okay, and that gives you enough range that they should be able to bridge across that. Alright. But one of the other things that I want to end up doing is getting more stuff put in this area. But like right now, the idea is get that iron on there. When I start running low on copper, we get the copper on there. When I need coal, there's like 3 places to get coal. So something I do need to be working on in the meantime is you're doing all your stuff here to make the better stuff here. We make the fuel cells in the assembler. Oh, wait. Sorry, let's go back to the fuel cells. Okay, so it's iron plates, uranium, the other uranium to make a fuel cell. And then nuclear fuel reprocessing, we take those back out. Gotcha. So I didn't give myself a spot for the iron drop-off because it definitely feels like I should be making the fuel cells right here. So let's go ahead and see if we can't make that happen. Let's grab any one of our iron drop-off points and figure out where we could finagle this in. Okay, so you'd be in this row. Oh, I see why it's getting all wonky. It's because of the underground. Yep, we can deal with that in a minute. Put a signal there. Put a signal here. And you just need to be... move back there. Okay, so that gives us an iron drop-off. So that's all good news. I'll deal with that in a second. Okay. So from here we'd want to get the fuel cells going. So I've got all this circling around. And I need to take this off my bar. We've got the better ones. Okay, so you're going to make fuel cells. And I don't think this is a thing where I need a whole lot of these going to make fuel cells. Okay. So we get that then. All I need to do here is we have a belt around. And then I think we'll want productivity modules. So that way we get the occasional free fuel cell for the effort. And then we have a whole process where we could take depleted fuel cells and do that, which I'm assuming we... No, we probably already do have that, don't we? Yeah, used in nuclear processing in the centrifuge. That we can process used nuclear fuel cells back into the uranium. Which is an interesting consideration for all of that. That is one thing that Outrider will need, is we will add it to the request that you will have to request nuclear fuel cells. So those are 10 per rocket. All right, hold up. We're only going to get 100 then. Because we are going to be running a nuclear here. And meanwhile, it's just continuing to make more and more platform. We do have solar in the back here. But none of that's going to see, like, any action for a while. So you're not needed here. You aren't needed here. You're not needed here. That was before we did the upgrade. But yeah, so you can see each time the rocket gets up here and all that, it drops off a little bit more platform, they build a little bit more, and they'll just gradually get that. But more and more things will show up on this queue. I just realized, I don't think we're making a nuclear reactor here, are we? Oh, toolberry equipment recipe. I see. Right. Yeah, so ice platform. That is the first thing that is big for the Aquillo. That's the thing that makes it so we can even work on that planet. Alright. So with that, we can go over here. Where's that nuclear reactor? Wait, I'm probably already making the nuclear reactor. I have the heat pipe and the heat exchanger. Oh, no, that's right. I made those for other things. And also upgrade that. So we can go here to nuclear reactor right there. Sort of lurking because spoilers. Nah, I gotcha. Yep. You know, I'd love to see you play more, but I also understand, like, so much is going on, it's hard. It's hard to find time. Okay, you're all out of ore. You're all out of ore. Yeah, you can search in the map. Oh, you mean search in the map for where stuff's being made? I didn't think to do that. And I see this whole time you've not been mining because you've been one conveyor belt short. Yeah, all these iron mines that historically have worked out really great. But we have been slowly depleting them. That's cursed whatever this is about. I'm not sure what happened there that we got that mess, but... Okay. Just keep mining. Alright. A bunch of blue circuits are arriving. They're continuing to research for doing the captivity modules. And yeah, I'll just keep things moving. Oh, I guess even though it's not a priority, epic quality I think is one I want to put up here. So that thing's going to take all eternity to do an epic quality unlock, but being able to get a whole tier better stuff is certainly a big thing. Granted, that's 5,000 of all the sciences we've got so far, so, you know, that's not getting done anytime soon. Yeah, they're just keep destroying stuff that we're making. Let's go to the thrusters down here. I don't think I actually want you to keep trying to make better thrusters. Yeah, so don't make better thrusters. We can probably say... Well, the electric furnaces are worth considering letting you just continue to churn away at. So the problem with doing this is it is very, very costly on materials. And honestly, for our equipment that goes on our person... Let's go and pull those off for right now. So we're gonna keep it to mostly just the stuff that applies to, keep it just the stuff that applies to the ship. So we're not just burning all these materials for no discernible reason. Yeah, getting some chem labs and all that, better versions of them. Getting a decent number of the at least second tier guns. Oh, we got one that's a rare quality. So that's an upgrade. If you're wondering why we care about quality so much, here's a perfect example. So we've got the rocket launcher, which is what I use to fire rockets. Its normal range is 36. Now, if I upgrade its quality once, it goes up to 39.6, so it's about a little over a 10% boost, which is not shabby. But now if I go up to rare, it's now 43.2, so that's not quite 10 points higher. It's a good 7 additional range. Now we're talking, that's getting pretty close to like, not 30, but like 20% more range. And if we can get all the way to legendary, it's not quite double the range. Now, range on your weapons can be absolutely tremendously huge, the impact. Now with this said, stop bringing the rocket launchers there. I can't make epic quality yet, so there's no point in you continuing to do this. So we're going to go ahead and take you and say only one stack. So you stop making those. Yeah, so right now I can only get them up to the blue quality. There is a purple and an orange quality as well. But ideally, with our ship we're making up here, the Outrider here, I will replace a lot of these with better, higher quality versions of the modules. But right now it's just get the thing up here, and I'll be like, okay, make everything the next higher quality and just let it rock. And do all that stuff. Decrease the cost of wing twitch? Yep. Yeah, so we're still just waiting for platform, and that's getting churned away at right over here. That's what this is about. Oh. I see you have a couple of speed modules there. That's good. With the speed modules now, we can go in here. Ah, only intermediates? Make it even faster then. Yeah, so you're all struggling with gears. Right. So we got the captivity technology has been researched. So with that, we can actually go... Oh, and this is more stuff from the next planet. Yeah, so we could take biter eggs and turn those into nutrients. But we can make what's known as a captivity bot rocket. And that's a special thing over there that you make with we make with all that. And that's a useful thing because we look at this, we can capture a biter spawner. And with a captured biter spawner, one second. With a captive biter spawner, it accepts bioflux food, and in return, it gives you biter eggs. And those biter eggs, you can then craft into other things. So if we look at the biter eggs, the big things here is the overgrowth stuff, which pretty much lets you put this not everywhere, but far more liberally on Gleba. You can make the soil, the stuff you can grow stuff in. It also lets you make the biolab. The biolab is kind of the big one. It makes it so you consume your science half as fast, so you get as much science, but you use less of it. It also gives you the top-end productivity module, which is also really good, but a pain to set up. And that's one of those fun ones. Like, if you get the productivity module to legendary, you can get it to have 25%, so you can, like, literally get 4 of those in there. So you get twice as many of a resource for half as much. You can break some stuff pretty heavily with that. That said, there's a couple things in there I like. The labs being the big one, but I definitely don't like dealing with feeding the biters and having to deal with the timing around all that. So generally speaking, I usually use it just long enough to get the labs I want, and then I kill the biters. I don't try and keep them. Yeah, because I have all this on here, I can't see where the gears are. I think there's gears right... Yeah, there's gears right here. So I bring the gears over here, that'll speed this up. Or we had the iron plates here, because I forgot that this is effectively set up on the bot network, because I've been trying to get away from these bot network setups. They work. They're just very inefficient. Ooh, wait a second. You are better than what I have installed. Okay, any of these other ones sitting on rare, so they're just waiting on kind of thing. Yeah, just swapping some of those out for better versions. Yes, you're waiting on red circuit boards. Yeah, so I've got gears and all that right here. So I think what we'll actually do here... There, that way they don't have to import the gears. You just move them up as needed. We'll try and get away from, like, a lot of this bot network stuff. Like, I like the bots, especially for building. And I have a habit of sometimes building these bot malls. But as you can see, they do not go fast. So it's actually one of the big things we spent most of the, like, first half of the stream was... Gleba, you can see what's left of a lot of this. But all of this stuff was the bot mall, so we made it so it can, you know, genuinely make it much faster. But I'm gonna need to go in here and be able to speed this up. Increase the number of circuit boards. Okay. Alright, so just increasing our productivity of green circuit boards. It actually looks like copper's our bottleneck. So realistically, to fix copper, I need to increase the throughput on a lot of that stuff. I'm also suddenly coming to the realization that I am going to need the regular sentry guns to go with the other stuff, so regular bullet sentries. And the reason for that is the big stuff we can handle nice and easy with what we got, with the missile launchers, I mean. But then they split into all the little things. We're definitely going to need stuff to knock that down without hopefully wasting all the ammo. That's going to be one big ordeal we're going to have to deal with on Gleba. Is just going around being like, okay, start building our wall of, like, you know, missile launcher, a bunch of little turrets, missile launcher, a bunch of little turrets. So right now I just stamped those out to get them done. I want that over here, but as you can see, we just do not have the materials. They gotta kind of wait for that to play catch up. Okay. I'm guessing the artillery opened fire and the nests did not approve. Also, your name needs to be cargo pickup. Alright, well, let's go see if we can't go deal with some unruly neighbors. That's something we can work on real fast while that's all going on. Because I got my bots doing their bot stuff. We got our platform being built. Give me the bullets. And put the rest of that box into storage. Okay, so if we zip across here, I've got where I produce my rockets right over here. I got a nice casual 800 of them. And now we also have a rocket launcher that shoots an extra like 4 or 5 tiles farther than our previous one. But yeah, so we're going to go down to where that fight was. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We're going to go down to where that fight was and deal with that. Let's go play. Let's go pay them. What do you call it? A visit? A beating? Push them down a flight of stairs? Yeah, as opposed to we're going to pour literal hundreds of rockets into them at like an incredibly rapid speed. Yeah, so you're continuing to build all that out, that's fine. And then they're going over here now and replacing and repairing all the damaged stuff. Yeah, so you can see from there that that took some artillery hits. Okay. So I'm just running back and forth. Using the fact that we're really fast and have a whole bunch of lasers on us to do what we can. Alright. Yeah, these are some ridiculously big nests. Okay. They're probably gradually overloading our power grid because they're just continuing to hammer away at it. I'm honestly surprised that my batteries don't drain on my armor any faster than they are. I do have an absolutely absurd number of them, but still. Alright, let's give it a minute. I'm getting hit pretty hard. Gotta be careful. I'm gonna just watch all the lights go off here in a minute because of how much energy I'm draining by keeping those lasers going constantly on the base. Alright. You still have your lower power warning setup thing, right? Yes, I do. So far, it's been holding up, which surprises me. I will say, the lasers on this armor, they do okay against the little ones. Oh, there's the artillery shells. Ooh, okay. Alright, backing off. Alright. But yeah, no, we took the time to get all the rockets. Might as well put them to use. Okay, that's another big nest down. And there are many other ways to take care of these nests, not. Like, you can just stand back and artillery them, which is what we've been mostly doing. You can also just walk up with a nuke and just hit it with a nuke and be done with it. Yeah, I got about 300-400 rockets left. Let's go down here and poke these. Yeah, because this is another one. You can see a bunch of the partially damaged nests, and that's because artillery shells, you know, rain death upon them. They're gonna spawn in our nest there if we didn't do that. Okay. Being able to just take the mech suit, hover over the water, and just throw damage is definitely a fun thing. Alright, so we're down to 240 rockets. Alright. As you can see, with the range being as long as they can kind of just fly around with near impunity. As long as they don't stop moving to let everything pile up on me. I hardly take any damage. That said, this does represent a pretty significant amount of materials. But with a lot of those materials being stuff like oil, which is renewable, you don't really care. I mean, I guess technically almost everything's renewable now. Just, there's stuff that's really easy to get more, where it's just, you know, water, you just put down a pump and you get it forever. And then there's stuff that's like, to renew, you gotta get a space platform, go through a whole thing, and then dump it down to the surface. Do biters expand in this plan through? You thought it was train world? This is not a train world. This is literally default settings. I just prefer setting up using trains. But yeah, like, we haven't adjusted the resources, like their spacing, the biters, or nothing. So the biters absolutely keep expanding. It's been honestly quite a bit of a nuisance. Alright, and with that, we have used all 800 rockets. But with the 800 rockets expended, we have beaten back the nests quite a bit. Because they were really dense nests there. So now the artillery should just, you know, hammer away at anything that builds too close. And with them not being able to establish like a big nest all at once, we can kind of just keep smacking them into the dirt. Well, other than this one, apparently. Okay. That's basically the plan. Is we can just keep the artillery going, so as they try and build nests nearby, we just knock them down again and again. So you're doing your thing over here, that's fine. Let's also check with Traveler 2. You do already have your foundries on board. And I do want you to keep bringing foundries on board. Yeah, so he just attacked the corner, that's fine. Now run back up here. And I want to check to make sure we're still bringing the... I'm sorry, not foundries. That's not what I wanted you to bring up. Volcanus, or you. Basically, I wanted to make sure you're continuing to bring up the drills and the foundries. That way, as we, you know, bring them back over here, we can get those dropped off from time to time to keep it topped off. Alright. It's got a one drill going before that stop's all done. The oil is doing okay. Not amazing, but okay. It's not being slowed down due to lack of oil. That said, we are low on everything. So I've reached the point that despite all this capacity we've got going, we are utilizing all of it. Which tells me it's time for more. Okay, we've got all the pipe. Do we have the refineries, though? Yeah, we do. That's your problem. Right there. And then these other four will come online. There'll be that much more petroleum and all that being made. Yeah, because the issue is all the different types of oil we're low on. And that's without having our actual oil be low. Alright, so we just stamped out another 4. So hopefully that'll help out with that. And you're all waiting on gears. And meanwhile, that's doing its best. We probably have gears in this box up here. Nope. We got a ton of not common gears. Okay, so I'm just going to snag all the gears we can off this. And I'm going to shove them over onto the part where it's making the blue conveyors. Okay, so it's slowed down. Just shove all of those in here. So hopefully they can keep getting that built out. Meanwhile, I got another 2 rockets going up with materials. Love to see it. And I assume you are waiting on... Yeah, agricultural science. And I honestly don't mind that it's going that way. It's letting me build up the supply of everything else. So that when I decide to put that science on pause for a minute, we will just be able to just slam out a whole bunch of different things. It's fine. So you can slide you over here. You over here. Alright. So you're doing your thing. And little by little, this is getting its platform built out. Yeah, there's 3,600 platform it's got to make. Can I increase the throughput of that platform production? I probably can. Because you're just steel and copper wire. My big problem is I needed to finish making the conveyor belts. And not just chew out another 1,000 things. All right. Stop making those. Stop making those. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, I think just from time to time I'm going to cannibalize the entire line of gears to keep chucking them over to the blue conveyor belts. Just to keep you producing so that hopefully you get all that more. We'll let you get 3 stacks of those. It is replacing everything, and I really should have had to do this. We could probably actually check in these boxes. I'm willing to bet there's so much junk in here. There are like tons of artillery shells in here that have piled up because of me tearing things down and then putting them up and then moving them around and tearing them down. Alright, so what I can do here to at least unstick this. There you go. So at least you have a direct feed for all this. Now you put the rest in there. Okay, so they should just now be making the blue belts steadily. They're gonna fill all that in, that's fine. That's just gonna take time, it's not a high priority. Stop making engines. I've got tons of those. Alright. Yeah, so this is the thing that seems like a place where I can get a win with the platform. Because it's just copper wire and all that. So now that I'm not immediately dealing with that issue, what we can probably do... Let's get an underground there marked. Get you marked. But I can bring this around up here. We got that over there. And so I can just make a row of just wire and all that to just try and get as many of these going at a time. That's actually not what I need. You're not what I need. There's steps here. Okay, so grab you again. Cool. How do I want to go about this the best? Ideally, if I put these here. And set you to wire. That one won't really be able to do anything, that's fine. Okay. Alright, so that gets all that over there. And then you'll grab platform. Okay. So, it's going to take a little while to get the belt, but if we get the belt there, then it should allow me to just have all of that making a ridiculous amount of platform. I'm going to go ahead and just grab that belt right from there and get it working. Okay, and the rest goes back here. Alright. I don't have you putting those back on the belt, do I? I'll probably need to do that, won't I? Okay, so that should massively speed up the rate things go. We're now most likely, what I'm worried about is I'm most likely waiting on rocket production. And apparently that the copper is completely vanished. We flew too close to the sun and immediately consumed all of the copper. Alright. There's a whole bunch to be moved up here. That's fine. Gleba, everything appears to be running as it should be. Love to see it. Science is going exceptionally well. Honestly, so Tantive 4, you've got new rules here. When you go to Gleba, you now wait for 60 seconds. No, 60 seconds. And the reason why I'm doing that is we're getting to the point where like 2 rockets are ready for it. Wait, temporarily Gleba unload? Temporary Gleba unload. Oh, right. We have the rule where if Gleba's out of blue circuits, the Tantive 4 diverts to go get it. I forgot we had that. And you're still not making hardly any progress on these because we're just consuming all of the red circuits. And you set the temporary stops wait condition, not interrupt? Oh, let me double check that. Oh, right. Yeah, the temporary. Yes, you are correct. Because I figure that'll give just enough time for the first rocket to reach, and then the second rocket, if there is one, to potentially go. And the moment the rocket starts, they'll wait till it's ready. Yeah, so we got all of these running. We got way more platform being built. Okay. We can go to Novice. There's a thing to prepare. You now request the expended fuel cells. So any expended fuel cells that get brought back. You'll put them here and there. Because we don't get very many of those. Eventually you'd want to do stuff with that. But yeah, so just get the expended fuel cells. And like I said, they'd just be brought in here, we'd process them, they'd get into there, and they go back into the centrifuge. None of that's an immediate priority. I'm just hearing the rockets go regularly. That was the thing I remember from the other save when I was peeking at it last night, was the other save was just places like Fulgora and Novus having like 4 and 6 rocket silos that, you know, Pat from a chub, you just see like one rocket after the other go up. I was like, holy crap, man, I didn't remember how much we had worked on that. Because of stuff like this where you just get stuck waiting. Yeah, but they keep building stuff, so we actually have the uranium fuel cells on us. Right, because I don't have any power yet, they can't kick that in. That's fine. I'm not sweating that. We do have a little bit of solar here and back for mostly while we're in system. And then when we start going out, like, and the solar starts getting crappy, we've got the nuclear reactor. All of that won't really matter until we start getting this stuff all set up back here. Like, the ship's gonna be done before it can kind of kick on and do anything to start supplying itself. But it should be able to self-sufficiently make its rockets, make its bullets. We will have a couple of laser guns over here on the front. That whole deal. Actually, that does remind me. Alright. So we can go ahead and we can make those and deliver them on over to Novus. Okay. And you're right about to head to Gleba, which is good because I suspect some of that science is starting to go to waste. Yeah, there was clearly science here that disappeared. Yeah, we're getting to the point where we can only keep so much science there, which is fine. Like, all the materials we're making out of this are effectively renewable. Like, the only not renewable thing we have here is the stone. But all the rest of that stuff is renewable that we're just getting more and more of it. This is a situation where, honestly, if you end up having them, I don't see a reason not to. Okay. Because, I mean, they're here. Yeah, the epic quality is getting like 0 progress because the Tantive Forge just takes so long. Yeah, so it'll go to Gleba. It's gonna take what science it can. Yeah, so we're about to lose another whole stack of science. I guess we should actually take the fresh first. And the reason I'm thinking that is with the spoiled, if I grab that and start shipping that, I'm getting 0 of it. Same with that one. These other ones here, maybe? Nah, you know what? Oh, right, it's using logistics anyway, so it won't matter. It does seem to be prioritized. No, it's not going by fresh or anything, it's just going. Oh, you already have those things. Clearing out inventory by dumping stuff on the planet. We'll keep the platforms. Yeah, so a lot of that's going to go bad along the way, but that'll be fine. We got 2,000 on board. Sure, probably 400 of it's going to go bad before we get to it. Maybe 600. But, you know. Yeah, because you got 50 seconds. You're not getting anything done here. Well, it's interesting that now it's restarted, the 60 seconds has passed. It's fine. Because not 60 seconds inactive, it was 60 seconds has passed. So not sure why the timer reset. Oh, I know why the timer reset. Let's go into our interrupt. I'm okay if it goes back to Novus. But it queued up to go to Gleba, and then it queued up to go to Gleba a second time. So actually we could take this off of you. So that way it can only ever queue it up once. Yeah, so we lost 200 already. Probably, I mean, that's 5 minutes. So you'll probably get that delivered. I'm not sure if they'll actually use it before it goes bad. Meanwhile, I can go to Novus's science area. Get the ones that'll spoil first so I get into the labs as fast as possible. You're starting to see a respectable amount of the platform here. They've already got all 4 rocket silos built. Yep, so we're just going to keep those rockets going. Oh yeah, these platforms are going along. Yeah, so the bottleneck right now is actually the rockets coming out. Just one after the other, after the other, after the other. And now it'll be as fast as they can load them up. There goes the first one. There goes the second one. There goes the third one. What's your deal? I guess that one just took longer to get started. Alright, so we go up here. Yeah, no, it's when you do like the Gigafactory where you're launching the rockets, because I remember this is before Space Age, but where you get like the space science back, where it's like rocket, rocket, rocket. I remember the I think I had the fastest I ever had was I could do a rocket a minute sustained on a save. And at that point, pretty much what my thing I did as the player was just locate the next ore thing, slam the train down, paste down the building location, you know, go look for the next door place, paste down the blueprint for the mine and all that. So I just had like these blueprints like mine, you know, like where the train station went, and you just run the conveyor belt between it, go to the next place, do it again. And that it just, the volume of material that the factory would consume was just absurd. But it could just shoot one rocket after the other like every minute. But especially the iron ore, it could deplete some iron ore. Oh, there goes rocket number 4. And it's almost the right time that there'll be a tiny little gap between each rocket, but it should start cycling. Eventually there'll be some material, like whether it's probably going to be the blue circuit boards, maybe the low density frames. There will be a material that we will burn out of that'll have to expand our production of. It's very unlikely we could sustain these 4 rockets at our scope and then just fire them one after the other after the other. Granted, the rockets are way easier to do nowadays than they used to be because with Space Age they want you to get to space. Kind of goes with the name. Won't be too much longer before we can get the first of the solar panels online. Let's see, silos have been buffed in that they can build a second rocket before the door closes. The door won't close, the next rocket comes up. Oh, nice. So if you get them producing fast enough. So like if instead of productivity modules I was using here, if I had like really high speed modules or something like that, there's a good chance we could just have them go one after the other without delays there. Throw some beacons down? That's fair. I even have beacons. And I have not used them. I think we have speed module 2s being made here. I know we have speed module 1s are right there. I'll do that for now. Now, I remember doing that kind of stuff as well, like, setting... Like, I remember doing the whole thing where you'd have, like, your, you'd have your smelters, you had the beacon, and I remember you'd have to belt weave to get it close enough where you could take advantage of it. I remember doing then that stuff before Space Age. You do, like, what was it, the blue belt was the best one or whatever? You do, like, the blue belt to weave under, and then you do the red belt with it. Because they wouldn't take the same underground spot, so you could weave them both over top of each other. And then you do that, and you do it on the other side, and you could, like, really mash them all in so you could get all the buffs going. 12 beacons per, all gridded out. Yeah, no, it's like you look at your smelter, it's like, yeah, the smelter's operating at the capacity of, like, 4 of them. Or, like, I can't remember. It was some ridiculous nonsense. Yeah, those are probably waiting because the assemblers are probably eating them all. Alright. But pretty soon we'll start getting out to this edge where it'll be time for it to start going after getting, like, walls and all that. Yeah, because I actually have the outer edge tiles over here. We got another turbine built. Random other gaps going. It does make me wonder, like, I know there's a is there a limit on how big your ship? I thought there was a relatively, compared to the world, a relatively small limit on your ship size. I think it was still pretty generous. That, like, you gotta be doing some pretty unreasonable stuff where it comes to get... No, there isn't? Gotcha. Because it does make me wonder, like, how much of the factory you can put up here. Because you can't use storage buildings, which is a really big limiter here. You can't use drones, which is another big limiter. Granted, the construction just happens on its own. But, and there's no access to, like, stone up here. There is ways you can kind of make oil happen. If I remember correctly, you can take the coal... Was it coal liquefaction? Or no, I think coal liquefaction didn't require... Yeah, so you could use coal liquefaction. You do belt weaving. Yeah, well, that's what this reason why this is so much larger is this is storage. This is my buffer chest here. Is what all that is. That's also the reason why I usually have, like, the circular belts, is I'm like, okay, for the ammo, that's the whole way around. And I understand with the big cargo thing, if you make this compact enough around it, you can pull directly from the cargo. And for Aquillo, I could certainly do that. For going to the edge of the map, there's probably ways you can get your ship small enough that you could just pull from this, like have your 2 rail guns here and here that pull directly from that, and, you know, your 2 missile launchers pull directly from that. Maybe you have a couple you probably need machine guns. But you could, like, compact it enough to maybe pull directly from this for all those. And then you'd tuck your production back here. Or you do the thing where you don't worry about being able to sustain it, that you just put enough in storage that you can go whatever your distance is and come back before you exhaust it, which is probably a very reasonable thing. Let's see, after you got green, blue, and red belts, used in vertical line, you start weaving with the greens from left to right, even double that. Oh yeah. No, I remember, like, there's also a thing with the labs that you'd have, like, this one set of 2 belts going through the middle and it'd be all the different sciences. You do that for your inner system chips. You pull directly from the hub, no belts needed. Yeah, no, that's definitely, because, like, we look at these ones here. Generally speaking, if I go and I have the hub and I put, like, some cargo back here, I could put plenty there. And then all we would need to do is just have, like, the things for producing the oxidizer and the fuel back here. And then it would only take, you know, 1 or 2 assemblers just making bullets and passing them back and forth or whatever. And then just, you know, whatever you need for, like, the front for your grippers and whatnot. I'm sure you could make a very compact design, because, like, you could probably only, you know, get away with just a single one of these storage things. You could technically probably get away without having any at all. I personally would like to keep the buffer. If anything, I'm guilty of making too big of a buffer in a lot of these things. I also just realized I don't actually have storage for my, my copper. That's probably fine because we're only using the copper for armor-piercing rounds. And so the copper isn't going to be a hugely consumed thing. Gotta be pretty tight at what gets to pull. Yeah. You can store liquid metal? Yes. Right there. In big drums. Big molten drums. So we're storing the iron, which we're going to use lots of the iron. But, the copper, not so much. Like, if I really finagled it, I'm willing to bet I could weave this belt down around this way or so and get a storage unit there. Actually, we can make this happen. Do I need to do this? Nope. But I'm doing it anyways, just to have a little bit of a buffer. Just seeing, like, the one after the other land is nice. It's definitely one of those things you could do, is go to your planet, have, like, 10 of those things just in there, however many you want to get away with. And then, you know, you pull your ship up and you just see, like, you know, Erector set, the whole thing just build out in seconds because you just launched 10 rockets all up at once. Like I said, I'm fully expecting to see one of these lines go dry. It's interesting to me that they didn't get those over at any point. Yeah, because with these 4, we're getting a 24% boost in productivity, but it's at the cost of a reduction of 40% speed. Now we get these in here, the module 1s. Each one of those is 20, so that should bring us back to normal speed, but with 25, like getting a free, like, 24% extra rocket. So getting, for every 4 rockets, I get a rocket, or every 4 parts, rather, I get a rocket part. So that it's not bad. So one thing we probably want to consider is a whole bunch of the energy modules. The efficiency modules. Am I making those here? I know I'm making the tier 1s, I'm pretty sure, but am I making the tier 2s? So I got the tier 1 and 2 qualities. There's a tier 1 efficiency module, and that's 30% less. What's it take to do the tier 2? It's blue circuits. So tell you to stop doing that. Blue circuits is rough. Blue and red circuits? Let's get do one of these. I keep getting rid of parts in the mall, only to turn around and just put different ones in. It's very satisfying. It's a shame the one is just a little behind. So I'm figuring a lot of these, if I don't have another module in mind, are going to be using a lot of power. So reducing all of this by like 30% should go a long way. Or whatever this is, 40%. There's only a couple things on here I could use like a productivity module on. So like I could use it on stuff like I believe some of the rocket materials and these. But it is one place that things could potentially go wrong with this design. It's not like I sat down and I did the calculation on the power and everything. I'm just kind of going, it's a nuclear reactor. It makes a lot of heckin' heat. With the 4 turbines here, it could probably get a lot done. Oh, there's 2 more in the back. Yeah, so it'll be 2 rockets of just those. So it won't be too much longer till the platform's done. And that's a matter of just filling in the, sentry guns and all that. Which, I've got tons of those. But if our rockets keep coming at the rate they're going, that should get that going really good. The conveyor belts are another thing we're going to get stuck waiting on. Because I put a lot of conveyor belts in this thing. Alright, that said though, it is going to be about that time that I need to be calling it a night. But if you have enjoyed today's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. I will be back tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST. I'm probably going to check out, I'm thinking Retro Rewind. We're going to be playing more Factorio the next day, but I'm going to get back to like ping-ponging, Factorio something Factorio until we get the Factorio run done. But I think we'll check out Retro Rewind, which is a simulation game where you're basically running a blockbuster. But it's interesting in that while it follows the like supermarket simulator engine kind of stuff, it does a lot to differentiate itself. Like you kind of have to go like to the back alley to go and buy, whatever videos are available so you can have them to rent out in your store, and you got people who want you to hold stuff for you. So I've heard nothing but good things. It came out the other day, and I debated playing it today, but at least for like the Gleba rework kind of stuff where we started working on that, like my brain really needed to do that. So I wanted to play that today to be like, or I wanted to play this today to be like, let me get this Gleba thing sorted where we can get our other materials and I can start branching some of these things out that we were just using them all for to make it not terrible. But yeah, I definitely feel like with Factorio, we're going to Aquillo the next stream. We've already got like the ship is 60% done. We've got that. It just needs to go pick up stuff. Like I said, I'm sure we're gonna go ahead and start flying and realize some conveyor's the wrong way, or maybe the balance in something's wrong. It'll have to like, finagle a few things. That's pretty standard when you don't have a blueprint you're using. So we'll get that all set up, and once I'm happy with it, we'll blueprint the whole ship. And that should be able to get us to Aquillo. And then once we get to Aquillo, Aquillo's interesting in that you kind of have to import stuff. That's kind of the gimmick of it. You can't just like land and use the resources there to build your factory. So you land on the planet and then you have to send your ship back and forth to do it. So you have to have a ship that can survive going back and forth doing the journey. And it does end up kind of needing resources from everywhere, which is pretty fun, where it's kind of the culmination of everything. And then once you finish Aquillo, you build your one last ship to exit the solar system, and then you can keep going if you want, but like that's the win condition. So the last time I played Space Age about a year and a half ago, I think it took us 15 streams. I feel like we are roughly in line with that right now, because I don't recall Aquillo taking us super long. Like, it took us a little while, but I think it took us a little while to set up Aquillo, and that part wasn't too bad. And then most of the time was working on getting the big ship to go for the solar system's edge. And I want to say it took us like 2 or 3 like trial and errors, because, figuring out the railguns and all that. But and I think fusion power. But it feels like we're in relatively good shape for all that. So with that said, if you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will just be ending abruptly over from there because I don't have a host ready, but thank you for tuning in. And if you're over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere, because I'm going to put up my ending stream screen.